UK talent, and as Callum said, riders from Belgium, Holland, which we go
Even
through.
South Africa I've seen on there.
That is a long way to
Czech
go.
Republic.
Yeah.
There's some people, you know, coming from all over the world to come and race Hawkstone this
Yeah,
weekend.
Radek Rostovsky, Ryan De Beer. So there's some good
Even
names
as
out there.
far away as Gloucester.
Yeah. So this will be good, and it's always good with the EMX because, or youth riders, because, well, they're learning, and they make mistakes.
Yeah, and they're the future of the sport. These guys here, you know, 1% of this 10% will make it. You know, then they'll be the next GP guys. Look at Liam Evans. You know, he's broke his way through. Now MX2, obviously good pedigree, good advice around him, I'd definitely say. So you'd like to think that he is going to be, I think maybe back end of this year, next year, he's going to want to be fighting for an MX2 title, isn't he?
Yeah, there's some serious expectation there. I know they play it down, but come on. You know, if you're in Liam's shoes...
There's a legacy to fill.
Man.
No pressure, Liam, if you're watching this on your phone.
Yeah, kid, just go out and enjoy it. No pressure.
You have fun.
But,
and
you know...
I'm sure his family say the same.
I'm sure they do. But still, like, no pressure, kid. Go and enjoy it. But by the way, Dad won 10 world titles. Granddad won about 4 or 5. Nothing to worry about.
There is a legacy there, isn't there? I mean, it would be a massive story if he manages to pull it off one day.
Indeed. Just seeing Rider 74 come off the line there. We don't actually have that on our list, so I don't know. There could be a late entry with that. But when we get the timing up, so later on we'll have the live timing on for qualifying, and because we're only going off the entry list that we've got here. So, but seeing number 74 there, just reminded me to give a shout out to Troy Willetton. Troy is not here riding, but he rides number 74 usually. And Troy has had a nasty accident and is currently in hospital recovering. So, Troy, we wish you all the best with a healthy and full recovery.
Yeah, I know it was pretty gnarly for a few days, wasn't it? And I think he's slowly starting to pull through. Horrible when you hear things like that. We're such a small, tight-knit community, aren't we? And everybody sort of wants to see each other, you know, do well and not have to go through anything like that. These guys just clearing the slop off the top of the track. That'll look a lot different, trust me, even after this practice.
Yeah, it will soon start to rut out. The thing is that the water, whether it disperses or it starts to fall into the ruts. Yeah, going back to injuries and stuff like that, look, you know, we all know the risk of this sport. That's the beauty of it. That's why we do it. It's a challenge. It's one of the most demanding sports in the world. So everybody that steps on a motorcycle and starts racing motocross is fully aware of the risks involved, and we always pretty much have the best medical people on cover, you know, and it's a professional sport, bottom line.
Just going to do a bit of a shout out as well before this gets going as well. You're not aware I'm going to do this, but a little one to a guy called Lewis Barker, who's actually a massive motocross fan.
Oh,
Dad
yeah.
Billy Barker, suffering with leukemia at the moment. Absolutely terrible time for Lewis. So if you're watching Lewis, stay strong. I know chemotherapy is difficult, but we're all here behind you, and we're all here to support you. And if you need anything, you can always reach out to the community, and I'm sure you'll get some help. But yeah, big shout out. Stay strong, mate, and you can get through this.
Absolutely. And Dad Billy, an absolute legend of the sport.
Oh, yeah.
You know, well, he's the only bath time reporter I've ever known. Anybody that basically does bath time reports or synopsis of what happened at the weekend in a bath.
In a bath with a TV.
With a TV and
balanced over the bath.
And cans of beer is a legend in my book.
Oh, he's amazing. And he is the Elvis Presley of Matterley Basin, isn't he?
He was that did the whole Elvis thing out on the course, didn't he?
Oh, I'm sure if he's watching this right now, he'll be losing his mind.
This is 5 minutes of free practice. Shortly timed practice will start. Hopefully, if all the technology works, because there's a lot of standing water around, and as you've seen on some of the cameras and whatever. And to be fair, Hawkstone is not the best place for a 4G or signal. I
think the guys have to actually bring in an aerial, don't they? A big sort of satellite dish.
So the guys doing our live stream, Alpha Live, they've had to basically trunch all the way to the top of the hill with a mast.
to get.
You know, I think it might be one of them has to stand up there all day moving it around.
Maybe. I saw on Facebook just the other day, before obviously we got everything over the line and announced the live streaming. Someone said, "No, there's no way there'll be a live feed from Hawkstone. There's no signal." I was like, "Well, we'll make a way." But that's all been part of the procedure getting that together.
So obviously this is a launch as well of Mx1 TV. So what's happened is basically last year we covered the Michelin MX Nationals through the Michelin MX Nationals platform, but now we're opening it up to starting a new channel that's going to cover more than just the Michelin MX Nationals with live streaming. Fingers crossed. Obviously we're doing this as a starter. So please go and like and subscribe to the page, basically, which you will either be watching it on Mx1 TV, YouTube or Facebook channel. And a massive shout out to Beer and Race FX or RFX, sorry, and all their brands that have got involved to make this happen. So a massive shout out to them. We've got the likes of Bell, Oakley, Seven, Fly. They've got some massive brands, Bria, and because of them, we are actually putting this live stream together. So big shout out to them, and of course to the Salop Club for agreeing for us to do the live stream. It was obviously a decision made, and fair play to them to it. So as you see, Ezra Blackwell already in. Looks like he's already had a little bit of an off. If you look down the side of his leg there, looks like he's already had a little taste of some wet terra firma.
Yeah. The track looks a bit greasy on the top, doesn't it? I mean, until it starts like biting in. I mean, it is pretty deep here, but I always remember when, God, years and years ago when I was racing, if you went out for first practice here, it always had that little weird greasy top, you know, like where the sand's quite packed underneath. So maybe just some little tiny errors, but they're not going to be pushing too hard just yet.
Well, it's been effectively sealed up all over the winter, so of course we've had wet weather, but when you seal a sand circuit and let it sit there, eventually it compresses.
It goes hard, yeah.
Yeah, and actually over the years, Hawkstone has definitely got more hard pack underneath.
Well, you can see the line of where the track would have been years ago, and how much, you know, it's probably a metre lower.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I've often thought how many tons of sand goes home each year on people's bikes.
It'd be an awful lot.
Yeah, and so Hawkstone, yeah, I know certainly I've taken a lot of sand home from here down the years.
I've got some on my driveway, 100% in the garage.
I think I've taken about a metric ton in my eyes over the time I rode here. So
it's always when you've done a wet race here and you come back and your top is full of it. Like, because it goes just down the front of the jersey, doesn't it? Yeah. I always remember the neck brace days when everyone had Liats and they opened up your jersey. It was almost like a bucket.
Yeah, it's going to be tough going, but that's part of the appeal of Hawkstone. It is definitely, Hawkstone Park is one of the toughest circuits in the world, and straight up it is. I've been fortunate enough to ride a fair few tracks around the world, and I tell you, when you get into the thick of it at Hawkstone and it really starts getting chewed up, like, you know you've done a day's work.
Yeah, definitely. I think even a couple of years ago we had a practice day here, didn't we, after one of the nationals, and wow, that was even tough. Like, I mean, I know they fixed the track up a little bit, but I remember going home thinking, oh God, I'm glad I didn't race.
Well, more for you for doing it.
Well, yeah.
I did actually think that. I thought,
why did you not do that?
Well, because I've got experience and I'm old. I'm
like, it was rough still, yeah. It was pretty grim, to be fair, but it was good fun.
Yeah, indeed. So it doesn't look like there's any. I think we should be into timing now. So hopefully, as I said, we'll be able to get the times up on screen.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to wick it up a little bit. I've got to ride it down there.
There will be plenty of yellow flags today.
Oh, he had some sponsors duct taped over there. And sometimes you don't know whether that's he's just trying to keep the graphics nice and fresh for the race, or there's been some sort of fallout. Yeah,
maybe doing that. Smart move. But so this is a kind of new section for Hawkstone. They haven't added this. It's been about, what, a couple of years? They've basically put a new hill in.
I'm trying to figure out where this is.
Oh, that's how you go up to the new, halfway up the new hill, and then you turn and come back round, and you kind of turn back round and join. So,
okay.
Yeah, you can tell by the fresh chestnut fencing.
Yeah, it's all brand new. No one's been ploughed through it yet.
No, yet.
Yeah, maybe it will happen, you know. There's a lot of variables in motocross.
There is.
Often caused by other motocross riders.
As we said, weather forecasters hit and miss at this stage. Really hoping that the worst of it's blown through. And if it has, you know what? This is going to be good. At the minute, we can identify the riders. Not too bad. I have to say the track is in better shape, as in with dealing with the rain that I thought it would be. So, fingers crossed.
I'm just going to try, Jeff, and yeah. What's up, Jeff?
Right, we're just looking about the live timing, trying to get it. So right now, it's probably due to the signal here, actually, because we need to take our live timing feed currently off of the SpeedHive system. And at the minute, it's not currently shown on SpeedHive. So as soon as we can get the SpeedHive woken up, we will get it up on screen for you. So right now, we're going a bit blind in this. We have no idea who's going quickest at the minute. So please bear with us on that. Hopefully at home, if you want to check on live timing, you can by just going on an app, SpeedHive. It's SpeedHive My Laps. If you haven't got it, download it on your phone. And then find Hawkstone International. You might have more luck than us at the minute.
Yeah, if you're already at Hawkstone, then you've really got no chance of downloading the app. That's where I've just made a fatal error then by check. But if it's not up on their end, then you know we're not going to be able to see it anyway, and that's sort of out of our hands at the minute.
Yeah, might have to go in a minute. Just jump out of the booth because I think we go. Time qualification is just underway.
Oh, so that's why it wasn't.
Yeah, maybe. We're only just into it by about 10 seconds. So hopefully we'll be able to get that up on screen in a minute. I might have to go and get a up-to-date entry list as well because there's definitely been a lot of changes or additions to this 125 class. We're just going off the program at the minute.
Yeah, which is a little bit out of date, I think.
Definitely, because we've got riders out there that we can't currently identify. So if you're all right to hold fort for a minute, let me just quickly go and see if I can get a sheet, and we'll come back to you. In the meantime, Callum will entertain you.
Is that that's always been my job, bit of a jester.
Yeah, could be like Robbie Williams.
Go
right,
go and get a sheet. So Jeff's gone now, and we'll continue with the EMX class. But obviously we are trying to get this timing and scoring sorted out. It is literally just down to the fact that it's not live yet on My Laps. So you're watching the Hawkstone International live on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us. My name's Callum Swan. I did well last year. I was doing some of the commentary with Jeff at the MX Nationals. This is the 2022 Hawkstone International. What you're seeing here is the EMX 125. So these are the youth, almost like the future of, hopefully, MX2 and MXGP. Definitely all these kids are wanting to put their name in the history books. Now, you'll notice this guy right here, if you're new to motocross, he's wearing some sort of, I don't know, like a bin liner almost over his jersey. It's literally just like a waterproof coat. Keep the rider sort of warm, really. It can be a bit of a boil in the bag, though, once it starts getting hot. But some of the riders opt for those in these sort of conditions to keep the water away. And you'll notice a lot of riders today wearing roll-off goggle systems. So you'll see there's two little cartridges either side of the goggle. You'll see on this rider here, number 94. We'll get his name in a moment. Obviously, it'd be easier if I could see it without that waterproof jersey on, but they all are opting at the minute for roll-offs. And what that does, when the rider pulls it, it clears the goggle, clears the lens. And he's just coming around for another lap. That should probably be his first timed lap. 20 minutes of qualifying for the EMX 125 class. Nice tidy bit of riding there. See some of the pit crews urging their riders along. And you see he's just come through there got the wheel in some of that slop, and it absolutely stops the bike almost dead. And he has to just get out the racing line for a moment and get himself back together. Jeff's back with an entry list. Jeff is back with a brand new track. What's going on?
Well, yeah, so what's happening here is obviously there's a load of late entries. There's riders out there typically that have forgot to charge their transponder, all that kind of stuff going on.
That was Liam Smith who the camera was focused on there. Liam Smith, Mx1 he's from England. No sponsors been put down to shout out. But,
that's the current print off of the times as it was just when I left. So it should be up on Speed Hive soon. Then we're going to do our very best to try and get the times up on screen. That is just a little technical issue out of our control at the minute. But it's currently Joe Brooks that's gone quickest with a time of 2:19.313 ahead of August Frisk from Sweden. He's number 961. Then Ollie Colmer is currently in third, number 956 on the GRT Impact KTM. Then it's Casimir Henderson, looking good out there as well from Finland. The Finns are always strong. Any of those like
they're just tough, aren't they? They seem to not be
the Baltic region. They're just
they're used to riding in it as well, aren't they? In the cold and stuff, it sort of doesn't seem to phase them.
So he's currently fourth. Charlie Griffith, number 28, is in fifth. Tyler Hooley out there, 101 on his new ride with the AC United team in sixth. Then it's Reece Jones moving up from the 85s. Looking good on the SJP Moto Husqvarna. Then Ben Musto, Matt Gardner Racing KTM, looking good. Last year's Big Wheel 85 MX National Champion that went right down to the last race of the year.
Yeah, really, really good that was, wasn't it?
That was absolutely
you don't get
awesome.
That often, but yeah, brilliant rider.
Arguably the most exciting finish in the
it probably was.
Yeah, Michelin MX Nationals last year for sure. Then it's Joel Fisher currently in ninth, number 711. And then Ashton Bowden, number 522. So good to see Ashton back. He's still been riding, but he's just sort of taken a year or so out of like serious competitive racing and to get to grips. But he will be quick.
Still got youth on his side.
Absolutely. James Barker currently in 11th, number 410. Then it's Ben Zeal in 12th, number 31.
Sorry,
no, you crack on.
I was just going to say it's a good debut for the GRT Impact team with Joe Brooks, and Colmer up front there. I mean, I know this was just the first few opening laps of qualifying, so it may well have changed now, but they're going to be happy with that, I imagine, with those two guys at the front, because I think they pride themselves in building some good bikes down there.
13th is a rider we'll probably struggle to get. We'll call him varying names throughout the day. Saku Mansikimaki.
Yeah, I mean, if Saku's parents are around and you want to pop down and let us know how to pronounce your surname.
Let's just call him Saku.
Saku.
No, we get to grips with that. Wal Beanie, another talented British rider out there, currently in 14th, number 326. Then it's Max Smith for 15th, number 18. Yeah, so this is going to be good racing. Already, I'd say you've got the kind of what I would say the main protagonist in this class already showing speed at the front. As I've said, we are working hard to try and get the timing up on screen. Hopefully we will, certainly by the time we come to MX2 that are coming up next. Running order, again, just to remind of what's going on. We've got this EMX practice out first, 125, and qualifying currently into that by about 10 minutes. That will then park up, and then at 9:25, the MX2 riders will go to do their start straight practice and straight into qualifying. At 10:05, we see the MX1 practice and qualifying. Then we are going racing. Back to these guys. They're going to get 3 motos, the EMX 125 riders, shorter races, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So they'll be the first race of the day. We will then take approximately an hour to 15-minute lunch break interval. But you guys, we've done a load of pre-recorded interviews you can watch.
I managed to get myself out of that.
Yeah, you did. You went to the Telford Bike Show yesterday, didn't you?
I didn't actually go.
Did you go?
No,
Okay.
you know, I had all intentions of going to the Telford Bike Show. Do you know what? I don't actually know what I did yesterday. It was almost my little boy was being so naughty. And if you're watching this when you're older, Cooper, I swear to God, you gave Daddy a tough day.
Oh dear.
Yesterday.
Well, there you go. That's the joys of being a parent.
Oh yeah, it was definitely a challenging one.
So you get a day off today.
Today's easy, mate. I can come and sit in it. If anyone's watching this who can relate, you know, I'm in heaven. You know, I've got no one crawling all over me, no tantrums over jeans, literally jeans. Just lost his head over. I don't get it.
I don't know where he gets it
I'm
from.
like, mate, just put the jeans on, and just no. Yeah, so it was great fun.
Must get it off now.
Maybe, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh dear, already somebody's being collateral damage of a wet Hawkstone circuit, pushing their bike back. But yeah, anyway, we're going back to, after the interval, so the first MX2 race will be coming off the line or scheduled for them to go down to the line at midday. Then it's going to be MX1 following them at 12:40. Then it's going to be back to the second EMX 125 race at 20 past 1. MX2 Moto 2 is at 1:45. Then it will be, weather permitting, the presentation of the top 3 overall in the MX2. Then we go to the MX1 race 2 at 2:25, and again there'll be the presentation for those guys. Then it will be the third EMX 125 race at 10 past 3.
Oh, they're going to have some fun then, aren't they? The circuit will be just nice.
Brutal. And then we finish at basically 3:50 is the super final, and that is where we take the top 20 MX1 riders, top 20 MX2 riders, and they go at it for the super final. Yeah.
Do we have a split gate? Is one side dropping before the other side? I remember in years past that's been the case.
Yeah, I think they might be doing that again. We'll have to check
it's almost
on
like
that.
5 seconds, or just bang, bang, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there we are.
So you can see the checkered flags out. Let's get everybody over the line, and then...
How long are these guys getting, Jeff, for their qualifying?
They're basically getting 15 minutes. Yeah, it goes quick.
Probably 20, isn't it, with the the starts and everything.
Yeah. You can see obviously some of the branding there. We've got Ashbrook, the title sponsors of this event, along with Toughsheet. So thanks to those guys for getting behind the Hawkstone International. Loads of other sponsors, which we are going to flash up on screen throughout the broadcast. People helping out with the Hawkstone International. A big shout out to Beer, as I said, who have got involved to basically make this happen, along with RFX, Oakley 7, as you can see branded there at the finish, Fly, all those beer brands that are basically stepping in to make this happen. So thank you to them for that.
So your partner, your lovely Kay, has just sent me a picture of her watching it in the nice warm conditions of her house with bacon rolls, sausages.
That's why I turned my phone off. Because of that kind of abuse. Right, we're gonna quick for the one. Yeah, let's go to some ads, and we go and get the results of that qualifying.
Tomac buried in the pack at the start. Tomac is down.
All eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you want.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was, on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work.
Tomac came to play tonight.
The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, never want to give up.
Okay, you can see the frantic movements in the Parc Fermé waiting zone. MX2 riders now coming up. Again, massive shout out to Ashbrook and Toughsheet for stepping up as title sponsors of the Hawkstone International. Brought to you by Salop Motor Club. There's loads of other brands involved as well to make this happen, as there is with any motocross event these days. It's not getting any easier, obviously, you know, with just the expense of insurances and things like that. So it takes a big commitment from any club, any personnel to lay on big events these days, and big up to the Salop Club for making it happen. Obviously last year it didn't happen, but we all know the reasons why. I'm not going to dwell on that. It's been a tough couple of years for all of us on planet Earth, so let's get back to trying to be positive and having a full motocross season ahead with some awesome racing, which I'm sure we will be, both domestically and worldwide. Again, MXGP start next week at Matterley, and I have to say one of the most exciting seasons to date last year, the way that certainly that MX1 title went down to the wire. MX2 would be brilliant again this year. We'll see Tom Viel looking to reclaim his title. You know, obviously he didn't quite go to plan last year, and Tom is here today getting his final shakedown before Matterley next week. Also, Conrad Muse is out there on his new kind of privateer setup with support from Stebbins Superstore Car Centre. So he's put together basically his own kind of setup, and it's going to be interesting to see. I haven't actually had a chance to see his bike or go round, but I've seen a bit on social media. So yeah, pulling together a few private sponsors to go out, and in his last year in MX2, who knows, you know, maybe doing his own thing. He might not have the kind of pressure of a team on him, and he might deliver more on results. We're going to find out at Matterley next week to see where he's at with it all.
Right, so Walbini was fastest.
Was he? Get in there, Wal. There you go. So showing some speed as he steps up onto the 125. Walbini.
Wow, I'm well impressed with that.
Yeah, well, Wal is, how would I say? I mean, I think he rides a lot on instinct.
Yeah.
He's a very just naturally sort of gifted rider. You can tell in the sort of like fluidity in how he rides and stuff like that. So, you know, and he was always quite
on the
leggy.
X5 as well. Yeah, yeah.
Wasn't he?
He's been ready for a 125 for probably a season, you
Yeah.
know, but he finished it out, didn't he, last year, and probably age. He's just grown quickly.
I'll tell you what, that's impressive, because not only did he top qualifying, he topped it by 4 seconds.
Nearly 5.
Nearly 5.
Nearly 5 seconds.
That-
Joe Brooks just behind him. August Frisk in third. Fourth, we've got Ollie Colmer on the GRT Impact KTM.
Is that right, though? I'm just looking at it because it says his best time is 4 seconds. So I don't know.
Hey,
if that, I don't know.
I
We're
mean,
just reading what we see.
Yeah, to be fair, that might actually be an error
Yeah.
on there. It might be Joe Brooks who led out, which would make more sense as much as, you know, I love
Yeah.
Walbini.
So Joe Brooks looking good. August Frisk also. I expect good things from him. Ollie Colmer. Yeah, you've got all the main protagonists up there.
Tyler Hooley in 7th.
Yeah.
Reece Jones up there in the top 10. Ashton Bowen.
Yeah. Casimir Henderson is in 5th, number 480. Charlie Griffiths. Good ride for Charlie, that. Then you've got Reece Jones in 8th. Bowden for 9th, and Musto 10th. As we said, if you can get onto Speed Hive, we don't know if it's active yet. Hopefully it is. So Speed Hive is now active, up and running. So we do our best to get that feed onto the screen. If you want to just go on your phone or tablet at home, and you can keep up to speed with time.
Don't shoot the messenger though. That's just what the van told me. So fingers crossed.
Okay, no, I wouldn't shoot you.
Well, I mean,
Well, maybe.
you might.
So we're moving into the MX2 now, and as we can see, these guys are getting the start straight practice.
There's a
Some
lot of
big
serious brushing going on.
Look at that lovely Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha that's about to get absolutely roosted with wet sand. As did
Dad.
As did Dad. Picks up the start block.
He's got a leg full of it then.
Sam Nunn deciding not to take start practice. I don't know for whatever reason. He's either very confident of his starts, but he's just holding back and keeping the bike clean. New ride for Sam. He was on Rob Hooper's racing team last year. Of course, Rob, after many years, decided to retire after a brilliant career, not only as a racer, but a team manager. And he'll be missed from the paddock. So if you're watching Rob, well done on years of loyal service to the sport of motocross.
I actually went and seen Rob the other day because I bought some old Suzuki bits off him because he was, you know, the man back then. I walked into the workshop and I saw one of the Gear Tech, you know, the fuss bikes there. So what are you doing with this? And he went, Callum, for some reason, they all think I'm bored. So everybody keeps giving me work to do. I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm not bored. I'm fine doing nothing. Like, but I think everyone's like, look, Rob, if you stop, you'll die, mate. So, like, you need to, you know, everyone's just piles work on him. He goes, I want to move. I want to move. So I think he's going to sell up and move somewhere. I think he wanted to be out this way somewhere. So, yeah, you know.
Maybe we shouldn't have mentioned him on the stream then.
Fantastic guy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, do you know what? It's been a pleasure having him around the pits. And he's just worked his socks off, hasn't he, for years.
Yeah,
so
and helped so many young riders come through.
Big
and whatever.
shout out to Rob.
But anyway, Sam has ended up on a very, very good home. The Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha team.
Definitely, he'll be looked after there and get, you know, that team knows what to do, don't they? We had a champion last year with Kulas. They've got the right, you know, they've got the recipe. They know what it takes to build the right bike, to build the right program, to hopefully have a successful rider.
I think it's fair to say, if you're going to run a motocross team, the first thing that you need is passion. That's the very first thing you need. If you haven't got that, you're not going to get very far.
Lee Webber definitely has that.
Yeah.
I think, like, motocross is a funny one. I always relate, you know, like someone like, I've lost my mind now.
You lost that one.
Evans. Someone like Evans. Is it just natural born ability? Because I always think it's not. Motocross is all about the grooming, you know, like the advice you get. You know, you can get 10, 20 guys who are just as capable as each other, and if they're not getting the right advice and the right information, then they will always fall short.
Look, we know we're biased, and probably most people watching this are obviously watching it because they're into the sport and they know it. But we're going to reiterate it throughout the day. This is one of the most demanded sports in the world. Fact, period. It's as simple as that. There's so many factors that a
100%.
rider has to take place. It's a motorsport.
And it is a fact. It's the most demanding motorsport and one of the most demanding out of any sport.
Yeah.
I think it's motocross and MMA seem to be up there because you need strength, you need agility, you need to be sharp in the mind, you need endurance. It's not just one thing. It's not like you're an Olympic sprinter and you've just got to train to sprint fast. You've got to be strong. You've got to, you know,
and a lot
so
of
many dynamics.
Yeah, and it's a long season, and of course there's a lot that goes on, the knocks as well, that motocross riders just basically shrug off what injuries that most people would put them out of contention for a couple of months, and you just have to ride through it, and that's the point with the sport.
I mean, I was listening to the AMA on the way here. I sort of had the commentary on in my car.
Do not tell me the result.
No, but I won't. But they were talking about, you know, there's riders riding with like separated AC joints, things like this. This is just normal stuff that these guys have to go through. You know, if you have a little fracture or something, you just man up and get on with it. That's someone who I want to look at today. Jamie Wainwright just rode past there on the 7 Revo 7 Kawasaki. Obviously teammate in the States doing the Supercross. So do you know what I want to see? I haven't managed to get a chance to look at their bike yet, but I don't know whether in the UK they're running the electric water pump system. Now, I know this is a mad thing. You know how I love my little stuff like this?
Yeah, go on.
So you know, in a normal setup, you have an impeller in the engine that's turning the water. A lot of these guys now are doing away with the impeller and having an electronic system which takes stress away from the crank, and they have found over 1 horsepower through doing this. I think it was Factory Honda that started it last year in the Supercross. A lot of the teams have started doing it now, and I know Revo have been doing some nice 3D print-ups of these electronic water coolers.
Yeah, because they're obviously running a new tuning thing, Mark, at Revo with Mxology, isn't it? Is that
yeah,
what they're called?
Mxology,
so they're doing their own engines, and I know they're working closely with Mitch Painton as well at Pro Circuit. So that was a great little technical nugget.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm not a massively technical guy. However, I get excited by it. I mean, I don't, you know, like my knowledge on the, you know, like what it does is limited. Obviously, I understand how a water pump works, and I can understand how taking the drag away from the engine couldn't be a benefit. So yeah, I don't know. I'm going to take a look later and see whether.
Yeah, well, obviously we'll have the lunch break.
I know Walsh is definitely running.
Yeah, we're going, and that's what we'll do when the interval's on. Me and Callum will have a quick route around the paddock as quickly as we can, because we've got a load of pre-recorded interviews from yesterday that we're going to run in the interval, so you guys can kick back and watch them. And we'll try and catch up with some of the riders, see what they're saying about the track just before they roll out for their first race. As we said, the first racing of the day is going to be the Mx1 Right now, you are watching the free practice session, basically the first 5 minutes of qualifying for the MX2 class. As I said, they're just sussing out the track, doing what they do, and in a couple of minutes' time, the timing board will come out and say that qualifying is underway.
Yeah, Becky just texted me a while ago, just a moment ago, saying it's not sorted yet.
Right, okay.
They are trying to do that.
Yeah, so we've obviously got timing at the venue here and going out.
Yeah, we'll bring it to you after the...
but it has to say, the MX National, every event that comes here, Hawkstone, one of the most famous circuits in the world, brilliant, not quite up to speed with a decent 4G signal. That's basically it, and internet. So we're doing what we can.
I think it's just this part of the world, though. It's the nature of the terrain. It's very sort of hilly, isn't it? It's hard to get these signals around it. That's why they've had to have the mast, sort of our own mast, put up the top there. There's a lot of difficulties.
What I would say, though, the director Darren has just been in our ear saying they are working on it, and hopefully we will have the timing up soon. So the guys are working frantically in the background to bring that up on screen sometime shortly, which will not only help us, it will help you at home.
Definitely.
You can see the Hitachi Milwaukee bikes there with the umbrellas over, keeping the spare bike grips dry in case they need to jump on those spare bikes for whatever reason. As Carl Nichols pulls back out on track. He's on a new ride as well this year.
Jamie Law there on 2-stroke. 250 2-stroke. Allowed in MX2. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that's good. Good to see some 2-strokes. You know, as I said, without getting sentimental, I'm not going to get all sentimental on you, but it's my era.
Well, I've succumbed to it now, and I've told myself that's it. I'm just doing 2-strokes now. So I've got the RM250 being sorted out. You know, they need a new gearbox every 35, 40 hours though, which is $1,000 a pop.
Here's why I also love it. Right, I'm going to go. Really, I might start crying.
Yeah.
I might get emotional. But basically, for me, a big part of how long I've been doing motocross and being involved, I still distinctly remember smells. You know, I mean, I really relate to them.
Yeah.
And I've got my brain is programmed. If somebody came in here now with some Bell Ray premix, I'd know.
You'd smell it. Yeah.
You know, honestly.
Same for me. Like my memories as a child. Like, you know, if you look back in your mind, I remember being at like Butts Quarry, and just that smell of like A747 in the morning. You know, like the Castrol R, stuff like that. And you know, because I was just sort of, when I was starting to ride, it was just the 4-strokes were just coming in. But it mainly, you know, it was 2-strokes. That was the normal bikes to ride. So, yeah, those memories are with me, mate, as well. Even in my generation, I'm 10 years behind you.
It's a great sport. I think, yes, I know we're stupidly biased, but
yeah. It is so good. Do you know what? Even when it goes electric, I'll still find it cool. It'll still be cool. You can't take it away.
No, it's just the racing and everything about it, just the level of, you know, the competitiveness of it and everything. Yeah, it's just absolutely. I need another coffee. So we are not far off. You can see the flaggers there. They're going to be sticking out the board anytime soon to get qualification underway in the MX2 class. Let's go through a list of riders up there. We need to get some
to be fair,
light in here.
I've got my little book of facts.
He's got his little book of facts.
I can't open the door because it's. I have to get up. I'll open it.
Sorry, that's not too much effort for it. There we go. So we've obviously, this is going by the program again. We haven't got the printed out list of the current riders at the track. There'll be a few people that won't be out there now. We know that a few of the top riders, for whatever reason, are now not here. Rowan van der Moestik is one of them. I know he's not here this weekend, when obviously scheduled to be here. But we do definitely have still some amazing riders out there. We have Kader Wolf is out there. I know, I've seen him already.
Yeah, so Kader Wolf.
Tom Vial.
Only 17 years old, Kader Wolf.
Yeah, it's
very young.
Big future in front of him. But soon enough, so we've got, Liam Evans should be out there circulating somewhere. We're still focusing on Jamie Law on the Apico Husqvarna 2-stroke at the minute. But obviously the riders, the cameramen are going to have to work hard when we get to racing and these riders start getting filled in.
It'd be nice to get a little look at Conrad Muse's setup as well.
Yeah.
If we can find the 426 out there. We can see what he's running, whether it will help. He's a privateer.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, so we're trying to get our cameramen to follow or try and find number 426 out on circuit, Conrad Muse, on his new ride. Obviously, from our standpoint, being biased towards British riders, this is an international event, granted, but with 2 Brits sat in the commentary box. For us, Conrad, we'd love to see him start his season well.
And you know what? I hope all that's gone on, I don't know what's gone on. I'm not interested in the politics behind it. It's not my job. I hope it ignites him. Remember when Barsha had to do it? I always remember when Barsha sort of had to step back, do his own program. A lot of people forget about this, and he's built himself back up to being a factory rider. It's very difficult to do, but it's certainly possible. So I hope Conrad manages to do it.
I don't think it's a decision that's been made lightly. It can't have been. It's his last year. It's his last year in MX2. And he'll want to make it a good one.
Yeah, there's definitely some variables in the background, which is, none of our business.
So to go off, and say, right, I'm going to do it on my own. There he is. That's Conrad Muse on screen. Running, like I said, he's in Fly again this year. A lot of brands coming from beer and RFX. So getting behind him.
Condog.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
don't know why you did that.
It just came from nowhere. It almost felt right.
Les Vial. Now, if you go play by the traditional kind of rule book or rule of thumb, a lot of these guys are going to now try and lay down a really fast lap straight away before the track deteriorates further. So as soon as that board's come out, you can see them getting a run on the flag. You can see Roger Warren there in his commentary booth to the right. Roger is calling all the action for the actual event here. DJ Rog doing his thing. But yeah, these guys are going to now be laying down quick laps. So hopefully we will have the timing up soon. And there's Conrad. You can tell he's on a quick one. Looked like, was that Gifting behind him as well, potentially?
So yeah, if we could find Kader Wolf on the track as well, because I've been told that he's doing something pretty nifty before they go back up the hill. A different line, when they go past the mechanics area, he's doing some sort of cool double. So I do want to get my eyes on that. So if we can look at Kader Wolf, number 74, on the Nestan Husqvarna factory racing bike, that'd be cool. Yeah, so Kay's out there as Elliot. Not Elliot. Elliot just come in and told us what he was doing. As Callum said, yeah, Kader Wolf out there on the Husqvarna already, just doing things slightly different to other people. Yeah. Thing is, that's in an area where a lot of people are standing and all the mechanics, so I think it's only a matter of time before some of the riders get pulled in and say, right. There's Conrad on his Stebbings bike. So Stebbings, I think that's something to do with his girlfriend's parents, I don't know. So yeah, they're obviously raising the bar and offered some financial support to Conrad, so fingers crossed he can put it to good work, eh? Yeah, listen, he's shown signs of brilliance. We've seen that. And I think KTM will always have support there for him, and like they're well invested in Conrad. And Conrad will know this. He won't mind us saying it. He knows he's got to find a level of consistency which he hasn't found yet. Yeah. He's definitely got the speed, and it comes in drips and drabs, and that's the thing. For him to be a title contender, he needs to consistently be knocking around that top 5, putting it on the box where he can, and winning races. And obviously easier said than done, but if you're doing your own thing and you're a bit more relaxed about it in your own program, he's back training with Justin Morris. Of course, Justin was his trainer when he won the 85 Junior World Championship. I think he's just tried to bring everything back a little bit more in-house, hasn't he? A little bit more within his control. Yeah. From what I've looked at, from an outside standpoint, anyway. We've got one bike there that's been consumed by Hawkstone Park. of this place is if you've got anything, any electronics are exposed or anything like that, when it's like this, you're done.
Again, we need to get an up-to-date list. Still working on the live timing, folks, so bear with us. There's Tom Vial, the 2020 World 250 MX2 champion.
Yeah, so and obviously let's not forget, you know, he was teammates with Rennie Hoffer as well, who sadly passed away in 2021. So he's going to want to bring his A game in, you know, remembrance to his teammate and I think real good friend as well. So
You've got to say, you know, I don't know, MX2 is so tough. It's always tough to predict, but, you know, I haven't really thought about it much until we're actually watching these riders go round. But I would probably, if you ask me right now, I'd say Vial for the championship.
Yeah, Tom Vial, most wins last season in MXGP.
Yeah.
Out of all the 250 guys, but he missed 4 GPs, which really did hinder him.
Well, he was on track, wasn't he, to win it again until then. And one thing you get with Tom Vial
it will come.
And the factory Red Bull Racing KTM team is you pretty much can put some money on the fact that he's going to be in the top 3 going around the first corner.
Yeah, for sure.
They are, I'll tell you what, that team.
They've got a good bike. They've got, you know, it's there, isn't it? The package is there. It's down to the rider to, you know, pull their finger out and do it. And last week, well, this is another factor. We say he's going to come out here and storm it. Last week at the French International, he came away with 5th, P5, which is not where he's going to want to be. So,
yeah, but this is that thing with pre-seasons. How much do you read into it? And I think he's not showing his full hand yet because he's done it before.
Yeah.
He's turned up to pre-seasons before, and you think, oh, he's a bit off colour. You know, not quite where he needs to be. Get to round 1, boom.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's the important factor, isn't it? You know, you've got to look at that percentage pie of what's important. You know, really, these races, it's all about building, isn't it? Making sure you're strong enough, making sure you can push on for 30 minutes in a moto. You know, there's a lot of factors that go into, like, you know, building yourself to be ready for when the gate drops at Matterley next week. And I think the guys that are here this weekend are going to have an advantage. 72 there, Everts.
Guy, he's starting to look a lot like his old man, isn't he?
Yeah. He's a lot taller now.
Yeah.
He's starting to fill out a little bit. It doesn't look like a little boy anymore.
No, but just that just on the balls of the feet and the way they slightly arched back and
like the hunch in the shoulders.
Yeah, honestly,
it just looks like Stefan.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I actually really do hope that he goes on and, you know, and does become a world champion and whatever, because we said, you know, I know they play it down. We spoke about it earlier in the broadcast, but man, you know, there's a lot of pressure on that kid's shoulders. There just is, just because of the family name.
I think, just you know, from sitting here, if he had an option to be in the factory team right now, he would be fighting for a title. I think, you know, Dega Procross are going to put a fantastic package together.
Yeah.
But it isn't like being on the Red Bull factory KTM because of the budgets.
Yeah.
You know, I think when he gets a chance to step up to that seat, it's going to be game time. He's a Red Bull athlete. You know, Red Bull have taken him on. So everything's there. It's all sort of queuing up for that. Right, this is your shot now, dude. There's your bike.
A shining example of that is Tom Vial.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
exactly.
they signed Tom Vial and some people within the industry were going, Tom Vial?
Who's that?
Really?
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
And then, you know, he just comes out and then, you know, he wins within a couple of years.
It's all there, isn't it? It's all right. They go, look, here's the bike, here's everything you've got to win. Get it done. Same as if you look at the States at the Star Yamaha program. They've got that same sort of pedigree, that same sort of dominance. It's like, look, kids, there's the bike.
Yeah.
Get it done. You know,
they got it going on now over there, that's for sure. But you know, I'm sure it's not too long before Honda and Kawasaki and
they'll
brands
come.
over there come back.
Come. It all comes in waves, doesn't it? You know, Yamaha would never.
But certainly in MX2, in World Championship, you have to say, you know, KTM have been
very dominant.
The dominant
force and I think they have
well over a decade.
Yeah. The package is more solid, isn't it? However, I've been told this. The you know, the Star bikes now, the Yamahas, all of their engines are coming from Europe. All their engine packages are actually coming from Europe and being shipped to the States. I think that's cool. Like, they're all done in Belgium.
Look at you doing all your sleuth work.
Mate, I know this stuff. I'm in.
I hope nobody's telling you a porky.
Well, no, that's actual facts. That's actual facts.
It's all right. So Callum's in the know. He's got
Hey,
his
look,
finger on the pulse.
this is my job. You do all the you do the fill-in stuff and the adverts and the
I haven't got
I'm
time,
not good
mate.
with that.
I haven't got time to keep my finger on the pulse like that.
That's my thing.
There's Murphy crossing the line. As we said, we will get this session over, and then one of us will run off to the timing truck and get a rundown of who finished where. We are, as I said, hopefully sometime soon we are going to get all the timing up on. I know it's being worked on right now because I've just looked across to our director Darren, and I can see he has Speed Hive on his other monitor, so he's just working things out to get that up on screen. You all right?
Yeah, I've just got this. They're like
a protein shake.
It's like a protein water.
Right.
Yeah, it's good.
So
Stop being nosy about what I'm consuming. It's always a thing of yours, isn't it?
Well, it's because you make such a thing of it sat next to me. Anyway, whatever he's up to, let's get back to what's going on track. As we said, varying riders that are very much late entries in some of these classes. We've had some riders pull out as well, unfortunately. As we said, Rowan van der Moostik is on the FH. Grayson Kawasaki is not here for whatever reason. But
Yeah, I don't think that's quite clear why he's not here. Obviously, teammates here. We can speculate what could be COVID, could be an injury. It's definitely not a transport problem because the other riders here. So, I mean, you can make your own assumptions, I suppose.
Yeah, but we've still got some very big hitters, and you know, just the fact that we've got Kay de Wolf and Tom Vial here, Conrad Muse,
Rowan van der Moosdijk. No.
Yeah, but we was meant to also have Thomas Kier Olsen. I don't think Thomas is here. Gianluca Fischetti, I don't think I've seen him. But we are still going to get some brilliant racing. And also in MX1 coming up next. We've got a lot of real good British interest in the MX1 coming up next. Ben Watson will be coming out on track shortly to, this will be his, as with all of them, final shakedown before Matterley next week on his new Kawasaki
I'll be
racing
very
team.
interested to see how you know, K Crestmakers can do today as well in that Hitachi spot. You know, 65cc world champion.
Yeah.
Actually, no, he's done a lot in the EMX stuff. I know he's got a lot of, like, you know, podiums in championships in EMX 85 stuff. He's never been that elite guy, but he's definitely knows what he's doing. And I think with the right guidance, maybe, and we all know that team's good.
Yeah.
You know, they know what they're doing. So he might be a better fit than Conrad. Who knows? And it might be able to make it work.
Well, as I said, we're starting out on another season, which is great. Oh, another face plant. Can't see who that rider is. As we said, don't have all the names in front of us at the minute, so please bear with us. We certainly will come race time. There's Sam Nunn staying out of trouble. Track is actually in good nick, considering.
I know,
it really is.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be raining at the moment. It's holding off. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it can hold off for the day. It would just make it a little bit nicer, wouldn't it? I mean, I know we're going to stay dry in here. It's still cold. I might have to nip off and get a hat, you know.
Experience shows again, Steve.
I know. I've got one sat there in the van as well. I looked at it and was like, nah, I won't need that. It'll be warm where we're going.
To be fair, you know, I need a hat most of the time.
Well,
as I said,
I've got hair. However, in recent news, Callum is running out of ink. I'm going grey.
Right.
Yeah, I'm printing blanks, mate. I've been finding them.
Happens to us all. Well, I just bypassed that bit.
just all
fell out before it turned grey. Anyway, enough about my hairline and Callum's hairline. Let's get back to this because there's only about a minute to go now in this MX2 qualifier. Tom Vial trying to stick in another quick one. As we said, when that flag drops, I'll run out of the booth and get the timing.
I can go if you want.
Should be good.
To the door. You can stay sat down.
Thank you, very generous. Finish the rest of my breakfast. But Vial, those new KTMs. We said about, obviously, you know, they've got dominant in MX2 over the last decade or so.
Well, it's
obviously,
a totally new bike.
These, obviously, yeah. these
Oh,
guys,
sorry, mate.
These guys. Oh, Tom making a bit of a mistake there. Yeah, it is a new bike. Obviously, you know, this is pretty much what's going to be, or certainly the look of them on sale for 2023. So let's see where they're at, because I think it's fair to say, looking at the early rounds of the Supercross, and as I say this, by the way, I do not know the result of last night's AMA. So I'm going to say something now. It'll probably backfire on me.
No,
I
no,
don't
it's not going to.
Okay, right. What I would say is that certainly in the 450 class at AMA Supercross, you know, Cooper and Muskin and Plessinger, they all just seem to be a little bit off. And I, you know, and so maybe they haven't quite got that bike dialed in for Supercross yet.
Do you know what the main thing is? They built this bike for Whoops. They knew that they were behind with Whoops in Supercross, and you know, obviously the money's in Supercross now, so they need to develop these bikes for the American Series, and it's not been. It's worse from what I've looked at. Whether that's a settings perspective or actually, you know, a physical perspective of the bike, who knows? And I'm sure. Look, this is factory KTM. They're going to figure this out. Yeah, they are. Of course they will. Of course they will. They got the resources and whatever. So, but certainly in motocross, they, you know, in MX2, MXGP, they're the guys. I don't think a longer bike. It's slightly longer. I think in motocross is a lot less sensitive than Supercross. Yeah. We'll probably not see the drastic, you know, like changes. I don't think the settings are going to be as sensitive. Hopefully they can find a bit more comfort right off the bat with that bike. The only rider that's really done well on it in Supercross is Malcolm Stewart. Yeah. He's the only guy that's been able to, like, be there at the front. I think, you know, as well, that's not to say, listen, we're saying that we're at KTM, that's not to, obviously, Yamaha have it going on, absolutely as well, with the MX2 World Champion. And looking good in Supercross as well. So it's what I would say is it's the sport is in a healthy place with the manufacturers right now. And they're all trying to get better, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, you look at the MXGP class, MX1 class, you know, we had basically 3 brands battling out. So yeah, and that was this is in no way a dig at KTM. You know, before anybody goes, you know, you shouldn't be saying that. This is not, this is just, you know, my observations. I think the bike will get better. They're definitely not. These very, very smart engineers know what they're doing. They would not have made a bike that's a worse platform. So exactly. It will come along. It will come along. Right, I'm going to go and grab the results quickly. Yeah, so we're just going to sort out some of this live timing stuff as well. So bear with us, folks. We'll be back shortly for the MX2. Yeah, we'll take you for the ads. Bye.
Great ride so far. I don't know if you know as much as championship rivals not having the best of races, but might well be an added surprise for when he comes back to the pits, but he has got half a lap to go, just needs to keep his composure. The lead is looking very, very close indeed as they go up towards the central stadium section of the course here with those two. Quite a fast course against very tough, bumpy and gnarly. So now closing stages, and the moment closing on victory. Continues to pull away from one wins the race.
The SB02 shoulder brace provides compression and support and is ideal for a wide range of shoulder injuries. It is easy to take on and off, comfortable, and does not restrict movement during physical activities. The brace is symmetrical and can be worn on either the left or right shoulders. To get the maximum benefits, proper fit is important. First, slide your arm through the armhole and attach the Easy Grab front closure to your desired tightness. Then, tighten the arm strap to a comfortable level to prevent underarm chafing and mitigate brace movement. Check out our entire line of shoulder braces at evssports.com.
Okay, you can see the Mx1 riders on the line for their start practice. A little advert there from the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee. Again, we will be live streaming all 6 of those rounds this year on MXN TV. So that's we're looking forward to that. That starts at Fat Cat on the 19th and 20th of next month. So yeah, we will be showing live stream coverage of all Sunday's action from the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee. Right now, though, we are at the Hawkstone International, brought to you by Ashbrook and Toughsheet, and this is obviously organised and run by the Salop Club, who have synonymous with Hawkstone Park. Motorcycles been tearing around here for over 50 years. An amazing venue, so much history. Just in the dirt here in Shropshire. Wet dirt at the minute, unfortunately. Big shout out to 24MX and Hasport, again, sponsors of the event, getting behind, making it happen, because the Salop Club quite simply wouldn't be able to lay on such a magnitude, an event of this magnitude, without support from all their sponsors. So thanks to them. Sean Simpson, you saw there coming off the line. We did hopefully we're going to be able to run it later on. Did an interview with Sean last night. Good insight as to where he's at. There's Jake Millward on the Verdi KTM. Luke Burton there as well. Oh, looking all shiny and pristine at the minute. CR 500 out there, that is something else. Great to still hear them tear around the circuit. That will cut through the slime, that's for sure. So Callum is just getting the results of the opening MX2 qualifying. The guys are now on circuit, so that's their start practice done. They're going to get, there's Ben Watson on this new ride, the Kawasaki Racing Team machine. Got, who's out there? Glenn Koldenoff is here today. I've definitely seen him. In fact, it's actually his birthday today. I think Glenn is 31 today, I think, potentially. Sure, that's his, I think I've got that right. Yeah, anyway, it is Koldenoff's birthday. What a way to spend your birthday, eh? Tearing around Hawkstone Park. Simpson will be good out here, no doubt about it. We got notable sand riders. Martin Barr will love a bit of this as well. Although obviously Martin is getting more towards the twilight of his career, but he's just picked up a new ride with a Pico Husqvarna for this year. So what we do is we get them all over the line for the first lap. We are, as I said, we're getting much closer to getting the all the times up on screen. There's Jake Nichols deciding to come out and race Hawkstone again this year. Harry Koulas, great year for him last year on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha. Didn't quite get the Revo British Championship in the bag, but he won the Michelin MX Nationals quite convincingly and just genuinely had a really solid year in contention for both the major domestic championships in the UK. So he'll also be fancying a bit of this round. This MX1 is going to be a difficult one to call. Said the International is a difficult one to call anyway because, well, you just never know where they're at or how hard they're pushing. Obviously, you want to be on form going into your first race. You want to feel good. Your first championship race, I should say. But you also don't want to overcook it and then wreck your championship before you've even started. So, bit of a balancing act, but these guys have all got so much experience. They've been here many times before. It's more normally the EMX 125 class and the younger classes where those kind of rookie mistakes through youthful exuberance happen. These guys in MX1 got a bit more experience, been around the block a bit more. They know what they're doing. Unfortunately, as many of you would have seen on social media, most of you actually, no Jeffrey Hurlings. Jeffrey was obviously meant to come and ride here at Hawkstone. It was all announced, and then we all saw what happened on the photo shoot. He has damaged his heel, well, basically the whole area, but mostly his heel. So, had an operation. You know, how long is he going to be out? Well, we don't know. The likelihood is he's going to miss few of the early GPs. Roman Fevre, another rider, Kawasaki Racing Team, was meant to be here, but again, we all saw what happened to him at the Paris Supercross, and he's playing catch-up. In fact, they made an announcement this week that Fev is definitely going to miss the opening GP. At least he's back riding, but not up to speed, regards of obviously in any kind of position to push on. So two notable. Well, there you are. I mean, literally. One and two, you know, that was battling all the way to the final round, final race last year, both starting the 2022 season on the injured list.
Yeah, so Kader Wolf topped the MX2 qualifying. However, little thing in this, he was actually faster than what it shows on the sheet, because I think when he came through the flag, it just quite had, it started on, they put the board out, but the timing hadn't caught up. Right. So they're trying to sort that out down in the time move now. But either way, Kader Wolf was fastest. Conrad Moose, second. Tom Vial in third there. Isaac Gift in fourth. Tim Edberg rounding out the top five.
Yeah, look at that. Liam Everts coming in sixth. with a time of 2:15. So DeWolf was actually quicker than the 2:12.68 than he's recorded at. Conrad Muse 2:12.799. Tom Viel 2:12.85. Isaac Gifton 2:12.89. I mean, so you got 4 riders there all on the same second.
Yeah,
In
for
fact,
sure.
you got 4 riders there with no more than 3 tenths between
Isaac
them.
Gifton as well. I mean, fair play.
Yeah. So this is going to be good. Tim Egberg, as we said, in 5th on a 2:14, drops back a little bit then. Then it's Liam Everts there on the Digger Process KTM in 6th. Makers is basically in 7th, number 33, for the Hitachi KTM fueled by Milwaukee team. Sam Nunn looking good. You know, he sat on the start there, didn't go out for start practice, but solid performance from Sam. He comes in 8th on the cab screens, present Yamaha. Then in 9th is Raf Nuessen. He is, what time did he get there? So Raf's got 2:18. Then Boris Blanken coming in 10th. Jamie Law for 11th. Coleman Nickel 12th. Jamie Carpenter 13th. Lewis Hall 14th. Chris Mills. Good to see Chris back in the UK.
Yeah.
British rider that basically moved to mainland Europe to try and etch
He's
out
been
a
in
career.
Holland, hasn't he? He's been in Holland for a long while. Been doing it EMX series.
And then you had Kevin Bruman coming in 16th ahead of Tom Grimshaw. Elfie Jones at 18th. Brent Arden came in 19th ahead of Jamie Wainwright. So maybe not where Jamie wanted to be on his opening ride for the Revo 7 Kawasaki team, but it is just qualifying. Let's not read too much into that.
I want to say something about Jamie as well. Like, who, in modern motocross days, can you recall coming from the AMCA? I'm not saying like properly coming from the AMCA. Like, this kid did the AMCA into juniors, AMCA juniors, seniors, experts, then did the championship. Who else has done that and then ended up on a top tier British Championship
Yeah,
team?
no, not many.
Since probably 90s.
I mean, there's obviously some.
Lee Dunham, maybe? Was he?
Yeah, but
Did he get to?
I wouldn't say. Yeah, I suppose he came in and did and rode for LPE at the
Yeah,
time
he did,
and whatever.
didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but
yeah,
not many.
unusual, very unusual for somebody to do that. So, you know, it's definitely a different path to what most of them take. Will it help him? I don't know. The AMCA sort of, they run some raw tracks, don't they? You know, I don't know whether, in some conditions, Jamie's definitely got advantages, depending on the place, I think.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. This is going to be good as well, to see where Ben Watson fits in all this, regards of how much he's going to push on. You know, you'd have to say, you know, he can go out. He proved at La Capelle, you know, and he's in the super final, and you know, he's there or thereabouts. He's still fine-tuning the bike course. He is not just switching team; he's switching manufacturer as well, which is a big thing.
Launched his merch as well.
Right.
That you can get the 919 merch now. So if you go on Ben's Instagram, I think he's got a link on there. Some pretty cool stuff. Nice T-shirt designs and things.
I guess he's got his brother Ryan designing all that, has he?
I said, mate, where's the triple XL? Like, I need to be hooked up with this stuff. And you know, hopefully someone hears this and drops me in a tea. But I've noticed something interesting about between Febvre and Ben, both on the same team, same bikes. Right. Ben has got the KYB set up in his bike. Febvre's shower. Why? I don't know.
Well, I guess that's the beauty of it, you know, because the manufacturer, obviously now it's a full factory, you know, effort from Japan with, you know, getting more involved, basically. Obviously, you know, they are officially just known as Kawasaki Racing Team now. There's no monster backing or anything like that, so it's a real full factory effort. I spoke to Ben yesterday. That interview will come out during the interval between racing here, and you'll get to hear what he said. But the bottom line is, you know, they've got a lot more stuff disposable. And Kawasaki, of course, you know, they traditionally over the last few years have put each suspension brand on each bike. So I guess they've just given them, you know, like a blank canvas and say, guys, right, what, you know, you can use either.
Well, I thought
it's preference. It's got to be preference.
Yeah, my sort of feeling of that was Ben's come from Yamaha, where I believe the only option is KYB. So maybe he had some sort of base settings that he could carry over. You know what I mean? I mean, I know it's a different motorcycle and everything else, But shocks are normally you have to start from scratch. Forks tend to feel similar, you know, don't they? Like bike to bike. So I think maybe he had some sort of base set. That's my thought behind it, because surely for him it would just be an option. Do you want to go shower route? Do you want to go KRB route? So I don't know.
You know, with my limited experience, to a degree, you know, I've never been a factory rider, but of course I've been privileged enough to be a test rider. I was actually a test rider for Kawasaki when they brought out the 450. Me and Ryan Vose had that privilege. So you get to learn a lot of stuff, and obviously when you get to the level that these guys are, so any club riders out there or amateurs thinking, well, you know, God, it all seems a bit OTT. Trust me, it's not, because when you obviously get to this level, the riders are all so good. We're talking the fine margins are the difference between going out and winning a race or not even making the top 10. And bike setup becomes even more critical the better rider you are. You'd actually would have thought, oh, they're all good riders. They can just cope with whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not the case when you get to the level that they're at. It is literally the finer details that are going to make the difference.
They're trying to find not even the tenths.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like often as well, it's comfort, isn't it? Like you're trying to find that place where when you're so out of your comfort zone, which these guys often are when they're having to push themselves. I mean, nobody's comfortable going the pace these guys are on a motocross bike, but they need to have those home comforts, those home feelings that make them feel a little bit secure. It's like a blanket, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to feel safe doing something that's not safe in a weird way.
Yeah, as I said, you know, you get to the higher echelons of sport, and it's the margins that make the difference. Not only with the rider, of course, but with the bike as well. We've got riders out there, as we said, they're going to start doing the qualifying laps soon. I think that's Putnam, is it? I think that's Ben Putnam.
It looks to be Ben, yeah.
Yeah, on the Chambers Racing Husqvarna. So we've got Glenn Koldenoff is out there. We'll try and pick him up in a minute. Number 259 on the Yamaha is out there. It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Glenn.
So, we're going to try and find him and a few other notables in this MX1 class. Sean Simpson as well, if we could potentially, obviously we got to try and direct the guys with the cameras to try and find them on track. So if you've got number 259 Koldenoff out there. Sean Simpson, it would be good to see Sean going around, see where he's at. Now I think timing is about to start. So Putnam picks himself up. Away he goes. The track, as we said, 2 sessions deep so far. I'd say that's pretty good. They did a very good job in sealing the circuit, and actually that's quite hard underneath.
Yeah, it's been sealed for months, though, hasn't it,
yeah.
as well? Like, it's been left alone. So Hawkstone sort of laid to rest, isn't it, over the winter? They do take care of this place, and they have to.
Slight change on the circuit there, you'll notice, Callum. They've basically flattened out what used to be a bit of a bomb hole, a bit of a sand pit there, and that used to cause quite a few crashes.
Yeah, I'm glad they've taken that out, because it never flowed well.
No, and it got pretty gnarly, and it was a blind spot for riders as well.
You'd sort of come around that corner, you'd almost drop in, and you'd be like, oh, God, there's a guy just in the rut. Like, and then you stuff. Yeah. And I don't think it actually created better racing, you know?
No, we called it a few times at the MX Nationals last year where riders, you know, the rider crashed in front of them, the marshal just got his flag out as quickly as he can, but it's still a blind spot, and a couple of guys came over and then landed on bikes that were stricken there.
Yeah, I'm glad they've done something like that. Just saw Barry Turnbull come in shot then on the CR500 as well.
Oh yeah, I saw Barry on the start line.
Catch a little glimpse of him then.
Yeah, there he is. There's Glenn Koldenoff.
So I'm gonna get my little notes up here.
So again, you know, he made the change in 2021 to the Yamaha, of course.
123 GP races to his name.
That's, you know, he's been around longer than you think, eh?
Yeah, a long time. I think, like, you know, he's been before even, like, is he maybe a year older than Herlings? I think.
Well, I think he's 31 today, if I've got that right. Apologies if I don't.
A few years older than Jeff.
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
I could be wrong with that.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time. 4 GP wins. You know, he's never really shown his true potential.
Well,
it almost seems to take him too long to get going. He's always one of the best guys at the end of the season.
Yeah, you're right. He hasn't. Yeah, but his flashes are brilliant.
Flashes are brilliant.
Notably, obviously, you know, Motocross of Nations at Redbud in the mud.
Oh,
smashed them.
His
I mean,
motocross
literally went
of
1-1.
Nations performance, similar to this actually, sort of ground-wise, really, wasn't it? He's just phenomenal when the when the pressure comes onto him. I think, like in the MX of Nations performances, he's just killed it for Team Netherlands. And Koldenhoff still not shown what he's capable of. I don't believe. I think this season, with Febvre being out, Hurlings being out, there has never been a better chance for Glenn Koldenhoff to get going and potentially, be a world champion.
I think he just, again, just that learning year with the team, the bike, finding his way. Because if you actually look at it, towards the back end of the year, he started to find a bit more.
Yeah, he was ripping.
Form. Yeah, so I think it could be a good year for Glenn Koldenhoff. Certainly he wants to get off started well, and as you said, he can get some points on the board potentially over a couple of rivals there that won't be at Matterley for round 1.
There's Jake Millward on screen as well on the Verde KTM team. Millward last year came alive, really, didn't he? Some really good performances in the 450 class, otherwise known as Carrot. He can ride, and when I always think Millward does the best when it gets really technical. He's one of them riders that's able to like jump through stuff, make really sort of quick reflex decisions. And often when we was at circuits last year with the MX Nationals, if there was a track with like a gnarly jump, Canada Heights, where he was just launching off that ski jump, he'll just do it.
Yeah.
And that's where he can like sort of make some time up. But he's put it to Tommy and those guys. He has done.
Oh, he can. There's no doubt about it. And I think that's potentially a confidence thing, just to believe in himself more at the higher level. Maybe that's starting to come because as a youth rider, he was pretty prolific, won a number of races and championships. Yeah. So maybe just that little bit more self-belief from Jake, and he can regularly run it in there with the guys.
I have no doubt. He's a top 5 British Championship guy.
Yeah. Behind him there, just sussing out the circuit, looked like Adam Sterry on the Saarholz KTM. Obviously a change of team for him too. He's going to be racing in the ADAC series, the German championship, as well as GPs. There's Adam, number 811. He's always traditionally done well. Obviously from originally not from too far away from Hawkstone. He's brought up in basically North Wales area.
Yeah, obviously MXGP now. Best result is 11th. I've got in my little notes section here. Last minute ride for that sort of Schultz KTM
team.
Schultz,
yeah.
German team. Yeah, sorry, it's a German team. I think it's predominantly going to be based around the ADAC series with selected GPs. So Adam, he's such a good rider, and again, one of those guys who's just slightly been, he hasn't been able to just sort of have a break.
Yeah, well, it's tough. I mean, MX1, it's
serious.
Obviously what over the years, the last decade or more, what used to be Youth Stream and now called In Front, kind of work in this pyramid system, and MX1 is brutally difficult.
It's mad, isn't it? You see some guys like even Sterry. So Sterry's he's a 11 to 16, 17 guy. If you was to see him on a normal track, he would blow your mind with the speed. You know what I mean? Absolutely blow your mind. And he'll go to a GP and be, 5 seconds off the pace. It's just mad. It really is mad. And this is the craziness of our sport. And most of that is confidence.
It's got to be, isn't it? Here we go.
Quite capable of being up there.
Well done, guys, in production next to me, because I know you guys viewing at home are probably thinking, well, why haven't we got the timing up? Trust me, it's not a simple fix as you think. With the way we've got certain things going against us regards of signal and etc. here at Hawkstone. So there we go. We finally got the timing out, so you can see who is quickest.
It looked like right then Thomas Keir Olsen just pipped the Hofmeister for the number 1 spot.
So we've got the times up there. We've got the differences, not the actual times, but okay, at least you can see who's now leading, as Joel Smets was there checking his smartphone with the live timing.
He'll be there a while, won't he?
Yeah. So it's early.
Did you see that little line jumping over the ski jump, using it as a landing? Apparently that's what Caden Wolf
right. But you can see this is very early on in qualifying. This will inevitably change. Some of these riders will move up and down. And as I said, Gavin Stevenson just jumps into 8th there. You got British contingent, leading British rider at the minute, as you can see, is Sean Simpson in 4th on the SS24 machine, again doing his own thing. But Kelvin Villandren looking good. We were following him around on screen a little while ago. He was getting to grips with it. But again, the main protagonist you'd expect to be at the sharp end of qualifying. And as we said, the timing board goes out, and the rule of thumb, particularly in wet conditions, is to try and get a lap in as early as you can before the track deteriorates more. That's with any sand track really, but particularly if it's wet. You don't want to be leaving it to like the last 5 minutes to put a good lap in.
It's going to get beat up. It's going the track's going to slow down for sure. Just want to say, like, TKO, Thomas Kier Olsen, teammates to Liam Everts on that Dega Procross team. They was an EMX team for years. I don't. They must have got some sort of funding or whatever, or some sponsorship to progress now into MXGP and MX2, because I imagine the cost difference is quite substantial. So, you know, big shout out to the Dega Procross team, and cool to see almost a non-factory guy, you know, topping this this qualifying session for the moment.
Not anymore, because
always the same, isn't it?
Yes.
Always the same.
That always happens, commentator's curse, because Brent Van Donnick, number 32, is suddenly stuck it to the top of the pile. Try and find him on track. Right now you are watching Josh Bentley on the KX 450. We'll try and find number 32, see what he's going around. He's just pushed in a big lap, as has AJ. Amanis Jasikonis moves up to 5th.
Yeah, Jasikonis needs to find his feet a little bit. He's on that Geben.
Find his feet.
He's got big feet.
And he's so far away from him.
But
he's about...
I always thought he had more to show. You know what I mean? Like, he had... Was it 20? He had a really good year, or 19, and it's sort of not, I don't know, got any better, if I'm honest. I'm going to be brutal on it.
Yeah, well, he had that, obviously, and then last year, you know, he had that massive, you know, crash and injury and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, he lost a lot of momentum with that.
But he's had a second in MXGP. He's had 3 podiums. So, hey, this kid, he's worth the money, isn't he? So we'll see whether he can, you know, get going. And obviously, with the switch from Husqvarna to Yamaha, I mean, it's worked for a lot of riders in the US. Obviously, that they've managed to figure that bike out. So I don't know. Maybe he can find something. I've always thought the Yamaha was better for a smaller rider, but we'll see.
He's definitely got that, again, the skill set and the confidence if he gets rolling on it. He's a big guy though, and certain tracks I think, you know, he you know, suit him better.
Yeah. I mean, he's at the size where it does hinder slightly. There is a podium, you know, like a percentage pie of probably hindrance with him, where the bike literally is... The bikes are designed for a 5'10" guy. They are. When they're built, you know what I mean? There is a window, isn't there? So he will have to probably have some adaptions and stuff. He's got about an extra 3 feet. Literally. 3 feet to fit in somewhere. Like, what is he, 6'7"?
I don't know.
6'5"? I don't know. He's tall. He's very tall.
Let's just say he's bigger than Ivan Drago.
he's a big guy.
Yeah, take it from there. So the guys, it looks like this one's starting to settle down. I don't think too many of these riders will overly worry about gate pick.
No.
It's a nice fair start at Hawkstone.
You want to be on the right side, but I mean, like the top 10, you've got a pretty good, good shot. So if they're anywhere, you know, in the top 10, 15, then they should be happy with that. Can you see how much the track is just sinking those 450s? They come into that turn there, and if they get the front wheel in those berms, it just grabs the bike and just nicks all the power from it. And these are like 60, 70 horsepower dirt bikes.
There was Olsen going through, number 19. He's currently now being pushed down to 3rd. We've only got 1 minute remaining, so I should imagine that TK Olsen, Thomas Kier, is on a flyer. There is number 45, Jake Nichols, on the Crendon Fast Track Hitachi Honda. Good to see Jake out. I think potentially Jake might be racing the GP next week. There was talk of it. Yeah, there was talk of it. I don't know if he's going to do it.
Have we not got Tommy here this weekend?
No, Tommy's sitting this one out. I guess, you know, for Tommy, he is now concentrating solely on domestic championships. Still got a fair way to go before the opening round of that. Does he, you know, probably an event that he feels he's not going to gain anything from.
Yeah, no, I completely get it. I get it. And I think Nichols is in a bit of a different situation. He needs to race himself back up to the front, doesn't he? And he's going to want to be able to like push on the back of Tommy this year. Jake now, though, you know, he is the managing director of the TRU True plant. I've got my things here. So yeah, he's the managing director of that company now. You know,
Ben's sticking it in there.
He's got a proper real job, you know, as well as being a professional motocross rider. So it's yeah, it's a lot of factors.
I can tell you right now as well. He put some serious hours into that company. If you just think he's on
do you know what?
If you just think he's on a jolly whatever, I'm telling you now, the guy works hard.
I was his biggest critic when a few years ago he came out with "I'm having to work and this is what you know," and all this, and I was like, "Oh right, yeah, real life." But do you know what? Like from people that I know who know him, you're right. He's a grafter, and he really does put the work in for that company. Because I think his dad sort of wanting to pull back a little bit. Jake's sort of taking the reins. It's a massive company, massive. You know, and I'm talking like huge. You know, it isn't a joke, and he is the MD, so he's got a big job to do. And I know he fits in his riding and training. And Tommy was saying on one of his vlogs that, like, you know, he's been there riding that Jake's track without Jake, because Jake, oh, I've got to work. You know, it's real.
I'll tell you now, I've been up there with Jake riding around, and we've been riding, and then he's just pulled off the track, and and it just disappeared because he's had to go back into work.
Yeah.
To deal with something.
Yeah, have a quick wash. And
yeah.
He's got an awesome facility down there. He's actually probably got one of the best practice facilities in the world.
Yeah, in the world.
In the world.
Yeah, it's a great, and the soil's amazing. So, yeah, but still, I'd like to see Jake. Obviously, he's out there performing well. He won the Michelin MX Nationals a couple of years ago, but since then, injuries and whatever have, you know, has stopped him. He really wants to go out there and try and win the, you know, the Revo British Championship, and before he hangs up his boots. I know that. So that's his main focus. Obviously, he'll want to try and win the Michelin MX Nationals again and do well, but that's what's driving Jake forward, I think, because he was on track to win it one year. He was looking good, picked up a crappy injury.
19?
And then, yeah, and then
19, I think, maybe.
Yeah, and then, you know, but that's how the sport goes.
That's how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
So the flag will be out soon. We're going to get the times. You got them up there, but what we try and do, maybe we might be able to amend the screen later to actually have the lap times on it, but at least you're going to get the leaderboard now for the racing and you know what's going on. There's going to be a 125, EMX 125 race coming up straight after this before we go to an interval. So we're going racing directly after this qualifying session where I think the flag has now dropped. What you're looking at there just before was the famous whoop section. They're not so much whoops anymore. They're kind of just sort of plateaus.
Yeah.
But basically, yeah, some famous incidences there. Obviously, DT, Dave Thorpe's, he won't like me for saying it, but a moment in motocross history where he had a massive crash at the 86 500 GP. Rung his bell pretty hard, came out for the second moto, a bit dazed and confused, but obviously went on to win the World Championship, so that was cool. That's for the heyday of the 500 GPs here at Hawkstone. I remember being here for a 125 GP. What year would that be? Oh, God, I can't remember. 89, I think it probably was. And watching those 125s through those whoops then, because when I say whoops, I mean they were massive.
They were big, weren't they?
Were these
yeah,
big.
I remember seeing some video. I think even like, I may have came to watch an international here, maybe like 06. And they were big then, even. Like, I always remember Everts, you know, Stefan going through there. And I was like, whoa, that was gnarly. Because they used to, like, proper cup out, didn't they? So you'd, like, jump into them and it'd be like, there'd be just holes.
Yeah, they were big. And I remember being there and just watching the 125s come through, and they were just hitting them full chat. And certainly remember the ground shaking under your feet. Mike Healy, you know, and Trampus Parker were just absolutely committed, you know, and if it goes wrong, it would have gone wrong spectacular, and for some of them it did, but you could feel the energy through the feet, and they were hitting them that hard. Of course, we no longer have GPs at Hawkstone, but we still have massive events here, and this is one of them, the Hawkstone International brought to you by the Salop Motocross Club and, of course, Ashbrook and Toughsheet. So we're going to go to a quick advert, and then when we come back, these guys will be lined up for the first EMX 125 race.
All eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you wanted.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work.
Tomac came to play tonight.
The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, never want to give up.
Great ride so far. I don't know if you know as much as championship rivals not having the best of races, but might well be an added surprise for when he goes back to the pits of Bush. He has got half a lap to go, just needs to keep his composure. The lead is looking very, very close indeed as they go up towards the central stadium section of the course here with those two. Quite a fast course against very tough, bumpy and gnarly. So now closing stages, and the Mower is closing on victory. Continues to pull away from one wins the race.
Let's go racing. To Hawkstone race fans, this is the EMX 125. I might stand up for a minute, Jeff. Keep myself warm. We have got the Mx1 qualifying, so taking the pole position for the race will be Brent van Donnick on the Riley Jumbo team. He's from Belgium. Glenn Koldenoff will follow in second spot, the 259 on the Monster Energy factory Yamaha racing team. Thomas Kier Olsen in third, Dega Procross KTM, TKO teammate to Liam Everts in MX2. In fourth, we had Brian Bogers on standing construction. Husqvarna, I think they are now. Top 5 was rounded out by Kelvin Valanderen. And he is riding for the Gibbon Van Roy Yamaha team.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's how they're going to line up. This is the 125s lining up. So Joe Brooks, I think, was quickest. That was a slight timing glitch on our printout. So Joe Brooks looking good on the Yamaha. He lined up first. You got August Frisk, number 961 to look out for. Ollie Colmer, number 456. Casimir Henderson as well from Finland, number 480 on the Yamaha. Look out for him. So these are relatively young kids, of course, you know, ranging from realistically about sort of 14, 15 up to 17. They're going to be, well, it's any race you kind of, you know, if you're an out-and-out racer, you've got to manage nerves, no matter how many times you do it. It's first race of the year, though. You know, these guys will want to get off to a good start, and absolutely at the back of their mind, although they're young, they know the importance of a good start in any motocross race, but particularly opening race of the year on what is going to be a tough circuit. There's going to be a lot of wet sand flying about, so if you can put it in there in the top 5 around the first corner, you're going to make your race a hell of a lot easier.
Definitely. And the EMX 125 is actually one of my favourite races to watch when I go and watch a GP. So exciting. The start, though, is so important for these kids. And like you were saying, this track is wet, it's heavy. They're on 125s. It's not like they've got a 450 and they can just pull themselves out of trouble. So it's all about the momentum. And if you can carry that momentum right from the start of the race, be in the sharp end, top 5, you know, I think that's going to be, you know, 45 to 65% of this race. Keep yourself clean, keep yourself in clean air.
I know we obviously, you know, we have EMX 125 racing, and the kids are amazing.
They're awesome.
And they are. They're great, and MX2, whatever. But there's a part of me, and again, it's old school talking here, but I really wish there was still a sort of 125 open championship where, like, older riders could still ride them. Because, you know, if you're old enough to be around when we had, you know, a 125 World Championship, or the 125 AMA Nationals.
I've watched it, mate.
Oh, my days.
I've watched it, mate. It's unreal. It's a different level of race. I know it's a different type of racing. It's a momentum sport.
Yeah.
It's completely different. The way that you have to ride a 125 is totally different to riding anything else. You know, apart from 85s, I've noticed Chad Reed at the moment is riding a lot on a 125 to help his kid out. Yeah. On the 85, just to get that same feeling of like having to, you know, have progressive momentum over this whole circuit.
Yeah, they are a beautiful thing to behold when they're ridden right. So the 125s, EMX 125s, are just about ready to set off here. Opening race here at the Hawkstone International. Brought to you by Ashbrook and Toughsheet, as you can see, all the branding behind. Again, a big shout out to Beer and RFX and all the brands there. Oakley, Bell, Fly, 7, all these guys that have made this live stream happen. And as we launch MXN TV, just starting out of it, it was a bit of a last minute decision to even do this. As we grow MXN TV, of course, we're going to be covering all the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee this year, and potentially some other live events as well. So thanks for tuning in. Subscribe, and like the YouTube page and Facebook page, and we're definitely trying to do more of these live stream events going forward. But right now we are focusing on the Hawkstone International. A very healthy turnout of people. Car parks are full. So looking good there, and a lot of people coming out, braving the cold and wet weather. Here we go then. 15-second board is up. It's going to turn to 5. The gate will drop, and we are racing at the Hawkstone International, and we're pumped. Callum, calm down.
Let's go!
Calm down, boy.
I remember the old whole shot.
So here
Who's
we go.
going to get it then? I'm excited. I'm bouncing the van.
I can tell, yes. The drag into the
Look
first
at that.
corner, coming from the outside. It seems to be down the last few years that the outside favours. It's number 961 grabbing the whole shot.
August Frisk.
Yeah. So August, he was.
Oh, big crash.
Now who was that? That wasn't Joe Brooks, was it? I couldn't quite see
Maybe,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. So August Frisk out in front made a great start from the outside. Now there was a time where it was favoured more in the middle or the inside, but the last couple of years, a lot of hole shots seem to come from the left-hand side of the gate.
Yeah, I think they've changed the corner at the top side, isn't it? It's more open now. I used to have a nice little cheaty line on the inside. I used to put my back wheel in the sand, just off the concrete pad. Can't get away with that now, obviously.
Trust you.
So August Frisk riding on the GE68 bike, all the way from Sweden.
Yeah. Again, the Swedish riders, they're used to, I mean, they get great summers, obviously, up there as well, but these kind of conditions, there's a lot of tracks in Sweden with sand and shaly type ground.
Normal Wednesday practice day for him, these conditions.
Got a bit of carnage as they come out the corners around the whoops. And we're going to struggle really to see some of these bikes.
That is number 9, so...
That was Carl Harris, not the DJ. Is there a DJ called Carl Harris or
Something
Kevin Harris? I don't know anyway.
I'm not in that loop, mate, if I'm honest.
Well, I'm definitely not. That's why I would probably just make myself look a fool, but I don't really care.
Do it on a daily basis, mates. You can see almost how slow these bikes look. Go around the track now. The track is so heavy. Believe me, these kids are pinned. Right. Even the guys back there, they are wide open on these 125s.
There'll be some parts like this that obviously are not so affected by the weather because this is up on the hill, so the water would have drained off. But there's certainly some places where it's going to be very heavy going. I have to say, said it in practice this morning, but the track is in great shape considering. It really has been heavy weather up here the last couple of days.
The 7-11 Joel Fisher well up there as well off the start, so really good start for Joel.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get the timing up on the screen soon. We're just trying to sort that out there. Again, just log in to Speed Hive. In the meantime, if you want to know what's going on, then get on your phone, get on your tablet and go on Speed Hive to see who's actually doing what in this race. But right now, August Frisk is leading.
He's doing the business, isn't he? And look at him, clean. Not a speck of dirt on him. He's fully KTM'd up.
Turnton already out. Look, irate.
Frustrations. Well, you know what? These kids put so much effort, everything into this, don't they? And when it doesn't go to play, you're going to be frustrated.
It's all part of the learning.
Yeah, August Frisk looked like he's straight out the KTM Power Sports, Power Parts catalogue with the KTM kit that he's got on there. So he is riding for JE68.
There we go. We've got the timing screens up. Wall Beanie finds himself in second. Great performance for Wall there. He looked good in qualifying. Then Fisher, as you said. Then we got Casimir Henderson. He's in fourth. And
of course, we would have Saku Mansaki Maikia. Yeah.
Mansiki Maka.
Somebody can help us out with that name.
Mansika Maka. I'm going with that.
Yeah,
Maki. Okay, then we got Jones there in sixth. Bowden looking good as well in seventh. Joe Brooks, who was the quickest in qualifier as it turned out, back in eighth. I'd expect Brooks to move up. I really would. He's got, for a young kid, he's got what I would say mature head on his shoulders.
Yeah,
I think so.
Henderson just getting around Fisher now, but you know,
right on cue.
good start for Fisher, though, this.
Brooks already moving up.
Yeah, Joe Brooks on the move. Good team, good package. He's got it all going for him, Joe.
But what we're starting to get, potentially, this is where the 125 riders, it's be interesting to see their track craft. Because they're young, obviously, you know, a lot to learn, but so many of these riders now have riding coaches and, you know, support in that way. I'm going to be watching with intrigue their track craft, because a lot of them do still get into the habit of they see the sort of racing line and they
get stuck into it.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't.
Easily done. I do it often when I ride. You walk the track at the end of the day and be like, oh, damn, how did I not see that? You was always very good at that, weren't you, I think?
I'd say, yeah, in my career, that was one of my strong points that helped me out. It certainly wasn't fitness.
I mean, I didn't have a career, I just did it for fun, but you actually did it. But I think you was good, from what I've looked at anyway, old racers, at being efficient.
Very much.
Yeah.
I, you know, looking back on a career, you know, obviously I look back with genuinely no regrets, but maybe arguably, you know, could have trained harder and whatever.
Yeah, but you could.
It's also who you are, your personality, and you know, for me, started trying to train hard, push harder, and then started to just fall out of love with the sport a little bit
late. Yeah.
So for me, being energy efficient, but it's something I learned from a young age, being so short as well. I had to ride when I was younger with my feet up a lot and try not to hit too many bumps, and I think that's where it stemmed from.
Looks like Brooks is actually reeling Fisher in for the moment. So Fisher, I've just noticed, trying to take some weird tight lines. I don't know where there must be method in his madness, but just losing a little bit of momentum on the other side of the circuit there. Just takes a little look over. He could definitely hear Brooks behind him. Yeah,
for the 125s, any bike really, you want to be keeping momentum. You don't want to be stopping and starting.
Yeah, I don't know why. He just didn't seem to flow the track too good. I don't know whether it was just coming off line, making mistakes.
Oh!
No! Did they both go down?
Did he just clip him? He clipped him. Well, he did his best to try and avoid it. But Joel Fisher, again, just showing how soft it is there. Just had his body weight too far forward, just enough, and then that was it. There was it all just tucked and over he went. But put it this way, Joel, you won't want to get that kind of TV time, but you got some good screen time there, kid.
Definitely. I think he was going well enough to maybe pick a few more spots back, though. On screen there.
James Barker.
Barker, yeah, looking good.
So a lot of these kids we'll see actually riding a lot in the UK throughout the year. Obviously, we've got a spattering of international riders. August Frisk being one of them, leading the way, of course.
A spattering, I like that.
Yeah.
It's almost like a Parmesan, you know, like a Parmesan sprinkler.
Don't start talking about food, because I haven't had any breakfast. So, yeah, it's good to see a lot of these riders doing the Mx1 125 as well, but a lot of them will be obviously racing in the Revo British Championship and the Michelin MX Nationals, so it's always sticking it in there, James.
Barker, but then went wide into all that slop, but definitely one for trying there. He nearly got the job done.
Yeah, that was great racing. He was aggressive. He just ran it in there. That's what you've got to do, you know, because ultimately he is getting filled in. You know, that there is just wet sand flying off the back.
Yeah, and there's a nice gap in front as well.
Of Charlie Griffith. So the sooner he can make a move, clear vision. Of course, most of them will be running roll-offs, I would have thought.
With these paddle tyres, it's always quite funny when you see them trying to stand on the brakes quick as well, because they just don't stop, do they? The bikes just slide. But obviously the scoop tyre is what they're all going to be going for when the conditions are like this to, again, help them with momentum. It just bites into the ground a little bit more, but it does affect braking a little bit. So you will see that, you know, when they try and make passes like that, they could slide out the line bits and bobs.
He's got it done this time, though. Got a better...
no!
And then he did the same thing. You just saw his front wheel just got grabbed, and of course he didn't intentionally take Charlie down there. Charlie, that was a safe move, but he didn't do that on purpose. And of course, Charlie had nowhere to go, ran it into the back, and has lost a handful of places.
I think as soon as you come off the gas, like the track just bites the front wheel, and then you've got nothing you can't do anything about it.
So you can see the track, you can still see all the wet on the inside, but on a racing line, starting to churn over, starting to rut up and basically get tougher. And this is where your track craft, as we go on, has to come into play. You know, you've got varying lines already, but going into that corner there, really at the minute, you've only got two obvious lines right now.
Yeah.
But that will change as the day goes on.
You normally get 3 through there, don't you? Like you've got like the inside, and then you get like one that sort of swoops across to the outside, and then you do have that nice bowl turn as well, the berm. So there are a few options. This track always, you know, there's plenty of spots to pass on, isn't there?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a very wide circuit. You know, you can argue you can have a wide circuit, but only one racing line. But that's not always the case at Hawkstone.
No, here, because I think the technicality of the track, like the braking bumps, because there are some bits that come out of the wood, you know, where it is a bit tighter, and you get these like multiple line builds up. That corner down there is actually a good one for passing, and you do see some people sticking it in the inside and getting through there. So, you know, this track does really make for good racing.
So on screen at the minute, we have Casimir Henderson. He is currently, there we go, right on cue. I was just going to ask the guys to bring the timing up. He is currently in second, the rider from Finland. So we have a bit of a Scandinavian 1-2 at the minute. No real surprise to me. These guys are going to be established EMX riders.
Yep, on the and he's riding on the Moto Exchange Yamaha team.
Looking good through there, you know, because that's not easy to navigate with the rut starting to rut out. But you can see one line starting to form around there. Interesting to see if any of them, no, they're not getting up over that. I didn't think the 125s were. That's quite a gnarly step up into what used to be known as the Honda hole sandpit.
Yeah, I mean, you might get 1 or 2 here. I don't. It's just the track is very heavy, isn't it? I don't think the bikes will quite get.
Well, the bigger bikes will, but the 125s, no, they're going to struggle to get up over that. It's looking good though, I have to say. You know, you can see how actually hard it is in certain places underneath, like round there, just as they coming into the finish. Yeah. It's actually not that soft.
No, it's just when they move off into the berms, isn't it, where it just bites the bike a little bit. Nice
difficult one to read, this one at the Hawkstone circuit.
It was fast through there past the mechanics area. The Brits are being pipped at the minute. We've got Sweden and Finland ahead of us.
Yeah, but you know, a lot of these British riders, it's looking good for them, you know, as a warm-up precursor to where they're going to go. It's to see how far off they are off the pace. Obviously, August Frisk is in a class of his own at the minute. He has a 12-second lead, nearly 13 seconds. Walbini, another 5 seconds further back, roughly, from Henderson. Then Brooks working his way now up to 4th after a poor start. Good ride from Rhys Jones, the SJP Moto machine, moving up to the 125 class. Barker, we've seen him putting some aggressive moves on. Leon Ongley, that's pretty good, solid start for him. Yep. And then Arco as well. Joel Fisher now back up to 9th after his off. And Ben Musto moving up onto the 125 this year. The Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee 85 champion, big weight 85 champion from last year.
Quick reminder to anybody watching, obviously this is a free stream. Obviously, free stream. It's not free. You could just give us a quick like, would be nice. If you could just like the stream, if you're enjoying this, follow the page. And if you are watching on YouTube, please subscribe. And then in the future, we can bring you some more of this fantastic stuff. Because if we get those likes, those subscribes, that gives us, you know, argument value with our sponsors.
Absolutely. So, I like that, argument value.
Argument value. Nothing in life is free.
No.
Right? So we pay for it through, you know, likes and subscribers.
Absolutely.
So if you could help us out with that, we can help you out by bringing you awesome, fantastic, free live stream motocross racing.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. You know, we're not doing a pay-per-view. Yes, it's free to watch. Obviously, you've still got to pay your broadband and your electric and everything else.
You've got to sell your soul in the process.
But what we mean is, of course, we are running this so you can just log in, no complications, and just get watching the Hawkstone International. And arguably, we'll be looking to do more live stream events throughout the year. What we do know is we are definitely going to be broadcasting and showing all the Michelin MX Nationals, all 6 rounds live on MXN TV throughout the year. Other announcements coming soon, the more we build this thing up, because we said we have just started out, and this was very much, in the grand scheme of things, a last-minute decision to come and do this at Hawkstone. So
I was excited. This is a bucket list thing for me. I've got to admit, I was like playing it cool, like, oh yeah, you know, yeah, I'll be happy to do it. But deep down, I'm like, oh God, please pull this off. So I'm very privileged to be sat in here with Jeff in the freezing cold, out in the rain. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm as cold as you guys stood out there.
That's not going to wash it, you know. Like literally, whatever you're saying, people are just saying.
No, I know.
Shut up.
But I really do appreciate the opportunity, and thanks to everybody that's provided that for me.
Well, we're seeing some good racing. Obviously, it was always going to be this first one. I think a little bit of finding out where they're at with each other, sussing each other out. But there's no mistaking the race leader, August Frisk. He's romped away with this one. Made a great start. Got round that second corner out of trouble, stayed out of trouble, ridden his own race, and it looks like he's got it all completely in check. This hopefully will not be my first commentator's curse of the year, because normally you big up a ride, you say how good everything's going, and then it bites you. So
it's constant, isn't it? You can't get away from it, but hey, we'll try.
But he's looking good, the Swede. Ahead of Henderson, the Finn in second. A very impressive ride from Walbini on effectively his debut race on a 125.
I think Frisk is going to be pretty happy with this. I mean, like 12 seconds nearly in the lead. He's got it going, hasn't he, really? He figured something out.
Here he comes, right on cue. The guys have picked him up, as you said. A mobile advert for the KTM Power Sports range, running the kit and everything.
It looks like he's got the boots, the kit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Full Power Sports supported rider.
Yeah. Just trying to find. So he's running a JE68 is his team sponsor.
Yeah. I mean, we'll try and find some more information on him. I can try and find him, you know, for the next race. If anyone wants to know a bit more about him, what he's doing. I imagine he's going to be doing the MX series. You'd like to think it. But he's going to be pretty happy with this performance, so long as he can keep it going.
I have to say,
it's picture perfect at the minute.
He's got a unique name. I can't think of too many boys named August.
No, or Frisk is the surname as well. So that's cool.
He's, as I said, looking good. We're going to be winding this one down. We're going to be taking an interval after this one, but the live stream will not end. We're not going to sort of close it down and then come back. You guys can stay logged in and tuned. We have a bunch of interviews. I went around the paddock yesterday. Very dark and gloomy paddock, I have to say. I don't mean in spirit. Everybody was buzzing to be here, first race of the year. I meant the British weather was pretty miserable yesterday. But we went round and spoke to a handful of riders, and we've got some interviews with some of them to put up during the break. There'll be about roughly around a 50-minute break, and then after this race, we are going to be coming back to the race action with MX2 at midday.
So, just to take note, the 480 of Henderson, I think he's catching Frisk quite quickly. Last lap round, he did actually make up a big bunch of time, but it does look like Henderson's bike is pretty hot. That Yamaha is smoking, so he's on the Moto Exchange Yamaha, and it looks like he's got some steam coming out of him. It's all right when the steam's coming out. It's when the steam stops coming out. It's when you know there's no more water left. So we'll see whether he can keep pushing onto the back of Frisk.
You know, couldn't quite see who crashed off the start, the second corner. It was a Yamaha. I think it might have been Henderson actually that went down.
Maybe, yeah.
Because he's on obviously that all blue Yamaha, and thinking back, I think it might have been him that hit the deck. So if it was, it's been quite an impressive ride to come back up to second.
He's definitely on the move now. Let's see if we can get him in. Yeah, he's in shot. So I've just seen him in the same shot as Frisk. So
here we go. An interesting fact. I've actually finally, my phone's just suddenly jumped into live because it's struggling with signal, and I've had a bunch of messages come through. One from Richard Sandberg, who used to race for the Twitter 7 team I used to run. So he's given me a bit of information on August as well. He's 14 years of age, and he's on the same team as Isaac Gifton was before. And then Dave King of VMXDN fame said that August's dad also races at the Vets on a KX 500.
All right, cool.
So there we go, a bit of family history there. The power of suddenly having your phone work and get people getting info to you.
Well, he's just took the win there, and he looks pretty happy with that. Look at them all.
Yeah.
Over the moon. Hey, tell you what, that'll be those pictures are taken there. They'll be in all your magazines that you get free with your KTMs next year.
So there we go. It's by the way, Richard Sandberg, good to hear from you. Glad that we got people tuning in Sweden. So just goes to show already the power of a live stream service getting global.
What a ride.
Yeah, what a ride. From the Swede there. He'll be happy with that. Of course, he's got 2 more to go. These guys get 3 races today. The other classes get 2. And then obviously thanks Dave for letting us know that, Dave King, of bank holiday weekend, end of is it August, I believe it is, or yeah, is the Vets Motocross Donations at Fox Hill. So that's going to be a barnstormer.
I've got an entry.
Have you?
Yep. I mean, are you riding?
No, I'm not riding. I'm sitting it out.
Why? Come on, I'd have given you a bike.
Nah, well, I've got other things I need to be doing, and
You
I don't mean what I mean is
excuses,
I'm not going to be elsewhere. I'm going to be there, but I've got a bunch of media to do. So I will be watching you go round and probably criticising your performance.
Well, mate, if you could if you could criticise politely and offer me some tips, then that would be great.
Yeah, I'll get constructive criticism, mate. I'm not that harsh.
That's good. No, I'm actually going to put in quite a bit of work going towards that. I've never been super fast, but I'm going to try my best. I'm going to get out to the tracks a couple of times a week, and because it's been years since I've been anywhere near sharp. So,
mate, it's enjoying it. At the end of the day,
I love
that's
the bike.
main
I love
thing.
the bike as well. So that helps.
So yeah, it was Frisk with a win. Henderson coming in second ahead of Walbini grabbing a third. Great opening debut race on the 125 for Walbini. Brooks picking himself up to get up to 4th ahead of Reece Jones. James Barker working his way through with some pretty aggressive passes up to 6th ahead of Dan Arkle. In 8th was Saku Mansikimaki.
I think he fell off. I think he had a crack.
He did.
He had a bit of an off.
Then Ollie Comer on the GRT Impact KTM coming in 9th ahead of Joel Fisher, who we saw endo it just about there. Right, that's the 125s. So stick with us, folks. We've got some interviews coming up now. We've got an interview, but we're going to kick back with some adverts and some pre-recorded interviews we did yesterday. We'll be back with racing at midday here in the UK. Hope you're enjoying it so far.
The SB02 shoulder brace provides compression and support and is ideal for a wide range of shoulder injuries. It is easy to take on and off, comfortable, and does not restrict movement during physical activities. The brace is symmetrical and can be worn on either the left or right shoulders. To get the maximum benefits, proper fit is important. First, slide your arm through the armhole and attach the easy grab front closure to your desired tightness. Then, tighten the arm strap to a comfortable level to prevent underarm chafing and mitigate brace movement. Check out our entire line of shoulder braces at evssports.com.
Right, it's Saturday here at Hawkstone. It's cold, especially if you've just come back from California. Not bragging or anything, but I'm here with Ben Watson. Now, Ben, obviously, new team. Let's talk about that straight off the bat. How's that going so far with the Kawasaki racing team?
Yeah, no, really good. I mean, obviously I've been with a different brand for the last 4 years, so to come now and even when I go training, racing, just put my leg over a different colour bike is, you know, it feels like a fresh start. So, of course, the bike's a big change, suspension, engine, everything, yeah, feels new to me. So, with the short off season, I'm still getting used to it, but yeah, it's a long year, a long season, so I've got time to keep learning with it. But so far, yeah, I'm really happy, and this is why we're here, just to keep learning, keep building, and yeah, get ready for the real season to start.
I suppose it's not just, obviously, you got to get used to a new team, but let's not beat about the bush here. You're still a young pup, really, in MX1, you know, so yeah. Still learning the class, the level of competition. What did you take from last year?
Yeah, no, the MXGP class is pretty savage. There's so many experienced riders, and I don't even know how many world titles that I'm racing against. So it is incredible, but to be in that mix and, you know, building and trying to get on the level of those guys is, yeah, really motivating. I mean, it's tough. Like last year, if I could redo my first, you know, rookie year, I would change a lot of things. But that's, of course, what being a rookie is, you know, learn and get ready for the following season. So I'm looking forward to this year with the new team, new bike, and just that 1 year of MXGP experience under my belt. I think we can make some improvements and take another step this season.
So you're obviously in a good place. It's all fallen nicely into shape, because at one point there, the whole thing towards the end, there was a lot of talk in, you know, in the media that you were not going to get a ride, and you deserve one on your performance. So, I mean, ultimately, to go into your second year on what is now a fully fledged manufacturer's factory team has got to give you some serious confidence.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like this opportunity I've got now is, yeah, it's direct with Japan, and it's really a one-off opportunity. So towards the end of last year, I was not left kind of in a dark spot, but I just was going through a situation where I really didn't know my future for a long time. And when you're racing, especially in MXGP, it takes so much focus, and everything needs to be really lined up for you to be able to perform at your best. So yeah, it wasn't really ideal, but I also understood, you know, the position that they were in, and the situation what I was left in was understandable. So I tried to just put everything behind me and fully focus to doing my job and just kind of let the results do the talking. But in the end, yeah, to come away with this opportunity, it was very last minute, but I'm really grateful to Kawasaki and, of course, Antti and everyone at the Kawasaki racing team, yeah, for giving me this opportunity and this chance to really prove myself.
So let's talk tomorrow. Obviously, this is going to be going out live tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a shakedown, a final shakedown. What are the expectations of the team? You always want to go out and win. I totally get that. But is it very much a case of, look, the last little prep, little dials to the bike, the final little things before we go GP racing at Matterley next week?
Yeah, it's literally that. You have to still remember this is just one of the 3 pre-season races. We come here to, iron any small faults that we have, or, you know, maybe small mistakes we've made in the pre-season testing. In race situations, everything's always different. So maybe one thing feels good in training, but when you go racing, it can be a little bit different. And you know, just to get on the mesh with 39 other people and have a start in a race situation, everything changes. So this is why we come to these races. There's no expectations to go out there and win. But yeah, it's the first one in front of everyone now with the new colours, and I know there's going to be a lot of people here. Obviously, everyone can come now and spectate with no restrictions, and yeah, it's great to be back. This is the first race for me with that feeling of, it's back to normality. So I'm going to go out there and enjoy it, learn. No pressure to get a result here. Of course, the big one in Matterley Basin is coming up next weekend, so we'll see. Enjoy it.
We'll see. I've got to ask you this. We'll sign off with this. Obviously, now you're riding, like I said, for the Kawasaki racing team, but we all know the situation there and how Kimi Räikkönen is involved.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to Kimi? Have you hung out with him yet? What's he like to hang out with? Anything? I've got to ask because, you know, He's the man, isn't he? Formula One superstar.
Yeah, no, we was together this week. I came over from Belgium on Tuesday evening, so he was at the workshop in Belgium Monday and Tuesday. We had some photos and stuff when we hung out. It was pretty cool because, of course, in the workshop in Belgium there's his F1 car, and it was cool to ask a few questions about his season and what he's doing his next step, because of course when you've raced F1, I know how it is. Even racing MXGP, you're so busy every single weekend, and for F1 I think it's another step again with the travelling and everything.
Yeah.
So it was interesting to hear his side, and someone so big to just be like a completely normal person was really nice. It was good to meet, get to know him, and
Has he
enjoy
got?
the season
I
together.
guess he's got, because he's really passionate about the sport. So I suppose you can genuinely open up and have a conversation with him about that, and he seems really into it.
Yeah, because we had the race bike sitting there, and he was sitting on Febvre's bike to see the levers and the bars and the setup, and then he'd sit on my bike and just feel the difference, and then the different handlebars, and he was so interested in like, what's this piece and should this not be like this to be a bit more. He's really interested, and also in the technical side, because F1 again with like aerodynamics and everything is just another level. So when he saw the bikes really close up in detail, and of course he rides himself, so he knows, and he's not stupid. So it was interesting. It was cool to hear his side of it, and for sure we're going to go racing and riding sometime together.
I was going to say, you haven't got something in your contract where you can have a shot in one of his cars, can you?
No, it does say he said he's got a few cars, and obviously the one in the workshop's more of like a show model. Yeah. But he's got some of the real things. Would be cool to see one day, I think.
Well, listen, Ben, have a great day tomorrow. I hope it all goes to plan. Obviously, the final rundown, shakedown to Matterley. Stay safe out there, and enjoy your day's racing. Ben Watson.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I know I keep banging on about the cold, but I'm a southerner, I'm soft. So we've got out, this man's used to it. So we've got a nice warm morning. Sean Simpson's on it. Sean, how you been? How's the off-season been? We were just literally talking about it. You haven't really had much of an off-season because the season ended so late.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a strange one, riding right into November. So the time you get things cleaned up and back home from moving out of Belgium, obviously finishing my GP career, we had a lot of stuff to pack up and head back home to Scotland. So the time I got that done, it was December, it was Christmas, New Year, I got COVID, try to get a few things sorted out with the bike. I've only been riding for 2 or 3 weeks, so we've been doing what we needed to do, but as I was saying, I don't feel too rusty. I'm feeling quite good on the bike, made a few changes, and raring to go.
So a GP career that, obviously a long one. Maybe you haven't had time to fully digest it, but obviously you felt the right time was to do that. You've got a young family and all that kind of stuff now. Looking back at it, are you happy how it went?
Yeah.
Short, I know you'd love to talk loads about this, but
it's there's so much to talk about, but just as the highlights, a guy coming from Scotland, wearing mixed match Wolf Sport gear when I was younger and just doing anything it was to get behind a set of handlebars and sort of give the bike everything it had, to winning Grand Prix at the highest level in the world was something I never probably expected that we could actually manage to do. A lot of low points and a lot of high points along the way, a few injuries to kind of keep things spicy as well. But it's something that, looking back on, I couldn't have really asked for a better career. A lot of loyal sponsors, KTM being the majority of my career, and now running my own team, a lot of sponsors that have really stepped up to the mark and are continuing to make this possible for me. So massive hats off to them. Just really enjoying riding.
Yeah.
I think Matterley Basin for the British Grand Prix this year was probably just a little bit too early for me. So I'm not saying I'm disappointed to miss that one. Had it been in the middle of the year and I was feeling sharp and ready, possibly would have entered. But it's one of those things where I'm looking forward to being in my own bed in Scotland on Sunday evenings and spending a bit more time with the family. and just really selecting the races that I want to do.
I suppose, you know, now we've spoken before about riders that have Supercross only contracts. Now you're not doing GPs, you know, you're not obviously hanging up the boots yet. That can maybe give you the focus to really come out on the domestic scene and be the dominant guy, because you're not traveling all around the world, you're not, you know.
Well, I think that's the kind of misconception that I had, was doing the Grand Prix I would bring extra speed back into the British Championships. But what I'd forgot was we're traveling around so much and really burning ourselves out doing so much work that now I can actually plan to peak for these individual races. So after this weekend at Hawkstone Park, I've got a month off before the first round of the British Championship, and I can actually plan my schedule so that I'm ready for that event. If you're away doing GPs and off to Argentina and, you know, and racing around all over the place, you're kind of burned out by the time you get there. So it's a tricky one, but I'm really looking forward to be up there in the British, and I still feel like I've got a title in me. It'd be amazing to add another one to the list, so I'll be giving it what we've got.
Well, just to sign off, obviously Hawkstone International, you've done it many times. Sand, wet sand, I'll be talking to Martin Barr, similar kind of thing. It's very much your going, but again, this is for you guys to just have a final shakedown, see where you're at with everything, right?
That's correct. It's still one of the biggest races in the UK. We have to not forget that, and it's nice that you're invited here. You know, you're paid to come. You know, there's not enough of that really anymore within the UK. So it's my pleasure to be here and be putting on a show. I wouldn't miss it. I was just actually trying to calculate. This is probably my 18th Hawkstone International. So it's been a long road of weekends here. Some good, some bad. But you know, overall, it's nice to see a big crowd come out, even with the weather and the cold and everything else. But as a British rider, this feels like once this race is over, the season's definitely kick-started. And we're in a good spot with the bike, but as you say, a few little last-minute things to check over and stuff before we head to the first rounds.
Mate, we wish you the best of luck with it all. Stay safe out of there, that's the main thing. Sean Simpson, who's going to be going at it in the MX1 class today.
I've had a lot of big crashes, I've had a lot of bad injuries, but every time my passion to ride has always superseded any kind of thoughts of, ow, this hurts. I want to show them that you can wake up in the morning and have passion for what you do. I want to show them that you can get out and chase your dreams, and that anything that you really want to do, you can find a way to do it.
Okay, I know I keep banging on about the cold, but I'm a southerner, I'm soft. So we've got out, this man's used to it. So we've got a nice warm morning. Sean Simpson's on it. Sean, how you been? Okay, well, it's Saturday night before Hawkstone International. It's going to be a mudder. We're pretty confident of that. The weather's not looking cool. You're probably watching it now thinking, oh, God. But anyway, as a rider, you've got a real issue sometimes with goggles when it's a mudder. This man, though, in the back here, Bob Buchanan doing his Oakley rider service. Look at that. He's even got special gloves so he can work on the goggles quicker and easier.
Is that right?
That's right.
That's got nothing to do with the fact that I ran a circular saw across the top of my fingers about 3 weeks ago then.
Might be that. Bob, with that then, I won't squeeze your fingers. You do an incredible amount of work, particularly when it's a mudder.
Not just me, mine. Lewis and Rob. I've got to shout out the Gregors and Rob Hollyoak. You know, it's not just me. There's a lot of us doing it.
So tell me what's going on here. Explain this to our lovely viewers and what you actually do.
Well, no two riders are the same. Everybody's face is different. They ride differently. So every rider has different goggles or different setup of a goggle. So we try and give them options. You've got riders with eyes that are low, where the aperture of the helmet fits. So it's like how much head you've got above your eyes is to where the helmet fits. So your goggle has to fit in the aperture of the helmet. That's a fixed point. So your eyes are either low, high. Some have got wider eyes, narrower eyes. So with a roll off, you've got to get the roll where the eyes are. I mean, so many riders have problems with mud strips in the way, and so you've got like Jake Nichols has high eyes and rides with a low head, so he has to have his mud strips cut low so he can see, where you've got like people like, well, Jeffrey's not here, but he's got really low eyes, so he can, his goggles sit, his roll-off film sits down a bit. So it's all about knowing your rider and knowing the options, and you've got also different size films, so you've got 36 mils, 48 mils. So it's just knowing your riders and knowing what suits them.
He says it's just knowing. That's the science. See, I never knew that, and I've been involved ages, and he's never told me that. So there you go. It's not just, oh, here's some goggles, crack on, kid. I mean, this is because it can win or lose you a race, can't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what's the point in spending 10 grand on a motor to get you half a second a lap and lose 4 seconds a lap because you can't see where you're going? Yeah, so, yeah, it is a thing, yeah.
Now, it looks like, obviously, as always, you're completely prepped for tomorrow, but have you got any helping hands here tomorrow? Because I've got a sneaking suspicion you're going to be busy.
Yeah, the two boys will be here tomorrow. Rob's down in Telford now. He's been at the show. I'm going to meet him now for something to eat, and Lewis is coming up in the morning. So, yeah, we'll be here all three of us will be here in the morning, and hopefully it's not going to be as bad as it was 2 years ago, because there was bow waves about that. I have a lovely picture of Scuba Steve, like it looks like he's surfing, not riding a bike. He's underneath in a pipe, but it might be, I don't know. But we survived that day, so we'll survive tomorrow.
And tell me this: do you obviously clean them by hand initially, but do you put them through? What's the process? Do you put them through the washing machine?
Cleaning, the flexible lens goggles like the O-frame, the crowbar that some of the boys use for tear-offs, they're system out, and then the whole goggle can go in the washing machine, cold wash. So the flexible goggle with the flexible lens can go in the washing machine. The newer, harder lens goggles, the straps are detachable, so you take the straps off, the straps go in the washing machine with the rest of them, and all the little bags, if any of the riders ever bring them back, which is another thing. So then you've then got, take the system out, you've then got the hard frame, that gets hand washed. So yeah, machine wash the goggles, the flexible goggles and the bags, and the straps off the hard lens goggles, and then you wash by hand the goggle, and all the systems are washed by hand.
See, there's so much more to it. And by the way, if you want Bob to do your goggles, obviously come and see him. By the sound of him, he's also probably very good at servicing washing machines, I should imagine. Probably gone through it. It's got a washing machine in here, look. There you go.
So yeah, it's just a twin tub camping thing. It keeps you going at a meeting, but yeah, it's an automatic thing at home. But yeah, so this will be home all dirty and then redone for Matterley next weekend.
See, he's not just a pretty face. There's more to it than just prepping goggles, so I'm glad we've had that little insight. You can learn a lot from goggle prep from this man. So that's what goes on. This is Rider Oakley service, so those sponsored riders and those that aren't can come here and get their goggles done. He's a busy man. We'll leave you to it.
Thanks, Jeff.
There you go. Let's take another walk around, see what's going on.
All eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you wanted.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was On those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work.
Tomac came to play tonight.
The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Okay, we're at Hawkstone Park for round 2 of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. This place is etched with history, probably the oldest motocross circuit in the UK. We're here in the little cabin at the venue. You can see some of the riders past and present. This guy, George Jobey, I'm going to talk about in a minute, done some amazing stuff here. 3-time world champion Dave Thorpe. Loads of history on the walls here in this little cabin and all around the place. Here we go, 1986. 500 Grand Prix, that was televised. I'm sure Dave Thorpe won't mind me reminding him that he took a big crash that day. But it's all up here, so much history. Now the first event here, I believe, I'm sure I'll be standing corrected if I got it wrong, was 1946, was a hill climb. So we've been riding here since 1946, around 46, 48. An amazing place, full of history. So let's go and have a look around, see the old girl, how she's bearing up all these years later. Okay, we are now stood on one of the most famous parts of the Hawkstone Park circuit, one of the most famous parts of motocross track in the world, the famous Hawkstone Hill. You can see it goes all to the top, but this time we're not going all to the top these days because basically now it's down to pretty hard sandstone up there, and so we don't always use the hill all the time. But this was when they first started riding here, way back in the 40s, a hill climb up that bad boy. There's been some famous moments up and down this hill, that's for sure. Big crashes, overtaking moves, crowds lining the circuit at GPs. This place is literally etched with so much history, you can almost smell it. Unbelievable. And that gets so steep when you get to the top of there, it hurts your calves. Trust me, I did a Brian Wade training school here in 1981. I had to run up that hill in my kit. I told myself I'm never doing that again, and I haven't. Okay, look at this. This is probably the most iconic moment in Hawkstone Park history. That is George Jobey in 1984, jumping over his competitor, Andre Melherb, sending the crowd wild. 1984 500 GP, it was red hot. This was a picture taken by Nick Haskell, definitely one of the most famous pictures in motocross history across the globe. Let's go and check out the jump where he jumped over Melherb. Iconic. And this is it, the famous Jobey jump. It's now a tabletop, it's all been filled in, but this was a massive double back in the day. Big hole, crowd everywhere along there. Jobey come out of the famous sandpit, launched way up there above my head. Melherb was down there, jumped clean over him, sent the crowd wild. It was just such a memorable GP. That was 1984, and we're still going over this awesome jump. Now we're on another real famous part of the Hawkstone circuit, the sandpit. The Honda hole, it used to be called, branded by Honda. This used to be so steep dropping down in. Now they've changed it a little bit. There's now a jump in as opposed to jumping off of it. We just spoke to the track crew. They said they're going to start digging it down again and start making it real steep like it used to be. This, back in the day, was literally like jumping off a 2-story, 3-story building into the bottom of that sandpit. It gets so rough, it gets so gnarly. It turns to the left, loads of bumps build up. Another incredibly famous part of the circuit. Then it runs round to the Jobey jump. Everywhere you turn on this circuit has got so much nostalgia and history. The whoops are behind us. We're not going to feature them, but this track has so much going on. It's one of the toughest, most demanding tracks in the world, and we love it. That's why we're here at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. This is a proper motocross track. light fading fast here at Hawkstone, but we thought we'd come out and look at the track. They've sealed it up, so we've had a lot of rain already, so it's not too bad at the minute. Some riders going round. Martin Barr checking it out. Marty, come over quickly. So you've walked around half the circuit. Obviously, new team.
Yeah.
On a Pico for this year. So first and foremost, how's that going?
Yeah, it's going really good. You know, a Pico Husqvarna has welcomed me in. I've feel part of the family already, and the prep's been going pretty decent. Not where I need to be just yet, but we've still got a few weeks before the championships to kick off. So, but yeah, as you said, we've walked half the track, and they've done a really good job. You know, as you were saying, the amount of rain that's came down today, the track's holding up brilliant. You know, we've got it really sealed, good and tight. So yeah, I think it's going to be good racing.
Let's get straight to the point here. This is a bit of you, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest. You live in Northern Ireland. You've been riding sand tracks for most of your life and whatever. This is perfect for you.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it gets good and technical, and that's the way I like it. You know, there's plenty of line choice, and as you were saying, we get a lot of rain back home in Northern Ireland and a lot of sand tracks. So. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's just all down to getting a good start, and you know, just kind of remember it's a long season.
What I love, Marty, is that you know you're getting closer, you know, to the wrong side of being a motocross rider age-wise, and yet you're still loving it, aren't you?
Yeah, that's the only thing I know. You know, it's my 30th year of racing. I started back in 1992 in a PW50, and you know, I still love it now. You know, coming through the gates, even loading the van up during the week and stuff, you're like, oh yes, going racing again. So yeah, as long as I still have that feeling, you know, I'll still be racing.
Well, look, walk the rest of the track. Go steady, because that's obviously, you know, your legs aren't getting any younger. I don't want you getting tired out walking all the track. And
right, I'm not just as far on as you yet, Jeff.
No, you're not. You're not. Look, have a great day tomorrow. I hope it all goes well for you. Okay, there's Martin Barr. He's out walking the track. So as we said, this area here, this used to be it still is the famous Honda hole, sandpit, bomb hole. They used to jump into that. They've made it a little bit shallower down the years, but it's still an integral part of the circuit, a real famous part of the circuit. Then we come up onto this tabletop that we're stood on. This was arguably one of the greatest motocross photography moments in history. Basically back in, I think it was 1984, when Andre Mellab jumped over George Jobo's head, when this used to be a double. A real iconic spot in world motocross we're stood on right now. Different today, obviously fielding as a tabletop, and this would get really rutted out. As you heard Marty saying, as they go down, they go under the Ashbrook jump. Ashbrook, obviously title sponsor of the Hawkstone International, along with Toughsheet. You can see now, we said we sealed it up. Excuse my wellies, I got to be honest, they are those cheapies that you get from Lidl. Other stores are available. But yeah, it's a bit squidgy, but it will chew up. But they've sealed it. They haven't churned it over. So hopefully we won't get too much rain over the weekend, although it is scheduled. But it's going to be an interesting international, this one, because riders are basically having a final shakedown, all the GP riders, before they go to Matterley next week, and a lot of the UK riders will also use it for that. So not everybody will show their hand, but they are starting to step it up. So it's going to be an interesting day's racing. Hopefully you'll get to see it all with a nice cup of tea, sat at home, or wherever you are in the world, watching it on Mx1 TV. It's absolutely freezing here. Okay, cruising around the paddock, and I've grabbed this man, Harry Kudas, who's I'm already in his bad books because he wants to go and park his car, and he said, can we do this quickly? So we're going to do it as quick as he rides. Harry, how's your off-season been?
It's been good. Yeah, I had some time off in October, went to see some GPs in November, and yeah, stayed mostly in Estonia, but not at home, just going around, and yeah, then we had in December like training camp in Gran Canaria for cycling, which was quite nice. Christmas, New Year at home, quite easy. After New Year we had skiing camp, cross-country skiing, which was quite nice to have like these camps this year, like something different. So yeah, physically I enjoyed a lot again training and these training camps. And mid-January I went to Belgium, take my stuff, yeah, took the bike and everything, and went to Spain and stayed there 2 weeks and raced last weekend in France. Obviously, yeah, 2 weeks is not enough, so I'm just really still building it up. This week I just rode quickly on the way in France and on the way to England, so yeah, this week has been quite easy. So still missing some bike time, yeah. But obviously these races are not really important, except just to get the bike time, races, starts, and yeah, a few things on the bike we can try and test on, you know, and especially tomorrow we're gonna try a few things, and yeah. So yeah, overall it's good. I'm healthy.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like an off season to me. That sounds like a season, what you've just gone through there. Like, you've been really busy. And of course, look, we Brits, we moan about the cold and whatever, but the Estonians are rock hard. Like, you know, he's been like skiing and shooting and doing all that. It's not even cold for you, is it? This is not even cold.
No, this is cold.
Is it cold?
This one is colder than -20 in Estonia, because in England it's so humid, you know.
Yeah.
And it's so wet everywhere, and it's like it's just humid. But the weather is dry there, and we went riding. Obviously went indoors, but I went riding between the Christmas, New Year, and after the skiing trip also, and we had -20 outside, but we went indoors. Obviously it was still cold to ride, but yeah, I mean, the weather is completely different. Like it can be like 10 degrees, you feel it completely different. Like, let's say here is 10 degrees, and then in Estonia you feel the same when it was like -5, you know.
So you sold it well. So anybody, if you're thinking of going on a winter holiday, don't go to the Bahamas or anywhere like that. Just go to Estonia. It's warmer than the UK, right?
Right. For sure.
All right, well, have a good day tomorrow. I hope it all goes well. Go and get your car parked up, because I don't want to get on the wrong side of this dude. He's got that look in his eyes. All right, we'll let you go.
It's just winter and it's getting dark early.
It is.
I'm late myself, so.
Fair enough. Well, look, good luck tomorrow. I hope it all goes well for you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you wanted.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was, on those days, if you don't really feel like going the extra mile, you just got to go out there and do the work.
Came to play tonight.
The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Yeah, no, definitely. First of all, I'm just thankful to be here at the first station. I've had so many
Welcome back, folks. Glad you've stuck with us throughout the interval. As we said, we went and caught up with some riders yesterday. Bit difficult to do today because they're in race trim, and of course the live feed, we can't pre-record too much stuff and get it out there. But you are now going to watch the Hawkstone International MX2 Moto 1. Brought to you by a service involved as well. Plastics and gear company, of course, SM Pro, platinum wheels as well. So these are all the guys that have got behind the Hawkstone International, a lot of these sponsors that all contribute to make it happen and make the Salop Motor Club make this a reality as the now what is definitely one of the pre-season big international races. So big up to them, also to the guys at Beer and RFX, Bell, Seven, Fly, Oakley. Got a lot of big brands helping out, making this happen. You can see Tom Vial there, number 28 on the factory Red Bull Racing KTM. Going with the start blocks now. That's unusual, is it? I'm not sure of Tom's start technique. I know he's very good at it, and he's always pretty much in the top 3 out of the traps. Looks like he opts for one start block there. Just the gear shift aside. Very interesting. Some use 2. Looks like Evert's doing the same as well next to him. So some opt for 2, some for none. You'll see Kay DeWolf there on the white bike, number 74. Husky, he is going to be, I could see him absolutely winning some GP races this year. I think young kid, incredibly talented, 17 years of age. And he has got a bright future. I was just talking to Roger Warren, who of course you all know from doing the commentary for Eurosport and also at the GPs and etc. And we were just chatting there, watching them in the pit box and saying how, well, I felt that certainly Jeffrey Herlings has inspired a kind of generation of new Dutch riders. You know, not because of the results, but he's a bit of an animal, isn't he, really, with his mental attitude and whatever. So I wouldn't be surprised over the next decade or more we'll see a lot of Dutch riders coming through. And of course, they also, as a country, had success with the Motocross of Nations. Finally got it done and won one. So it's a big thing for that country. Obviously, Belgium have always been pretty dominant as regards of European motocross. But then over the last 10 years or 15 years or more, of course, the French have had an incredible run, or had an incredible run at the Motocross of Nations. So, yeah, it's very healthy in Europe still, motocross. Of course, we've got certain politics with tracks and being closed, all that kind of stuff. But the sport, apart from that, is in a very healthy place. Callum is going to be joining me in a minute. He's been out there trying to get some snippets of information from the riders, but we are pretty much good to go here. I'll hold the fort until he gets back. Here we go then. Can Conrad Muse put it amongst these guys? It'd be good to see where he's at. Certainly, he's on the Stebbings car, Superstore KTM powered by Bikeshaw. Rider number 426, but who's going to get the whole shot then? Gate drop. And away we go. I'm guessing this start's going to come from the outside. It has done pretty much every time. I can see Jamie Wainwright in there. It looks like the Wolf rocking pretty much all white gear. It's all right when you don't have to buy it. But it looks like Tom Viel's got the whole shot. There's a bit of a yard sale on the first corner behind those trees. A really healthy crowd here at the Hawkstone International. Great to see so many people come out and brave there. The Wolf tucks the front end. There you go. You can just see how difficult it is. It's hard underneath, but it's stodgy on top. And again, just didn't have enough power on. Body weight not quite right. And he falls out of the lead. So it's Tom Viel. You can pretty much bet your house on it that he will be somewhere in the top 5 around the first corner, if not in the lead. And he's at it again, staying out of trouble. You got Isaac Gifting on the Hitachi, powered by Milwaukee KTM. British team, of course, and they've got 2 guys living out of the UK race. Of course, they're based in Belgium now anyway, so it doesn't really make too much difference. But Roger McGee's British team helping out Isaac Gifting this year and K Cars Makers. But we're safely not on a full lap, but the opening across the stripe looked like a great start for Carl McNichol. We're going to get the timing up as soon as we can. Callum's back in the room now.
Back
With you got your head covered up now, so because it's a bit chilly. So the racing's going to warm you up though, mate. We're off to a good start.
I'm sure drama with Tom Viel at the start there.
Yeah, he's well. It was Cader Wolf that got into the lead early, but tucked it on the second corner and went down. So let's see where he can come back up. I'm expecting him to charge through the pack here. It's not as bad as we thought, I have to say. Riders, you can see their numbers. They're pretty identifiable. It's
rain's holding off for now, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been fortunate. We really thought it was going to be way worse than this. You can see one sort of main line forming, but that will start to dry out and we'll get different lines as this race goes on. So they're sorting themselves out on the first lap. This will be Jamie Wainwright made a good start, on that Revo 7 Kawasaki, I have to say.
We've got timing and scoring up now. Jamie Wainwright is fourth.
Fourth. Carl McNichol making a flyer as well.
Yeah, really good. They've been developing that bike so much in the States. Obviously through the Supercross season, I've been speaking to Mark just then. I've been doing a lot of work with Twisted development. He was also praising how fast that Bar X Suzuki is out there as well. So they've been all working together to try and build this engine package. So he is, without doubt, on a very strong motorcycle.
He is indeed. And like we said, coming up from the amateur ranks in the UK, the AMCA Federation.
Strange path.
Yeah, but, everybody takes a different route, don't they, in life, and to get where they need to get. And, no, fair play to him. And I think he'd deliver for them. I think he'd be, where they want him to be, realistically. They're just starting out with a 250 program, Revo 7. If they can go out and have a rider that contends for race wins or whatever, maybe expecting somebody to go and win a championship, a British championship in their first year, might be a bit of a tall ask.
Yeah,
but
I think top 5s and stuff.
Absolutely.
He's definitely going to be there. Carl McNichol as well, I've got to say, took him a bit of time, didn't it, throughout the youth ranks. He's not like been this massive explosion of like hype around him or anything like that, and he's just slowly built with that GRT whole shot KTM team.
He has, but now of course he's had a change of team now.
He has, I know he has, and it's looking quite positive for him.
Yeah, and he's a grafter, a real grafter.
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah, he puts the work in. He's always there with Justin Morris, all those guys, really digging his heels in. So, well, it's showing right now. 5th Carmen Nichols running at the moment.
Yeah, he's on the Verdi Shilio KTM. Those guys, Adrian Kirk and the guys over there, doing a great job.
And obviously been around for quite a few years now.
Yeah, and Nicky as well. It's a tight little family team. And, you know, they've got Jake Millwood in MX1 this year. And, of course, oh, is that DeWolf down again? No, that's not DeWolf because he's all in white kit.
I don't know who that is. Do you know the Verdi team? I've got to take my hat off to them. It seems to be one of them places, if you go, show your potential, do your job, then it's like you've got a seat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't drop people straight away. They seem to look after their riders. Like Ando's been there for years. You know, even Carrot's been there. When I say Carrot,
it's okay. We know him as Carrot.
Yeah,
not everybody
Jake's
does.
Millwall's been there for years as well. They look after, don't they, their riders. So, you know, hopefully, if Kyle can keep up this, he's going to have a nice future there.
Well, he's a rider from Scotland, and again, there's a lot of sand tracks up at Scotland. Kyle would have been brought up riding this kind of terrain. So but he's looking good. You know, as we said, stepping up to the adults, to the pro ranks, coming out of youth, is a far bigger step than they all give it credit for. I can't think of too many riders that have genuinely had open eyes with it, and it all hits them pretty hard, the reality of adult racing in MX2. Yeah. You know, you can look at the lap times in youth motocross and think, oh, I'm not far off. But lap times in actual racecraft and in there with the men that are super aggressive and have got all the experience is a very different thing.
Very different.
Isaac Giftin looking good, though, the Swede. As we said, on a new ride this year, basically kind of took over from where Conrad was, really.
Yeah.
You can argue that he's their sort of top guy. You know, that's no disrespect to Cars Markers, but you'd probably think Giftin is the rider out of those two that would be more likely to deliver him the better results.
Yeah, I would say so.
Well, Kay's still young.
Looking at time, and like how you know where they've been and the experience side of things. Conrad Muse, obviously, number 426 has had a new title sponsor, so it's Stebbings Car Superstore, KTM UK, and that team's powered by Bikeshaw. So some, you know, big news really.
Yeah.
Conrad Muse, he is the #1 guy, MX2 guy in the UK. Just spoke to the guy from Stebbings, and they've basically said to him, dude, if you need it, you've got it. So there's no, I think it's an open checkbook kind of deal. If you got it, you know, if it's going to make a difference, it's happening. So hopefully Conrad now has got all the tools to make this season count, because it's got to start making sense.
Well, it has an MX2 because it's his last year because of the age rule. So he's got to hopefully deliver. Which, you know, from a British perspective, we would love to have a rider at the sharp end of MX2 battling for race wins and GP wins. Conrad is our best bet for that. And if he's in a happy place, we've seen it before, when he's relaxed. I know an 85 World Junior title is different, you know, because of the age they're at and whatever. Maybe you don't have the pressures then. But, you know, for a couple of years there, he was the dominant guy.
Yeah.
So, you know, and him and Prado, obviously, you know, we're there pretty much on the same.
Well, they was in the KTM youth program, weren't
right.
they? And they had the Red Bull support and everything. Conrad Muse has done 76 GPs. 76, but he's not quite got a podium. Best result is a 4th.
I'm confident.
Yeah, no,
I am confident.
I think we'll have some podiums this year. It has to start happening, and he knows that. We don't need to tell him that. He knows that. He's got that, and hopefully, if he's got everything he needs, we can see something happening.
Well, he's back with his trainer, Justin Morris, who he won that 85cc Junior World title on, and it's all happy camping down there, going back to basics almost, and, you know, just maybe, you know, like we said, without getting caught up in the politics of it, maybe what suits Conrad is a smaller team, you know, just that whole kind of thing of doing it himself might help him.
More freedom, you know, your own choices. You might not necessarily be so tied towards certain, I don't know, suspension manufacturers, this and the other. I don't need just speculation. Some riders suit that freedom a little bit more.
Well, we're going to find out.
Yeah, well,
Right now he's looking good. Isaac Gifton in second, 3 seconds, as you can see, just over 3 seconds off Tom Vial. Tom, we are so used to seeing Tom Vial since he picked up that factory Red Bull KTM racing ride, being out in front, being dirt-free, immaculate. He won his World Championship, obviously, on incredible talent. But what definitely made the job easier for him was how quick he was out of the start. And he won so many races by getting the whole shot, throwing down some qualifying lap times, you know, and just breaking enough out front to then manage the situation and bring it home. He's very good at leading a race, let's put it that way.
Jamie Wainwright's Kawasaki's just started blowing out a load of smoke. It looked like steam, but you're going to get that here because the radiators get clogged up down there a little bit, and still a lot of racing get to go. It looks like Kader Wolf though has made his way through into 4th now. It's going to be quite a challenge for him to get, you know, further up the front. Conrad Muse, Isaac Gifton, and Tom Vial are absolutely motoring in a minute. A little bit of a mistake there from the 40.
Liam Everts in 6th. Looks like he's starting to close in here on, well, he is on Jamie Wainwright. So Jamie is going to come under some heat here. So I would expect Everts to, with just maybe just a little bit more, although he's younger, a little bit more experience riding, I suppose, at this level than Jamie to pick him off. But do you know what? Jamie Wainwright is a strong-minded character.
They are, they are, and they're such a fun family as well. They seem to they know how to enjoy life. You know what I mean? Like they're a very nice family. The Wainwrights are actually a huge family, aren't they? In British motocross, I know a lot of the foreigners listening won't know that, but they are a massive family in the British motocross paddock. They've always helped out with the MX Masters,
absolutely,
and KWS, stuff like that.
Well, there's two of them are Michelin MX national champions.
They are. They actually are.
You know, so we got Sean Wainwright as a you know,
there's so many of them.
Yeah, in the amateur class, one at MX1.
Yeah.
And then Ben is a MX2 clubman champion. So yes.
So there you are, people from around the world, Italy, America, all know now about the Wainwright dynasty.
Yeah.
And look at that bike just chuffing out some.
So Everts, goggle issues. Look, goggles are off already for Liam Everts. So this is going to. So right now, there's 2 ways of playing at it. Either is he trying to get rid of them. There you go. They're going to be totaled by the end of the race. Everybody's going to ride over them.
We've got 2 riders in turmoil there. One that's got a very, very hot motorcycle, and one that's going to be blind.
Yeah.
So two different issues. This is motocross, though. These are the variables.
Absolutely.
This is what happens, man.
Well, I would suggest, I don't know if that's water or not. It's coming from right from the bottom under near the linkage. So
might be
Might be hot. I think he's going to start potentially losing power. That is really starting to steam up or smoke up now. It's basically on its way out already. Like he knows. You wouldn't want to carry on riding around because if he's losing power, he's just going to total an engine that he doesn't need to wreck. So
you know what though? That's the good thing about these races. You know, this engine, it's all new development for this team. Like they can now go back to the workshop. You know, they haven't wrecked any championship. And then, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, there you are. Look, it's all smoking out of the pipes at the bottom.
He's going to call that a day.
We actually saw some flames burst out the back of the exhaust pipe as well there. So, Jamie, as we said, they're developing the bike still and all this kind of stuff. You know, they'll be disappointed with that, yet at the same time, valuable information.
Oh, yeah, without destroying the motor as well.
Yeah. So. Kader Wolf moving up after that get-up with the tiny little front-end tuck. It'd be probably... As a shakedown, you know, it doesn't really matter too much. It's not a championship thing, but he'd be a little bit disappointed with that because he had the start. He had a clean track ahead of him and just a little front-end tuck pushed him back to 4th, and now he's got to work hard. He's actually quite a ways behind the top 3, 12 seconds behind Muse.
You know, like Kader Wolf, he's 17 years old. You know, the team have invested in him since, like, I think, EMX.
Yeah.
You know, they've carried him through. There's a lot of expectations on this kid, so he also, you know, rides on them expectations himself. So he's going to want to perform. That was crazy.
That was Gifton just about holding on it. You can see right now. You can see at the bottom of the hill there how it changes and chews up. There's some, by the colour of the sand, there's a few sort of like harder areas, and that jump at the bottom of the Hawkstone Hill, we've seen down the years, Callum, that gets honestly so chewed up. I can remember we did a front cover on Moto magazine back in the day of Stefan Everts going through there, a brilliant Paul Bliss picture. And I had to write the comment on it, and I remember thinking it's like the devil dragged his fingernails through the dirt. The ruts were so bad.
They're up to the pegs, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're hitting that at speed, so that becomes a real tricky jump through there.
They actually start, once the track starts, you know, cupping out a little bit and developing, sometimes you get a little bump before it, and you'll see a lot of the riders that try and jump over it. I've seen that before. They'll sort of jump into that little corner and try and pop over that ski jump because of how gnarly it is. It's almost safer to try and jump over it.
Well, that's what De Wolf was doing in practice.
Yeah.
The others have picked up on it. Tom Viel, though, look at that, just sort of doing what he does, but Conrad Muse is on the move.
He's looking good.
He's gone past Isaac Gifting and is now actually, ignore what you see on the timing screen, because that was last lap around.
It's about 3 seconds, isn't it? It's not a lot in it. One.
Yeah, he's right there.
2 seconds. Oh, look, did you see that little pop then?
This could be a bigger day for Conrad Muse than anybody else, because if he comes out in this class, if he comes out with winning...
Yeah. This is Tom Viel.
This is the confidence booster.
This is Tom Viel.
Yeah. Come on.
27 race wins. 52 GPs. 14 GP wins. Tom Viel's the boy to beat.
He is indeed. Sam Nunn was parked up there. That was the wave yellow. I'm not sure if that was a bike issue on his cab screens. Crescent Yamaha, or he's just binned it. But this is looking good for Muse right now. He has started back in about 4th, worked his way up to 2nd, and he's now taken almost 4 seconds out of the race leader, Tom Viel, in 1 lap.
Wow.
So he's on it. But again, that's the beauty of an international. You know, if it's a GP, you kind of know that they're all in. You have to. They're all in.
And there's probably like 4 or 5 other guys mixed between those two as well, which obviously affects it, doesn't it, a little bit. But Conrad's looking really good at the minute. And if anyone watches Conrad ride, just look at how it's irritatingly easy. Why does he how does he do that? It looks so easy. Looks so relaxed.
But that's the thing, yeah.
It's not fair.
When things are going good, it really does look like. You could argue that with a lot of riders, but I think Conrad over the last couple of years, we've definitely seen the whole Jekyll and Hyde with his riding.
Yeah.
Looks like Vial has kind of responded, you know.
I was about to say the same thing.
I think he's come round, got the pit board message. There's Dan Brough. Was that riding in the shot there?
Yeah. Number 33, Dan Brough. Again, came out of retirement, really, Dan. He's played for a while.
Did. You know, a regular rider now back on the Michelin MX Nationals Tour. It's good to have him involved with that. But he said he took some time out, and
I think he had a kid, and
then
life just got ahead of him.
Yeah, but then I asked him why he came back, and he just said, well, because it's motocross, isn't it? Was basically his answer.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And it's very addictive.
But right now, Tom Viel looks like he's responded well. Those two have checked out a little bit over Gifting in 3rd. Looks like Kay de Wolf has potentially dropped further back. I can't see he's got anything in the tank where he's going to close in. He'll probably just use it for testing and data and all that kind of stuff, and then maybe come out. Conrad is gaining so much time by doing that step up into the sandpit.
Conrad's doing this thing round some of the corners. You can almost see how much weight he's applying to his outside peg. He's almost standing him. Look, he almost stands himself out the seat to push that outside foot into the peg, which creates traction, doesn't it? You push your feet into the foot pegs, and it helps the rear wheel bite into the ground, which, believe it or not, underneath this, there is quite a hard base.
That is Callum Swan's riding tip of the day, and I'm going to back it up because that is absolutely the case. For a lot of young kids watching, you'd probably think, well, that's a bit alien. Why would you? Surely you'd put weight on the inside leg if you're turning left.
Yeah.
No. But incredibly, by putting weight on the outside, you'll be amazed how much better it makes the bike turn.
I was never very good at doing that. I always find it quite. I think you need to be quite strong
and
to be able
short.
to do it. Yeah. I'm short, but I've just I don't know. I was never the best at doing it. I try. It's not without trying, and it's consciously there in my mind. But it's it's an art that some people are better at.
Listen, in life you never stop learning, but particularly in motocross, every day's a school day when you're riding a motocross bike. Right now, Tom Viel is holding on to the lead, but I think Conrad, with the experience that all these guys have got, there's no doubt he would have obviously mentally registered that he's jumping into that sandpit and Tom's not.
Yeah.
I think he's looking at already as a passing place. If he's close enough to Tom, that's where he get the move done.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're just trying to get cameras back on the lead group.
Yeah, so we've just, like, there we are. There's the lead group. That is,
there is Conrad
just hung it up
Muse.
a little bit there on his, like I said, new title ride, Stebbings Car Superstore KTM. Powered by Bike Short, chasing down the factory Red Bull KTM racing machine
Obviously,
of Tom Viel.
If anybody's listening to this and they want to go buy a car, then go log on to Stebbings Car Superstore and see what they've got in stock. Why not?
You've done well there.
Help the industry that helps the riders. That's what I always think.
That's
genuinely. If you're after a second-hand car and you like motocross, go and buy it from Stebbings. Why would you not?
Valid point. Sounds to me like you're after a new car.
I am always after.
As we go
it's true,
there,
though. If you want to rent a digger, you go rent it from True Plant. That's what we need to do.
Absolutely. Conrad again taking chunks out of Vial by jumping into that sand pit. Not quite close enough to get it done, but that's keeping him in check at the minute. There's a few areas on other parts of the circuit that Tom's getting away. Already, there's only 5 minutes left to go. That's gone quick.
It has.
Maybe because we're all a bit out of practice. I've been starved a bit of motocross.
I just shot myself in the foot then as well with the old True Plant. Obviously Ashbrook as well. There's all these companies that you need to get behind, as fans to help grow the sport.
Absolutely. So these guys have a 25-minute plus 1 lap race. Remember, so it's is it 1 lap for these ones? I think it is. Yeah, 1 lap. We're not doing the 2-lapper here at the Hawkstone International. Brought to you by Ashbrook and Toughsheet. Somebody else's goggles going off. It's Conrad's. Right, there you go.
Oh, that's going to... Bob's going to be turning.
Well, do you know...
He'll be screwing.
Look, goggle preparation you can do the very best you can do, but either way you look at it out there.
Yeah.
That's not knocking anybody's goggle prep.
It needs to keep the eyes safe.
Yeah. Well, that's going to have a knock-on effect because... Tom Viel has also put a couple of lap riders between him and Conrad now, and Conrad's going to get a face full of Shropshire's finest dirt thrown into his face now.
Well, that was a little bit uncharacteristic. Tom Viel just seemed to make a bit of a mistake going into that corner there, to sort of re-grip the throttle. I don't know what was going on.
That's one thing with Tom Viel. I think, as we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, some people questioned his KTM signing him up. But one thing is clear, regardless of how good the bikes are and whatever, look, every rider makes mistakes. Tom Viel does not make too many.
No.
I mean, see, obviously, some he has, as obviously, he's got injured and stuff like that. But he's a very tidy, efficient rider, and I think that's what served him so well. He gets good starts, stays out of trouble.
Yeah.
While the others are all fighting behind him and goes and clocks off all these race wins. Conrad's not giving up, mind.
No, he isn't. And he's got to be really careful with those eyes.
Could you see him looking down there, having to touch the peak?
And still,
bounces off the top of that.
He still managed to get that. He was just passing Jamie Law there on the Apico Factory Racing bike. He's actually on a 2-stroke.
Gifting has had hell of a lap here. What's happened there? Because that's Gifting right behind. The last time around, he was like 6 seconds behind. That's him right there.
Katie Wolf still not managed to.
Isn't it?
Is that Gifting? That is Gifting. Wow.
That is some lap from Isaac Gifting, because the timing said he was way behind.
Yeah.
Clearly ignore the difference on the timing, because look at that. He's taken 4 seconds.
Did you see that? I think Tom Viel and Conrad, though, got really held up by back markers then on the last lap there. It was carnage.
Either way, though, 4 seconds is a big old chunk of time to take out in 1 lap. So it looks like we are getting, as we wind this one down, we're getting into a three-rider battle. Look at that. All riders. I tell you what, that is not 4 seconds between those three. No way.
No, they're all within sort of 2 seconds. Gifting's right on the back of Conrad now. And Conrad's the only one with no goggles on, which is going to be it's going to be a problem now.
It's getting heavy out there. There we are. There's first. There's second. Muse. And right behind him is Isaac Gifting.
He's going to have some sore eyes.
He is on the Hitachi powered by Milwaukee KTM. This is,
they're obviously they're going to want to get that pass, aren't they?
Absolutely. From a team perspective, I don't think there's too much ill feeling or anything like that. I'm not going to get caught up in that anyway.
No.
But either way, the guys at Hitachi would love to see their bike finish ahead of the rider that used to ride for them.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody. Like, you'd be lying if you said you wouldn't want that to happen.
Yeah, it's like the classic case of a footballer going back
Yeah.
to his old stomping ground. He'll want to bang one in the net, won't he, and showboat in front of what used to be his adoring fans.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
But once again, Tom Vial managing the situation very well. He's led enough races in his short career to know how to deal with it.
Conrad is so good through that section there, where the old route, he's really good. He's found some sort of little double, and it seems to be like paying off for him because he's carrying so much more speed. Look at that.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, no!
So Conrad,
Come on, up you get.
By doubling in,
Let's go.
Just clipped the top there and just unsettled him. Down he went, so he falls out of third. He's got enough margin over Cader Wolf to stay there in third. So now it's up to, well, look at this. Gifting has a nice run now with his goggles,
Yeah,
remember.
Gifting could actually win this moto. Like, he's come from, what, 10 seconds back?
A long way back. And he's got it down within a second as they cross the stripe. No sign of the two-lap board yet. Lovely round there. Carrying the momentum. Look at, he's going to pull yards at the top of the hill on Vial. Right, this is on. This will be a great opening moto. I hope it goes right to the flag. But once again, the Hawkstone International, brought to you by Ashbrook and Toughsheet, delivering.
Delivering the goods.
Yeah, it is. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. It's this track, it's this place, it's this, you know, the whole energy of this place is just so cool. I was speaking to my friend in Florida last night. I said, dude, I'm commentating at Hawkstone Park tomorrow. I'm so buzzing. And he was like, oh, yeah, Hawkstone, I've seen that place. It looks amazing. Like, anyone would want to come and race this track. It is that cool.
It is gnarly, I got to say.
It's in the top 10 of cool tracks
Of
around
course
the
it
world.
is. It's one of the most demanding you know, it's old school.
It's OG, isn't
absolutely, yeah. You have to be committed, a full athlete with great bike skills to master Hawkstone, because it will get you. It will jump up and grab you. So Isaac looking good here. He's chasing down. He's got that gap down. Where's Vial?
Less than a sec. Oh,
he's got it done.
He's got it done. That must have just been at the back there. So he's got it done. Vial back to second. That's massive, you know. That's a support team passing a factory team and their top factory rider as well.
That's a big confidence thing. No doubt about it. Whether, you know, how much Tom Vial's putting into it, well, only he know that, and the team of where they're at. I don't think if he gets beaten by Isaac Gifting, he's gonna lose sleep over it, because it's all about getting geared up towards the opening MXGP, which is happening next weekend.
But then Vial also got 5th in France last week as well, so not too of a great result there. Is it again down to this new bike?
Well,
you know, not quite there with it yet. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but you know, Gifting's still got another year on that on the old machinery, and you know, sometimes it's not a hindrance, is it? Because they get information from the factory probably a year later. Always, it's sort of delayed. So they're probably on a really solid bike now at Hitachi with all the information.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because they'll go, well, we don't need any of this data now. All the old bike, you know, other teams, you guys can have this now.
Well, he's making it work for him as he's gone into the lead and starts to check out. Bailey Johnson there on his new ride as well.
I'm going to have a lawsuit from KTM drop on my door, aren't I, next week?
Yeah, so Bailey's starting to steam up a little bit on the on his new ride for Verdi. Youngster moving into the adult classes, coming off the back of a pretty solid youth career. He missed a year or so with racing, but came back pretty strongly last year. There he is, 1-1-9, trying not to get into the way of Tom Vial. So I think we're on the, maybe we just missed the 1 lap to go board, but I think this could be the last lap in this opening MX2 moto here at the Hawkstone International. Again, massive shout out to all our sponsors, Beer, RFX, Oakley, Bell, Seven, Fly, all these guys, Motul, Oils, all these people that have made it available, basically given us the opportunity to do this live stream. And a big shout out to the, and a big shout out to the Salop Motorcycle Club for basically agreeing, you know, and trying something different and doing a live stream from Hawkstone International. So
and their sponsors as well, Ashbrook, Plant Hire.
Yeah.
You know, it's an effort that needs to be taken by everybody. It's not just a one-sided street. You know, we are, as a community, trying to raise the profile of the sport and do better.
Indeed we are. Isaac looking tidy, very tidy. He's got just a few corners to go. He's got a nice gap now over VL. He doesn't have to jump into here. When I say jump into there, I meant clear over that ridge and in like Conrad was doing, but that ended up biting him. So Gifting playing it safe. Obviously feels confident enough on the rest of the circuit that he doesn't have to do that.
Yeah, Cader Wolf looked right on the back of Conrad the last time through, so hopefully Conrad's been able to hold on to that spot.
But it looks like it's going to be, I see somebody, was that Bride Connolly, the team manager, giving it the big fist in the air? Yes, and I think it was Brian. Look at that. Even, listen, it's a pre-season shakedown, but look what it means. Look what it means on the pit board as well. Yes,
5,000 calories or something. I think that's what he said. I don't know. Yes, something like that.
Vial comes in second, and De Wolf picks off Conrad Muse on the last lap. Bailey Johnson is not sure whether to leave his bike and pick his goggles up or leave the goggles and attend to the bike.
Alexander Brown there giving him a bit of a...
Yeah, Zander, obviously a top rider, youth rider in his day, but injury caught up with him, and he stayed in the industry by becoming a mechanic. So he's pleased with that. The team are obviously pumped. Yeah, big deal.
Good start to the season. It is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So Liam Everts comes in fifth ahead of Carl McNichol. Solid ride for McNichol, got to say. Beating Egberg and Cars Masters. Yeah.
Conrad Muse just being pushed off the podium, look there, on the last lap. I imagine had something to do with not being able to see.
Yeah, that normally hampers your progress. Absolutely. So Chris Mills coming in 10th, as I said, coming back to the UK. So good to see him.
Good to see the kids hanging over the fence there, look.
A shout out to Raf Newison, who was in there in 9th. That was Bailey Johnson crossing the line for 13th, not Boris. Well, it's Johnson anyway. It's Johnson, isn't it? Not Johnston. So there you go. You can see the running order. Carpenter came in 11th. Tom Grimshaw on the Chambers Husqvarna for 12th. Then Johnson. Then Jamie Law on the Apico two-stroke Husqvarna. Bruman. And then Arden for 16th. Lewis Hall. He's taken a bit of time off the bike recently. So
I don't think he's going to be too happy with that.
No, but he's basically taken about a month off, so he's a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
Then Alfie Jones stepping up into the big boy class, and Sam Nunn. Yeah, we saw Sam obviously had an issue there, parked up on the corner, and we saw Ollie Beamish issues early on in the race. So there you go. That's the top 20 in the MX2. Okay, well, we're going to see these guys in the pit box as the MX1 start to come down. We're going to just quickly throw to a few adverts, and then we'll be back with the MX1 Moto 1.
Let's go.
All eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you wanted.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work.
Came to play tonight.
The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, never want to give up.
Great ride so far. I don't know if you know about his championship rivals not having the best of races, but might well be an added surprise when he goes back to the pits, but he has got half a lap to go, just needs to keep his composure. The lead is looking very, very close indeed as they go up towards the central stadium section of the course here with those two. Quite a fast course, it gets very tough, bumpy and gnarly. So now closing stages, and the power is closing on victory. Continues to pull away from Washington. Wins the race.
Okay, back at it. And again, shout out to some of our sponsors of the Hawkstone International, Braun Workwear, as you can see there, and the guys at Tizers. All these people, the guys at Hawkstone and the Salop Motor Club, have pulled together a lot of people to get behind the whole event here, and it can't happen without them. So thank you to everybody that has got involved as a partner of the Hawkstone International. Big up to you. Before we get these guys, see Roger Warren down there doing the interviews with some of the riders for everybody here on site. Talking of the famous Hawkstone circuit, we actually have got some onboard footage from last year's Michelin MX Nationals. So we're going to throw to that and give you a little taste of what it's like to be in the mix on a slightly drier Hawkstone Park. So if we're going to try and get this crammed in before these guys go to the line, so as soon as we pull that up, you'll get a view of what it's like. So this was, as I mentioned, from last year's Michelin MX Nationals here. This is the 125 youth race. You see Charlie Heyman bursting around that first corner. A very drier circuit. This was on day one of the Michelin MX Nationals last year. But you get a sense of the size of the jumps, the speed and the width. These guys. It's a flowing circuit. It's not necessarily as fast as you think. The terrain gets so cut up. This is very early on in the weekend, so the track not that rough, as you can see. But already you've seen the action from the first two races here today, and it's cut up a lot more than this right now because of the moisture in the circuit. But you'll see there's plenty of choice to go around this circuit. You don't get too many, what I would say, sort of one-line corners. I mean, look at the ruts you've got to choose through there as you go through the whoops. This corner, sweeping right-hander that leads round up to the famous sandpit. Multiple lines. This bit will get really roughed out. This is the jump that Conrad Muse clipped the top and just crashed on. Then they launch out, a face full of sand in your face to deal with, over what used to be the big double jump, the famous double jump, under the equally as famous bridge. Inside outside here leads you up to this next section. Now this last year, this had more of a drop into it and more of a jump out. Taking that out a little bit more now, as we said. Run down to the finish, gets a bit tight through there. We've seen some really dramatic run-ins to the finish because you kind of naturally led out to the left, and by doing that you leave a gap up the inside. So when you're racing for a victory, you've got to make a decision. If you're in the lead, do you hang it out wide or do you leave a gap up the inside? Up the what we now call the halfway hill. We don't go right to the top. We do at some events, depending on the weather. Obviously the weather's not great here, so we're not doing that one. Then it drops down up to what is at the far sort of left-hand side of the circuit as you look from the start. This is a real nice corner to ride. Always liked it to go around there. Over this small tabletop, it drops down quite dramatically, hard on the brakes, a classic inside out. That's a good passing spot there. And then it leads up into the woods a little bit more. It gets a bit tighter up through here, but it's still multiple lines. Drops down, a little step down, double step down, and back onto where the start corner came out. And effectively, that is one whole lap round Hawkstone Park.
Back.
And he's back. So now back to real time, and is Kelvin Verlanderen. Obviously, he's got a marker down there, seeing if there's space down the bottom. Looking good for him. There's Sean Simpson, goggles in mouth, like some kind of golden retriever. And there's Ben Watson. This will be interesting to see where Ben's at on the new Kawasaki racing team. I say it's new. It's new for Ben, obviously, but also kind of new for Kawasaki as well. For the last number of years, for the last number of years, the Kawasaki effort has been run out of Belgium.
This is
Ice One. Well, they've dropped the Ice One, but effectively, Kimi Räikkönen and Antti Pirinen, team manager of that, what used to obviously run Ice One, are now picked up the running Kawasaki's official effort.
Yeah, which is so cool. Kimi Räikkönen obviously being a Formula One driver, a very, very famous Formula One driver, and has been known for some of his comms back to the pits and stuff. Quite funny, actually, if you want to look at Kimi Räikkönen's expulsion.
I always liked Kimi, but for that very reason, because he
so
was
honest.
Yeah, because he didn't get caught up in too much of the corporate stuff.
He wouldn't. If they asked him to do something he didn't want to do, he just said no.
Yeah.
No.
But was that your impression of Kimi
no.
Räikkönen?
It's just
I don't
straight
recall
away.
him sounding like that. It was a good effort. Not quite executed.
Stop talking to me.
But it's great to have Kimi in the sport. And I'll tell you what, he is a massive fan. There's a lot of Finnish guys that are. I know he's friends with the former Liverpool football captain, Sami Hyypiä. And Sammy, they go out riding, because Sammy's, sometimes you see him rock up at a GP. Kimi loves his dirt bike.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of them
great.
do. Yeah. It's the best motorsport in the world.
Yeah, of course.
The only reason they're doing F1 is because they can't do motocross at this level. So, you know,
Brilliant.
if you're listening, Kimi.
That's exactly it. They're not interested. It's not about the money.
No.
They're just doing Formula One because they can't do motocross.
Can't do motocross.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, that's literally it.
I'm glad we've gone on record.
Yeah.
Saying that.
So you'll see a lot of the guys drop their back wheel just at the back of the gate there and then give it a quick spin. That just gets all the excess sand off. Hopefully they want more traction, as much traction as they can off the metal grids.
Yeah, this is going to be another interesting one. You know, it is. It's just first race of the year. You just never really know who's going to come out. Got some idea. There's been a couple of internationals up to this point, but here we go then. Gate drop for the first MX1 moto here at the Hawkstone International 2020. Nice start for Jake Millward down the pipe. He's going to pull the whole shot. As he knows, it's Glenn Koldenoff into an early lead, followed by Kulas and then Ben Watson. This is going to be good then. Those two Yamahas.
Looks like Millward, mate, got a really
well, he
good
did
start
get a
as well.
flyer. He's in second, but behind him was those two Yamahas. So, and Watson. This will be good then. Millward did make a flyer.
That's Glenn Koldenoff for the lead on the Verde Sports KTM. Look at that. That's wicked. So Carrot pulling the trigger right off the gate. I'm sure Koldenoff's like, who is this?
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'll be able to read his name and number on the back. Of course, Verdi have got a sort of new joint title sponsor this year, Shillo as well. So it's Verdi Shillo team. I think that's how we're pronouncing that right. If not, I'm sure Aid will pull us up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good that Silo, sorry. So it's good that those guys are picking in new sponsorship to help them run the team. So that's good. So now these 450s will clearly have a bit more oomph to get up over that ridge. Marty Barr on the Apico Husqvarna goes down in his what looks like good old US of A kit.
Does look like
oh, look, he's got
the front brakes.
Is it front brake or was it his starting device?
Maybe.
Looked like his starting device was stuck on. Probably got some sand in there.
No.
Yeah, so the old launch control playing havoc for Marty Barr. We get a bit of a one-line situation going on around there, as in dry line at the minute. Some of them taking up the inside. There's Van Donnick. Simpson's just ahead of him in that quite impressive and leery FXR get-up.
Yeah, they do some pretty cool kits, don't they? I actually like the FXR stuff. It's pretty cool.
Right on cue.
About FXR. I think that's a South African rider, I believe. I'll find him.
Yeah, well, you're looking at the wrong class for one.
Yeah, well that was you.
There you go. Try that one.
Right. Yeah, Jaden Ashwell, and he rides for AJP.
Oh, of course, the AJP Gas team. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the new Gas team.
Yeah, those guys are also racing in the Michelin MX Nationals. They get involved. Yeah.
And AMSA Championship.
Yeah.
So busy year for them. And I know he wanted, well, he expects quite a lot from himself. He's actually really fast. If you watch him at the practice tracks and stuff, he's a very impressive rider. He's almost as tall as Jasakonis.
Really?
Yeah, serious. He's a big lad. There's Ben Watson on screen right now, the 919.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, see where Ben's at, really. He's obviously right now probably still got some tweaks to make. You have to say, your race leader, Millwood, is Jake Millwood, looking good at the minute. But, of course, Jake, as we said, established team. Yes, it's a new bike, but the bike hasn't changed much from last year. He knows where he's at, basically.
Millward's snapping necks right now. This is what I like to call snapping neck syndrome.
What is that?
So if you're not expected to be there, people are just going to be diving with their necks, aren't they? Snapping necks.
Okay, turning around.
Yeah, that's it. So Millward's
it's a bit of a harsh...
snapping necks right now.
Yeah. Harsh analogy, but
no, but super impressive. I can't believe he's still going. Like, and it doesn't look like Goldenhoff's got anything for him quite yet. So
well, yeah, it's early in the day. Kulas will go the distance. We know that in third. Bogers as well. They're looking good. So look at the amount of Dutch riders in the top 10. As I said, there's going to be, I think, a renaissance for Dutch riders. I really do. I think this generation has basically motivated a new generation of Dutch rider. So I think we're going to be getting quite a few Dutch youngsters coming through. K de Wolf, the shining example.
If you look at the EMX series and even the Yamaha, you know, the Blue Crew thing they do in Europe, it's full of Dutch riders.
Yeah.
So many of them. So yeah, you're probably right. And I think that their country needs it as well. Like this is their thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's always been traditionally in Northern Europe, Belgium sort of ruling the roost, really, and obviously France. But
Belgium now, though, having problems with tracks being closed,
yeah,
because of noise and things. So a lot more of the riding happens across the border more now in Holland. So
as it's shaping up, though, I honestly would have not put Jake Millwood as being in the lead at this stage of the race.
No.
So fair play to him for that. Goldenhoff, Kulas, Bogers, Watson in 5th. Then it's Verlanderen, TKO, Thomas Kier Olsen in 7th, ahead of Dan Thornhill. Dan's looking good, very good on the cab screens.
Yeah,
Present Yamaha.
Solid ride right now.
Yeah, then it's Van Dominic, and top 10 rounded out by the SS24 machine of Sean Simpson, the man mountain that is AJ. Arminis Jasakonis is in 11th, ahead of Putes. And Adam Sterry back there in 13th. Gav Stevenson in 14th. Jake Nichols, not where he'd want to be, I would suggest.
No, definitely not. We've got Olksmark, J. Olksmark, 16th. Is that how we pronounce that name? And is that Luke Burton there behind? I think
yes,
his name
it is.
Just spelt slightly.
No, that's they spelt that wrong on the timing. That's actually Luke Burton, not Barton.
Multiple AMCA champion Luke Burton.
Yeah,
he's back with the FUS team this year, so he's going to want to. You know, he's back with his old team where he had quite a lot of success. Still, mate, Millward's pulling out. It's almost confusing. I mean, I love Jake. Great rider. Absolutely great rider. He's had some flashes of excellence, but mate, this is mint.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that this is his bag, in a big way. Doncaster kid, or around that area. Don't think necessarily Doncaster, but definitely that part of the country. A lot of sand tracks. You know, he likes this stuff.
It's as I said, the Mx1 class is these guys will just be sussing stuff out at this point. You know, it's so much more, these international races, the pre-seasons, than just racing.
Yeah.
You know, the riders will obviously process where they're at. The teams will go away. There'll be a bunch of data, no doubt. That obviously with modern motocross bikes, there's all kind of analytics and whatever. They'll be plugging in, won't they, and getting the data of where the bike's at. And
the difference with that, though, on a factory team like Goldenhoff, you know, Watson, will be a completely different level to what, you know, Millward's got availability to do. I mean, their team's amazing, but they're not on a factory level, and they're still leading this race.
Yeah.
And looking pretty good right now.
That is one of the wonders of the sport. You know, you could argue that the factory riders normally work their way to the top, but in other forms of motorsport, you more
never
often
see that.
than not, you pretty much always see like the powerhouse teams
100%.
at the front.
Yeah.
And very rare will you
would
get.
never see that.
Very rare will you see a privateer, you know, jump into the lead of an F1 race.
No,
you
hopefully Jake manages to get out at Matterley next weekend as well. I think he lives down that way now with his partner. I know obviously he was raised in Sheffield area, but I think he lives down there now, near Matterley. So
all right.
I imagine he will do it if he's got the opportunity. He's definitely proven that he's got the speed right now.
Yeah, well, that's coming up next week, of course. For those of you, of course, we won't be live streaming that. That's all commercial rights belonging to In Front Media and the MXGP, so you'll have to get a TV subscription for that through them. But, of course,
one day, Jeff.
One day, the MXGPs will going to be starting next weekend at Matterley Basin, the home of the British GP. We bang on about the amount of GPs that have been here at Hawkstone, Farley, Fox Hill, all these places. But actually, Matterley Basin has now held as many GPs, if not more than most of them. So,
more.
you know, we forget how long we've been going to Matterley Basin, and it's a wonderful venue.
2007?
Yeah, well, I think the Motocross of Nations
06,
was 06, yeah.
06.
So we've been going there a long time, and kudos to Steve Dixon and his team for basically putting their balls on the line and making it happen.
I remember 2006. I remember having a laser Stefan Everts helmet, right? Saw Stefan, I said, mate, I need to go to the van to get my helmet. Could you sign it? He waited for 15 minutes for me to come back. Honestly, I couldn't believe it. I did not expect him to be still there.
Well,
he waited. I couldn't believe. Honestly, Mint, take my hat off to him.
Well, you know, your Lord Callum Swan.
Well, that's it. That's the truth. Back then, I was definitely not.
No, there's some good people in this sport, and that's the other thing we love about it is it's so accessible. You pay your money to come in. You can get close and up personal to the riders. You know,
I think
let's be honest,
in a different way, yeah, compared to like road racing.
Well, or Formula One. You can go and watch Formula One. It's only the elite few that are going to get access to the drivers over the weekend. Yeah. The beauty of our sport is, you know, you can get close to the track. You can meet and greet the riders.
Yeah, they'll be just walking around with everybody. You can just go and, you know, have a chat with them and grab them. They might have their headphones in. Just give them a nudge on the shoulder, grab them, ask them a question. They'll be there.
Just say, here, mate, can you just hold fire 15 minutes while I run back to the van and get my crash helmet?
You know, I think they appreciate the fans a little bit more in motocross because, you know, without them, no one's earning any money, are they? So.
Exactly that. Well, you see Koldenoff there going for his toggle on his 100% roll-offs. There is, well, that's not Kulas, is it? So no, that's Bogas has moved up to third then. So he's gone past Kulas. So ignore the timing. Since they crossed the line, Bogas has moved up into third ahead of Kulas. There's Kulas rocking O'Neill kit this year. They have had a change of clothing in that camp. They were with a service. Or a Cherbis, however you want to pronounce it. I'm never really sure. People say one, some people say the other. But anyway, the team is now in O'Neill kit.
I quite like the O'Neill stuff. They're trying to. I think they're on a big pushback, aren't they, O'Neill? Trying to get back into sport. I mean, they've
well, certainly in Europe, but of course.
Yeah, well, they've been with Dean Wilson in the States for a long time, haven't they? And stuff. I think they just want to try and raise their profile a little bit more again. Yeah,
absolutely. There's so many, obviously, amazing kit brands out there now. We've been fortunate enough as well, obviously, several getting on board with the live stream. Notably, of course, Seven. Big shout out to them for getting behind what we're doing, and the guys at Fly. Who's that gone down there?
That is Millward.
Oh, Millward, race leader, goes down.
Absolutely gutted.
He was having a good one. You can see the frustration, actually, a little bit of like, oh, I can't believe I made that mistake. So that's going to put Koldenoff in the lead.
Hopefully it wasn't too high speed and he hasn't bent the bike up too much.
I think he just did the classic. That's real. Tell you, there is some genuine hard sandstone around that corner.
Yeah, and you get it. They start sticking up.
And I honestly think he's just dragged the front end round there and it's washed out. Didn't see it happen, of course, but my guess is he caught one of those harder square edges that you can't see under the sand.
No, you can't.
And so that's put him on his backside. He's dropped out of the lead. So obviously when they come across the finish line next time around, the timing will refresh. For those of you who just may be watching motocross for the first time and wondering what it's all about, a little bit of insight how we do the timing here. On the front of their bikes, if you zoomed in enough there, you'd see it. Strapped to the fork leg is a tiny little orange box. We call it a transponder. And basically they're charged up before they go out. And there's a loop that runs under the finish line. And at some events as well, we have sector timing. And basically that tells us where everybody is on the track. So that's how we do the timing with these guys. The traditional lap scoring days there as backup. I wouldn't want to be doing lap scoring a day because you got a job to see the numbers on the bike.
So Brian Bogus there, new standing construct Husqvarna. So they've changed. They were gas last year. So new.
Well, they've
new bike, not new bike. You know,
they've changed quite a lot in the last year because they went from
KTM
to gas.
They've just gone through all the KTM group.
Yeah,
I think they are the team where it's like, right, okay, we've got an allocation of these bikes, then that's where the support goes to, isn't it?
And I'm sure they're welcome of it.
Yeah, for sure. And so Bogus, number 189, 52 MXGPs. And best result is a 6th in the MXGP series. And he's just announced a baby on the way, due on Christmas Day, and it said it's a boy. No, they announced it on Christmas Day. It's just a boy, and they're having a boy in January. So he's got a little boy on the way, Brian Bogus. So get your sleep in whilst you can, Brian, because that's all going to change, mate.
I'm sure he'll be fine with that, just fine. Watson's starting to get a bit of a move on now. Coming good, as we've seen Ben do so many times before. That's probably one thing that, if you talk openly and candidly with Ben, he'd probably say, do you know what, I just need to get a bit better at starts and race pace in the first 5-10 minutes. Once he gets into the swing of it, Ben Watson can go some, there's no doubt about it. But at the minute, you could argue that he just gives up a little bit too much time to some of his rivals at the start of the race.
So just had a little bit of a WhatsApp message from Mel Pocock. Used to be a top rider back in the day, didn't he? Praising our MXGP coverage. MXGP? MXGP class, isn't it?
You're trying to
MX1.
Get that gig, aren't you?
MX1 coverage. Yeah, cheers, Mel. I appreciate your positive comments. Anybody else wants to comment? If you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, drop a comment in there. Make sure you subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah,
indeed.
like and subscribe if you can. We need this. You know, like the more likes, the more subscriptions, the bigger argument we have with sponsors, and we can make this bigger and better for you in years to come. Because that's the goal, isn't it? That's the greater goal, mate. We need to raise motocross into a professional limelight within the UK.
Well, absolutely. And you can say, you know, there's the argument about, okay, with live streaming events, it would potentially stop people coming out. I don't see it that way.
No, not
you
at
know,
all.
you watch, for example, music festivals online or whatever. That doesn't stop you not wanting to go there.
Yeah, they might want to stop F1 on the TV because, you know, it might stop people from buying tickets. How backwards is that thinking?
Yeah, well, you know, so hopefully we'll do a lot more of these. Ben, just about nearly tucking the front end in there, but I think maybe...
he's not good, to be fair.
Well, he's leggy.
He's up to third.
He's no one that's leggy. You can rely on those paddle his way around when we get in conditions like this. You don't want to. Obviously, the technique is to ride very much feet up as much as you can, be energy efficient, but let's be honest, with a bike squirming around underneath you like you're trying to ride a snake at a rodeo.
Yeah. Some of these lines look just vile. I'm watching it. Would you like to do a lap round there right now?
Listen, pal, I'm telling you straight, I've done my laps around Hawkstone, so the answer to that is no.
Absolutely.
I loved it then. I wouldn't love it now. All right. I think there just comes an age where you think, do you know what? I'm done with this sport. It's great as it's been, but that doesn't look so appealing to me these days.
They do like the odd clubman race here and stuff like that throughout the year, and I'm always like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
So it looks like Ben Watson is starting to smoke up as well there, steam up for whatever reason, not sure, maybe clogged radiators. Of course, those factory bikes have fans on the radiators and stuff like that to keep the ventilation running through, but if the front end of those rads are clogged right up, that might be causing an issue, and that's the problem. Another reason for getting out in front and staying out of trouble. And basically you can see the rad grills there. Obviously, again, if you're new to the sport, so the water-cooled models and the rads are on the side, the front side of the bike, basically just in front of the rider's knees. And they're going to get a lot of the sand and roost off the rear wheel of the tyres in front, and then...
Yeah, especially these scooped tyres as well.
Yeah. And then basically the fins on the radiator get clogged up, therefore struggles for getting air in and water in on the coolant, and they start to get hot, particularly a modern four-stroke.
Yeah, I mean, they do have... you'll see a lot of them are running nets, like you could see on the front of Kulas's bike there. If you really do look hard, they do have like nets that cover the radiator louvers, but they're only going to take so much, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then they'll start blocking up themselves. So like they're designed to, the sand will hit on it, and it'll fall off. But when the sand is wet like this, they can actually start blocking up, and it's actually worse than not having them on. So it can play both ways with that. Some people will choose to run them, some teams will choose to not run them.
So your running order, well, you can see it on your screen, but let's quickly go through it. Koldenhoff leading the way ahead of Bogers. Then Watson up to third now. Kulas dropping back to fourth, but still a solid ride for him. Valandren is in fifth. Then it's TKO, Thomas Pierre Olsen, Brent Van Donnick there. Jasikonis moving up slowly up to seventh. Simpson, I think he'd be okay with that because Sean has...
he announced his retirement.
Well, yeah, there is that. But, you know, what I mean is, speaking to Sean yesterday, he was like, you know, he kind of came into it knowing he's a little bit behind where he should be or whatever. So I think he'd be okay with that.
Well, I imagine, I mean, it's Sean, so, you know, he's an active guy, but he would have been a bit more of a couch potato not knowing that he wasn't racing. You know, so he's probably had 2 months. He'll be 2 months behind, won't he? And he, like you said, he'll know that and he'll have work to do. Top 10 today. 2 top 10s would be great. Getting into the super final, that's where you want to be. I don't think Sean will be too, yeah, like you said, I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that. You've got to be happy, haven't you, with that, I suppose. The guys in front of him are all GP riders.
Yeah, I think
top 20 GP riders. So
listen, it's going to be it's an odd off season anyway because we all know how messed up the world has been through the last couple of years. But we're trying to get what we'd call a regular motocross calendar back on schedule. So with that in mind, these guys went deeper into the year with their race schedule last year than ever before. And now we're trying to get it back on track. And we're starting, here we are, you know, in February riding. Some of these guys have had no off season at all.
Not a lot.
And they've changed teams, a lot of them as well, you know. So they've had no time to rest the body. They've had no time to really test and get used to their new environment.
This is tested. They're probably testing here.
Yeah.
You know, this, and there we are. Ben's now lost his goggles. This is going to be a thing. The track's in that weird place where it's not wet, but it's not dry. It's sort of like that sticky sand, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like there is like an element of like a little bit of clay in this dirt and sand as well. So you can see the backs of the jerseys and everything. It's just sticky, horrible mess. It's gone to that middle ground now where it is going to start clogging up radiators, clogging up goggles, and everything else. And I don't think it's going to get much better throughout the day, if I'm honest.
No, probably not. Well, to be fair, it is not the heavy rain that we expected. So in that sense, big rock seen rolling out of the rut there. But yeah, it's not as bad as we thought. We thought we were in for far worse than this at this stage. And, you know, we're already coming to the end of the first block of racing for the big bikes. So not too bad in that respect. Goggles, definite issue. If you were watching during the interval, you'd have seen the feature that we did with Bob Buchanan yesterday. A real insight to actually how important goggle preparation is and what you can do, particularly in conditions like this. As Bob said, you know, you can have $4,000 spent on tuning a motor, but what use is that if you can't see where you're going?
Yeah. No, he's right. He's right. And he does such a good job of the goggles, doesn't he? I went over there then when we was having a break, and he's got like a couple of the dirty ones on the table there, just because I know he gets of it. He loves it, doesn't he? He's like, look at that, look at that, look at that, clear vision. I'm like, yeah, mint, Bob, yeah, mint. But that's his thing. He loves it. So
yeah. Yeah, do you know he actually wears them to bed?
He probably wears his Oakley glasses to bed.
Anyway.
Stuck to his head, they are.
So we're counting down this one. We can't be far from seeing the one-lap board coming out for your race leader, Koldenhoff, who, to be fair, has not checked out. But then, you know, what's he doing? There we go, 3:42 left to run, plus 1 lap. So Koldenhoff with a 1.3-second lead. Watson dropping back a little bit now after having to chuck his goggles off. I think he's become a bit too far detached from these top two. The only thing I can see really changing here is Kulas coming back at Ben Watson, really. Valandren, though, could get a march on. Anywhere from 3 to 6 might change. Beyond that, I can't see too much happening.
I've noticed something happening. Jake Nichols is up to 12th.
He's another one, isn't he? Like,
he's been picking away throughout the race. I've just seen his name, you know, slowly picking away up the running order. So, you know, he's going to be a bit happier with that position, I think. From where he started, that's been quite a challenge to get up to there.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go.
Yeah, 500. It's a bit of you in it, that, Jeff.
I never raced them. I used to train on one when I was doing 250 GPs. A track locals near me would know in Yeah, it was a place called Babylon Hill, so it was a private bit of land, never got graded at all.
Really?
Yeah,
Nasty.
clay ground. Yeah, it was kind of our version of Carlsbad, I suppose. Yeah, man, I got plenty of blisters riding up there on a 500, I can tell you.
I was listening to a story the other day about when Honda actually developed the auto gearbox, and apparently it worked amazing in the 500s, but it was sort of like the end of that sort of, having the 500 GPs, and then they ran them in the 250s, and it did work good. They couldn't get it to work in Supercross, though, could they?
No.
But it was, yeah, that's mad. They were trying stuff like that then.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it's gone now. Like, why are we not doing it now? That looks like Gav Stevenson.
It is Gav, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, no. So, Gav, this is, well, look, there's another. This is motocross in wet sand, basically. That's what you get. No matter how much technology we throw at it, and all these teams do, you still, to not have the overheating problem, it's luck of the, nobody's ever really mastered it 100%, have they,
No. And nothing to, I mean, how are you going to stop the radiators from clogging them? You're not, even if these electronic water pumps coming in now, they're not even going to stop it, because all you're doing is moving boiling water around the system. There's no way of cooling it quicker, really. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a factor, isn't it? Something you've got to deal with. Until we go electric, we're going to have overheating. And then we'll probably have it then.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you'd
have like the battery cells overheating, and I think you'll always have it.
But that's, again,
it's a gnarly sport.
It's motorsport. It's part and parcel of it. How many, I'm sure people out there watching, there's got to be a percentage of, I don't know, like 70 or 80 people at some point have had a mechanical or technical issue that's cost them a race result.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, without a doubt.
You know what you get.
Even these factory teams, it's irrelevant.
And that is actually part of the beauty of motorsport. Things can go wrong, or whatever. It's not when you're on the receiving end of something like that happening. It's one of the most frustrating things in the world.
Stephen Clark's messaged me, can I have a shout out? So he's watching with Adam Wells and Andy as well. So yeah, big shout out to Stephen Clark. He is, British Championship rider. Done some AMA Supercross. Adam does some racing as well. So yeah, there you are, boys. I know you'll like that one. And enjoy the rest of your day.
I've got no signal and battery on mine, so luckily I'm not getting.
Mine's dipping in and out.
Yeah, we might make the occasional shout out, but I would just like to reiterate, it's it's
a professional gig.
Well, no, we're not that professional.
Well, you're telling me off.
No, I'm not telling you off. What I'm saying is, I'm not encouraging loads of people to now start messaging you. That's
no. Well, talk of the devil.
Yeah, you see,
Stuart Edmonds, straight in there. What about my shout out? Right, yeah, boys, I'm done.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Stuart's in Spain, in sunny Spain, enjoying red sands at the minute.
Well, at least they know they're watching.
Yeah,
right,
that's it.
Yeah, so if we're doing music, we're doing music requests as well later on.
Yeah, well, let's do it. Let's get a DJ in, mate. We've got all this deck in front of us here. Come on, right? Let's get back focused in the races. We're probably on the last lap now. Not much longer to go. We can remain focused for another 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, we can. Listen, this is a pre-race. Oh, sorry, championship event. Again, shout out the pop-ups coming up here. To
Brian Bogus is leading. When did this happen?
It's when you when you were taking requests.
Oh, well. No, I think Koldenoff must have had some sort of...
He has. There's no way Bogus has just gone 9 seconds ahead of him. So,
no.
Yeah, basically Koldenoff has made some kind of mistake there while Stephen Clark was distracting us.
Cheers, lads. That's it. We haven't got a job anymore. So, see you later.
Yeah. So this will be good for Bogus. He's... but, again, it's a final run in before it really gets down to the serious business next weekend at Matterley. He'll be pleased with it. The team will be pleased with it. Look, a race win at any event is a race win, no matter which way you take it. And he was in the right place at the right time, because we're pretty certain that Koldenoff has made a mistake here because of the time. He's lost, he was in the lead, and now he's nearly 10 seconds back. So impressive ride, actually, for Brian here. If you look at the gap there, I know Glenn Koldenoff has just made a mistake on the... on that factory Yamaha, monster back Yamaha, but they're quite a ways ahead. Kulas, another solid ride. Remember, 1 lap to go, so Kulas doesn't normally race GPs. He does the occasional one, That's Thomas Kjær-Olsen facing the wrong
yeah,
way.
I know. Something's gone wrong there, and he's in 5th. You imagine he'd have lost that now to Ben, and then Jasikonis is not too far behind. What's Koldenhoff not going to be able to do anything now, is he? I think he's in a pretty safe spot.
Oh yeah, with 1 to go, he's dropped another 4 seconds on
definitely
on Brian,
the fastest guy on the circulating right now. Yeah, Harry Kulas, mint ride, 3rd for Harry.
Yeah, as I said, cab screens, Present Yamaha, those guys had a fantastic year last year on the domestic scene. And I don't know what their exact plans are. I'll have to go and chat to them, see if they're going to potentially try and do some GPs this year, 1 or 2. But they definitely want to retain their Michelin MX Nationals crown and obviously go for the Revo Gulf Fuels British Championship as well, because he came up just a little bit short to Tommy Searle last year. That was brilliant. Went to the end. Yeah, great
the
championship.
All the way through last year in MX Nationals and the Revo British Championship was awesome.
Yeah.
You know, I urge you to get out and watch them. Go and do it.
Absolutely. You know, obviously it looks like, look, there's still, you know, we're still hopefully, you know, just coming off the very back end of the pandemic. Hopefully it stays that way. But so far, it's all good. Look at that crowd.
How awesome is that? A cold winter's day like this, and that crowd's come out to watch. Live stream definitely hasn't affected the
I don't think so.
The numbers.
Doesn't look like it, that's for sure.
It looks better than past years. I mean, normally you don't get people on the fences in this whoop section either. You know, like in the Woodside. So, man, this is amazing. Really good to see. People have been gagging for live stuff to start again, though, haven't they?
I'd like to think so, yeah. You know, and particularly just with race action, you know, as we said, being out at the races it's just such a cool place to be. It's an accessible sport, which is what I've mentioned before. You can get out, meet and greet the riders.
That was a nice line then of Bogus, right on the inside of that jump.
Yeah, I've noticed a few doing that. He's going to bring it home then. So he's going to take the opening moto win here at the Hawkstone International Mx1 class. I say that, and he's like footing his way through the rut, but he got it over the line. Little kind of half-hearted, yeah, got that one in the bag. Thank you very much. I'll go back, whack on some clean kit.
Yeah, so
get some sand out of my eyes and
good
go again.
Good ride for the standing construct Husqvarna team. So I don't know whether he's been doing the other internationals. I imagine they've been in France doing them as well. So Bogus, was Bogus factory Honda?
Yes.
At some point, yeah.
He was. There's Glenn Koldenhoff. I think he'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Obviously, he'd probably put his hand up and
Not
say,
ideal.
Had that one in the bag, made a bit of a mistake. At least that's what we think it was. We didn't actually see it.
It's probably right in front of our eyes. We just missed it because of the whole Stephen Clark distraction. It's like Partygate, but just Stephen Gate.
Kulas should be over the line in 3rd. Indeed, he is. Verlanderen, a solid 4th. Ben Watson, 5th. I guess he's going to be happy with that. We're going to try and actually catch up with some of them very, very quickly if we can. Between motos. Some of them are parked pretty close to where we're actually are, so we might actually jump out of the booth and try and get some info on seeing how they're feeling. Jasikonis coming in 6th ahead of Sean Simpson for 7th on the SS24 machine. Thomas Kjær-Olsen, who we saw facing the wrong way, recovered to come in 8th ahead of Adam Sterry, who slowly but surely worked his way up there. That was, he kind of came into the top 10 unnoticed because he was way down. So well done to Adam for that, and Davy Puches comes in 10th. There you go. Right, we're going to go back now to some racing with the EMX 125s coming up next.
eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you wanted.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, never want to give up.
Okay, welcome back. As you can see, a healthy crowd here at the Michelin. No, we're not at that one. We're at the Hawkstone International. And long may this event stay on the calendar and be as well supported as it has been. I'm just going to get some light in here. Lights are gone now. There we go. We're in a little dark box. Right, I can see what I'm saying now. Just going to give you a rundown of where we're at with the timetable. So you have just witnessed the opening MX1 Moto. Coming up next, if it's still on schedule, which we're hoping it is, we're not in control of the actual event. No. But right now, it should be coming out about 1:20 is the second EMX 125 race. That is up next. That's 15 minutes plus 1 lap. That will then be followed by the second MX2 race. That is obviously 250 machines, both 2-stroke and 4-stroke. Some of the best riders in the world, in world motocross, will be rolling out in that one. That is 25 minutes plus 1 lap. Then it will be the presentation for the top 3 in the MX2 class, which we're going to try to get access to, but whether we can get cameras down to the podium in time, we'll see. If not, no worries. We'll obviously try and bring it to you. And then at 2:25, we have the second MX1 race. Again, there'll be a short presentation after that. Then it will be the final EMX 125 race. The kids, as effectively as we call them, they're young men, of course. They get the EMX 125 race 3, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And then we finish the racing today at 3:50, all being well, with the MX1 and MX2 super final. That's where we take the top 20 overall after their 2 races in MX1 and MX2, and we put them together in what we call a super final. So basically, you've got all the best riders. Admittedly, the MX2 riders are going to have to work hard to win. They're going to be on bikes with effectively nearly half the power on a very power-sapping sand circuit.
Yeah, I think they do drop the gate staggered, though.
They do, don't they? Yeah.
450s
We'll have
on
to
one
check.
side. Yeah, I don't know whether they'll do that. I know they have done that before, or they'll start the 450s on the outside or something like that. I don't know. They will do something to even it up. So August Frisk, obviously, destroyed this one. He's been having his broccoli, hasn't he? He's been eating his greens, that kid. He destroyed the first EMX 125 race. So back to the line again, and let's see whether he can back it up.
Of course, if you're liking what you're seeing, and do you know what? Even if you're not, go and subscribe to MXN TV, you know, because you don't have to come back and watch it. Hopefully, you're really enjoying what we're doing. As we said, we threw this together pretty darn quick. This wasn't going to happen.
About a week, wasn't it?
Trust me, it was very much a last-minute call.
Like people would message me, why has it not been announced? Why is it not? Well, because it wasn't done. That's why. Like, it was very last minute.
But we've made the decision to obviously as well launch effectively a new platform in MXN TV. Obviously working with the guys at Alpha Live on production with this, so big up them for getting involved with us and trying to elevate the sport in the UK. So yeah, a new platform, MXN TV. Please go and like, subscribe, because we're going to look to do more of these live streaming, and beyond that as well, more video content, just more behind the scenes stuff that goes on in the world of motocross going forward. It's very early days with us, as we said. It was kind of one of those decisions with all of us involved where we've gone, shall we? Yeah, let's go for it. Let's without too much sort of like, and then sort of just go for it, you know. And we're kind of now we've started it. We're now going to sit down after this weekend and start making some genuine plans on more events throughout the year. So we are really thankful of you guys tuning in all over the world for this, our sort of first official production on MXN TV. Of course, we covered the Michelin MX Nationals last year, but we ran that off through their YouTube page and whatever. This is, I can't stress enough, this is very much an independent thing, yeah. So we can go and cover other events.
You're doing MX Nationals next year. I might pop in on a few or whatever.
You're jumping.
I'm definitely going to, yeah, I mean, like, can't keep me away, mate. But, yeah, I've got, you know, other commitments.
Totally.
We've said, you know, these MX TV things, like we'll make it work, won't we?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, we'll do our very best. It'll be good to have you alongside me for them, whatever we decide to do. But yeah,
let's fill the schedule, mate.
Well, we're making a start with this, and we really hope that all you guys at home, as we said, or wherever you're watching, that you're enjoying it. Yeah.
Or even if they want an event live streamed.
Absolutely.
Come on, shout up. We'll be there.
Absolutely. This is the EMX 125 Moto 2 coming up. And as we said, for these kids, young men, a steep old learning curve on a day like this at the best of times. But, you know, tough going, but it's a tough sport. So
I think you can learn a lot on days like this. Like it's, especially for these kids, it's an opportunity to race like an iconic track. Almost up to GP spec track, really. Let's see who's going to get the start. Oh, look at that! Nice wheelie down there.
Was that August again? That was when he was. Yeah, I think it was. That was August Frisk power wheeling up the up the start straight.
Who's going to get it?
Yeah, there. I think that's him there. In that, he's back in 4th or 5th. So the opening moto winner, Frisk, is back a little bit. There you go. So it's, was that 4:19? Was that Joe Brooks moving in there? I think it might have been, you know.
Trying to get the numbers locked in.
Sure, it was Brooks, because Brooks has made it's got a last-minute change, actually. You know, he was Yamaha last year, Crescent Yamaha. Then he was kind of going to do his own thing for a little while. And, oh, is that August Frisk down there? I think it might be, you know. No, I think that is. No, there he is there, back in
Looks like Ollie, is that Ollie Colmer out front?
It could well be. No, I think it's Joe Brooks, that's what I was saying.
Is it Joe?
I think Joe has switched teams last minute. He was doing his own thing on a Yamaha, and he has now moved on to the GRT setup.
It's either Colmer or Brooks. It's one of the two.
Well, we're going to find out. Well, that's not Colmer, because there's Ollie there.
Yeah. So
it's right. Joe Brooks. Yeah, he made a last minute.
I was doubting you.
No, well, he's like I said, he's switched from Yamaha sort of last minute to go onto the GRT Impact team. So
which we all know put a good program together.
Yeah, they really do. A few more lines starting to open up now, because that race line, what we call race line, that was drying out. Yes, it will get slightly drier, but with it, it will get rougher.
Charlie Griffiths with another good start.
So, you know, as we get towards the end of the day, there'll be arguably much more line choice than there has been for the opening moto. You can see the difference
Charlie
in
lost
power.
So much speed going up there.
But, you know, I know this is almost a daft thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. You know, compared with obviously the 450s, you can just see the absolute difference in power.
This track's just absolutely robbing these 125s of everything, isn't it, at the minute? That's very awkward there.
That is probably the most one-line section of the track, just that little bit through there.
You're not going to pass through there very easily, no.
No, but the rest of it, it's pretty
fair game, isn't it?
It is indeed. Lots of choice to take. Oh, taking a classic front-end duck. It's Wall Beanie, isn't it?
That was a
326. Yeah, it's Wall.
Big crash.
Who had a great first ride.
Store 114.
Yeah, riding for JB's. Jordan Booker's Store 1. What was it? Sorry, one.
Store 114.
Yeah, sorry. I need
Jordan Booker's.
I need a coffee.
Yeah, he's all Troy Lee designed up. I think they're sort of backed by CI Sport, aren't they?
Yeah, well, good on him for getting behind Wall, because Wall is a talent. Yes,
he's just cool as well, isn't he?
Yeah. He's just thrown it down the track. So there's me saying he's a talent, but he is. But mistakes are going to happen. The kid has definitely got the funk when it comes to cutting loose on a motocross bike. So Wall Beanie,
I think it goes well with that image that Jordan tries to do with the shop. Yeah, they're a good fit.
Yeah. So Brooks out in front, ahead of Ashton Bowden, who was in second. So good start for Ashton there. Then Griffith's having a solid ride, actually. I got to say, he's come on. He started pretty good this start of this year, I think. Looks like he's been working hard in the off-season.
Look at that. We've got the Brits up the front this time. So Henderson and Frisk just outside the top 3 at the minute. They're going to. They didn't get the starts they quite got in the first moto. So we've got some British flags.
This is going to be good then to see how they come through.
Yeah.
If they come through.
Yeah, the 522 Ashton Bowden. Just have a look, see if we've got any sponsors on here. BCS MX. They're back in Bowden's program. So big shout out to those.
Yeah, Henderson though already up to second. So Casimir Henderson, the rider from Finland, getting in there, and here comes August Frisk as well, getting some good drive up that hill. Starting to close in on Bowden ahead of him.
So August Frisk riding for Moto Exchange Yamaha team, EMX team. They've been around for quite a while, I think, a few years, the Moto Exchange team.
Yeah, Bailey Johnson rode from a little while back.
Yeah.
A few others. But Brooks looking good on his new ride, but then, you know, he was solid last year on the Yamaha. A kid that I have to say, like, I wouldn't say come out of nowhere, but he hasn't been doing it very long, really.
He wasn't massive in like the big wheel, small wheel scene, was he?
No, but he's just one thing I can see from watching him ride and seeing the environment in which he's in. I think he's, as I said before in the broadcast, I think he's got a like a wise head on young shoulders, and clearly putting the work in. And
buried it there, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to keep the momentum going.
That was Bowden, just came in and just buried the front wheel.
But I would call Brooks, from what I know of him, a kind of methodical thinking type kid about his craft, you know. I think that shows in some of his riding. You're still getting loads of people pinging you messages, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Wanting to have
just
a
one
check.
guy who's a very good 125 rider in the,
in
the British Nationals. His name Ash Hartland, and he said, I really don't want to read this out. This 125 class, 100% missing a 32-year-old overweight dad with a can of Relentless and 20 fags on the start line. And that's Ash. But he's so fast. I don't get how he's a freak. He really is a freak.
There's certain 125 classes at club level, yes. We'd let that slide. I don't think we need too many of them out in international.
No, he's a good guy, though, real good guy. Great 125 rider. He does the, which is the 125 series? Ace Abyss?
Yeah.
Ace Abyss 125 Championship. I think he's won it a few times. Yeah, real good rider.
And that's the other thing that we love about this sport, the beauty of it. Look, I've always said this, you know, any level of sport, you're going to get people that work their way to the top and are naturally gifted or whatever.
That's
one thing I would say about this sport, over many others that I've seen down the years or whatever, is that everybody that rides a motocross bike, you instantly have respect for anybody else that does. So you don't get many top riders or people that are good club riders regionally ridiculing and basically laughing at other people that are getting into the sport. There's none of this like airs and graces.
No.
It's like, we all know how tough it is. So anybody
it's gnarly. It just is.
Anybody that swings their leg over a motocross bike and goes riding almost instantly earns respect from everybody already in it.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's like an instant way to be cool, isn't it? You know what I mean? If if you want to be cool, get on a dirt bike. No, but it's just got some certain. You have to have a level of respect for the discipline, really, because like even like me, I was never amazing at it. So difficult. It's so difficult to be fast. You know, it's one of them weird sports. It's not like anybody can learn it to a degree, but there's tons and tons of elements that go into being a top level motocross rider. You have to respect it.
Absolutely do. Again, shout out to our sponsors of Hawkstone International, obviously the Salop Motor Club, Goggle Tech. The guys are here, I think, on site doing all that, and God, they're going to be busy.
Yeah.
with the lenses and stuff. The guys at Leah as well, obviously, you know, pioneers of really the neck braces, and then they've moved into actual clothing like
Knee
race kit,
as well.
boots now, crash helmets or whatever. Yeah. That's become, you know, a big brand in the sport of motocross.
Hey, they do some good stuff.
Yeah.
They do some really good stuff. I mean, a lot of riders seem to wear their boots now. They seem to be quite popular. I think they're quite lightweight and like strong on the ankles. So, yeah, some real good products coming out of Leah. And all developed, all stemmed from that neck brace.
Yeah.
One good idea, one good design, and that's it.
Yeah, so thanks to those guys getting involved. Of course, the guys at Beer as well, big time getting involved with the live feed. And actually, without their support, and the guys at RFX, Oakley, Bell, Seven, Fly, all those brands that are coming under the Beer and RFX banner, as it were. Thank you so much for your support, because, as I said, quite simply, without their support, there wouldn't have been a live stream today. And, of course, the Salop Motocross Club, or Motor Club, for taking a punt and going, do you know what? Yeah, let's give it a go. Let's live stream it. You know, they've never done it before. Obviously, conscious of people coming out, buying tickets to come and watch. But credit to them. So come to terms with it all, and we said, let's do it. Short notice, as we said, but we're doing it.
Henderson is absolutely on the move. He just passed Joe Brooks then, as you was talking, and he's come from miles back. The speed he carried past the... Did you see them when they went up the hill? Doubling in there. If you weren't watching that, you missed something special. This kid has found some speed now. So eyes on Henderson, because Casimir is flying. He's the kid right now. Look at it. He's actually
I thought he tucked it
stuck it in there. But like, if you can just visibly see the speed that he's been able to carry around the track, and everything is about momentum. If you watch that bike, he's not coming off the gas anywhere. Scrubbing now. Look through here. Look at the momentum. Staying on the hard stuff. If you watched Brooks, then he went a little bit wider into the soft stuff. You'll start seeing these guys now, especially at Hawkstone, when all the soft dirt gets pushed off, you know, to the outside of the lines, you'll see some of the smarter guys or more experienced guys trying to just hug in a little bit tighter and stay on that hard packed sand that's often on the inside of the berm. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, yeah. I can see he's got a bit of swag as well, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Over the jumps, he kind of gets loose and he kind of puts that straight leg out, takes his feet off the pegs.
I'm a Casimir fan now. I'm a fan. That's it, boy. I'm watching you at the EMX next week at Matley. Got all eyes on you.
Yes, well, yeah, well, I'm not sure. The 125s aren't at Matley, I don't think, are they? I think it's just EMX 250 and the Open,
okay.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
It is a shame because, yeah, I'm always into watching the 125 racing. But listen, Matley will still be fantastic. We've got MX1, MX2, obviously opening round of the World Championship, and we will have the EMX 250 guys there.
Harvey.
Open. Yeah.
Harvey on screen there, getting his photos, video shots in for the teams.
A lot of the media guys out there. But as we said, Casimir Henderson leading the way now. The Finnish rider has worked his way ahead of Joe Brooks. August Frisk, the Swedish rider, now up to third. Looks like he might have, it looks like he's gap gouging a little bit. Still quite a ways to go to get Brooks. Much better ride from Brooks, who I think had a crash in the opening moto, cost him basically. Ollie Colmer, as of first lap incident, we saw him hung up round the backside of the section, the course there. He's now up to 9th. So yes, it's working out. Walbini, after his tumble, is now up to 13th. Tyler Hooley, haven't seen much of him on screen. Oh, who's that? Gone down. We can't see the number. He looks like he's been punch drunk.
Number 9.
Like knocked out, but of course he hasn't. So just trying to work out. That's Carl Harris. Actually, we did see Carl Harris in the opening one.
DJ Harris.
Yeah. So Carl has got a degree of TV airtime for not the right reasons, but
no, but hey,
you know,
shout out.
See how going into that rut there again. You know, it's like the front end was wanting to break away, wasn't
it? Because I think he's trying to like just stay outside of that deep berm. If you watch him through here as well, look on that. I know he did bury it a little bit that time. Last lap round, he managed to just stay a little bit on the harder stuff.
And for those of you that may be watching, watching motocross for the first time, obviously we race on varying conditions. We get sand tracks, we get what we call blue groove, where it literally is like almost rock hard dirt, like tarmac. and you can sort of see tyre marks almost laid down. Sand, particularly wet sand and deep sand, is very much a different technique to obviously the hard pack. What you need to do when you're riding sand is keep momentum going, even different line choice arguably.
Yeah, find out little hard spots and stuff to get to gain speed.
Yeah, and what you also need to do more in sand is just get back in the saddle, the seat a bit more. Almost try and sort of steer more with the rear, lock your arms, let the rear wheel drive you around the corner. You don't want to start turning the steering too much, because obviously what happens, sometimes it just will dig into the sand, as we've seen already today, and pitch you over the bars. So it's not huge, but it's a subtle difference, a slight weight. You just shift your weight that little bit more to the back, basically. And that's what you need to do in the sand, and it's definitely an art. Some riders are naturally gifted, brilliant at riding sand. You know, riders, if you've got to ask them, most will have a preference. One or two will go, do you know what, I don't care what I ride, I'm good in both.
Yeah, but that's normally like you're lying to yourself. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it is. And I think everybody has a yin or a yang, don't they? Like, you are going to have something you're a little bit stronger at. I think a factor is the tyres as well. You don't have any sideways grip on a traditional paddle. I know some of them are coming in now with new designs where you do have a little bit of sideways grip. Probably back when you were riding, and even back when I was riding, your scoop tyre was sketchy.
Didn't even have
You didn't have it. When I was riding, scoop tyres could be sketchy. There was no sideways grip on there. And that can really, if you're not on it and driving with the gas, the whole back end of the bike feels weird and light, and it almost moves around. So, like, you need to be constantly on the gas, and depending on what tyre brand they're riding with, it will depend. I know the Pirellis, they are pretty much a pure sand tyre. I know the Dunlops do like an in-between now, but yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely. There's different techniques to it and whatever, you know, and this is deep, heavy sand, so you want to keep the momentum going, get your weight back a bit further, particularly on a 1-2-5. So running order is Henderson, as you can see at the front, Casimir Henderson, Joe Brooks in second. August Frisk is not closing in on Brooks now. That looks like that's settled down. Then another 17 seconds back. Good ride for Ashton Baugen. Then we have Saku Mansiki-Maki, the Finnish rider.
Ben Muster.
Yeah.
In sixth. Seventh, got Joel Fisher. And eighth is
that's Dan Arkle.
Dan Arkle.
Yeah, you got
Sam Davies.
Sam Davis moving up to ninth. And then
on an enduro bike in ninth. It is.
Is it? If you're going to...
It is. 100%.
Okay.
100%, mate.
He's been to check it out. So,
18-inch rear wheel.
Really? Okay, so there you go. But to be fair, you know, it's not. You probably wouldn't notice it so much on conditions like this. Walbini picking himself up has got into the top 10. So that's the current running order. I think we are getting close to the one-lap board coming out here for the second EMX 125 race. Does that look like to me Joe Brooks is closing back in on the leader?
He's definitely keeping him honest.
Definitely closing back in on him. So Brooks finding his second wind.
Brooks got a much better drive up that hill there. Much better drive. Henderson was obviously out to the outside, and I don't think there's as much traction there. It is smoother, but I don't think there's quite as much traction. He's right there, look.
Right, this is good stuff. You might even be able to hear through our mics the trackside commentary. Roger Warren is starting to ramp up the crowd out there because Joe Brooks is definitely closing in on Henderson in this one. Just lost our race leaders momentarily. They've got to try and pick them up again. There we go. So that's your race leader, and look at that, Brooks right behind him. This is good stuff.
This is good stuff, and back markers are going to come into play now.
Back into view, there they are. So with this event, some events you have, we have basically sector timing, so we can see on the timing where the guys are on track. For the Hawkstone International, we've just got the finish line timing loop. So we're having to put our faith in our incredible cameramen out there are trying to keep an eye through one eye through where they are on the track whilst filming from the other, and we've picked the leaders back up. And there's no doubt about it, Joe Brooks is now putting on some serious heat. I've got a sneaking suspicion we might be on the last lap, hence why the urgency. Oh, he just come up short there, though, didn't he?
Came up short, clear his lens, but he made it. He came up short, and he made the time count. He just cleared the goggles. We've got a few more corners to go. Let's make it happen.
Well, this we've seen down the years. We always say from this corner, it's going to take a brave effort. Oh, we got a bit of carnage. Yellow flags, static yellow, so they should be okay not to overtake. But each other, wave yellows, obviously you got to slow right down.
I think that's it now. I think Henderson's going to have this one. Goal! Just comes up short, Joe Brooks did on that jump there. But I can't see anywhere else now where he's going to be able to make it happen.
No, unless he gets held up by... He's right there, but I don't think he's going to get it done. It's going to be a race win for Casimir Henderson. Yeah, it is. Yeah. There it is. The checkered flag comes out. He's almost like... Dude,
what are you doing?
Dude, what are you doing? I'm trying to win a race. Like that's the thing of it. There's no radio comms as well. If you're new to watching motocross, unlike, for example, Formula One, where they've got, you know, somebody in their ear, they got their engineer in the. We have none of that in the world of motocross. The only way these riders know what's going on is from a lap board that gets hung out from the pit box area once a lap, and that board has limited information because the rider only sees it at a glance. It's not like you can write an essay on it.
No, you can only have small snippets of information. I think it is just another factor of motocross, isn't it? You can't, in F1, the engineers of that rider who's being lapped could make him aware of it. You know, here there's so many variables, especially when the circuit's like this and everybody's dirty and no one knows who's who. It does make it a little bit more difficult for back markers as well as, you know, leaders coming through. So that was EMX Race 2. Henderson took the win. So Casimir Henderson took the win over Joe Brooks. We've got August Frisk in third. So he came across the line in third. Ash Bowden in fourth. And then, my favourite name, Saku Mansiki-Maki.
Perfectly executed.
Did you like that?
Yeah.
In fifth. Ben Musto in sixth. Sam Davies up to seventh. That was a good result. And then the 7-11 of Joel Fisher in eighth there. I think is that him coming across the line, maybe? No, that's Hooley, I think. And then 63, is it Dan Arkle?
Dan, yep. Dan
Arkle. And then Walbini rounding out the top. Well, no.
Hooley.
Tyler Hooley just pips Walbini for the top 10.
That was it. EMX 125 Race 2 done. Up next, we're back to the MX2 Race 2.
There we are, MX1 riders in the, no, MX2 riders, sorry, in the holding area now, getting ready for their second race of the weekend. Some sponsors to read out, as you see there, MPS, Motorcycle Parts Store.co.uk, and JKPT, J. Kelly MX Strength and Conditioning. They're also some sponsors of the Hawkstone International. Jeff's back with me now. He's just doing some weird dance. What was that? Was that a disability, or was that like just oh, got to be PC on here. You got all that out now. You feeling better? Was that
I'll tell you what that was.
Trying to warm up.
That's exactly what that was.
Yeah, I might just stand up for a little bit if I'm
That
honest.
was me trying to warm up. It's cold out there.
Do you mind if I stand up for a little bit?
You can do what you want.
Do that. Cold out there. It's also cold in here.
Yeah, it is. But we're at the races, so we don't care. It's brilliant. So you can see Carl McNichol there running the very Larry pink 7 kit.
Gear. Yeah. Very, very brave in the white. You know. He's obviously got a decent sponsor.
Yes, he has. So these guys getting ready to go. You can see them doing whatever they can do to stay warm. It is cold. Obviously, we can't do that on TV. We can't give you how cold it is. But you can see these guys doing their best to stay warm. They'd have had a little rundown. They'd have done a load of like workouts before they've come down to the pit area. Actually, a lot of them between races will get on like a turbo trainer. You know, get on a static push bike or do what they got to do to keep the blood flowing and the muscles not seizing up too much. So these guys will be out shortly for the second MX2 Moto here at the Hawkstone International.
Also got the start grids are MGP steel. So
they are.
Mel Pocock Senior's just told me to do a little shout out then. So if anyone wants any of these start grids, I think they make them, don't they? I think you can buy them.
You can buy them, yeah. You can buy like a smaller version, you know, as in just the width of the wheel pretty much for practicing and stuff like that. So yeah, if any of you guys out there that race and do nationals where they have what you can see, those mesh gates, hits up Mel Pocock Senior.
Yeah, or any of them really, any of the Pococks. I think a few of them will be able to get you sorted out, and they are available to anybody who wants one. And they're a bit lighter weight, aren't they? Because they're quite heavy.
Yeah,
they're quite heavy things.
And again, shout out to our sponsors, the guys at Beer and RFX, with all the brands under their umbrella, the likes of Seven, which Carl McNichol's got on there, Seven Racewear, of course, James Stewart. We all know about the history and
good to see him back as well.
Yep.
Amazing to see him back in the sport.
Guys at Oakley, Fly, Motul, all these brands that have got behind it to make it happen. As I said, without their support, we wouldn't even be doing this live stream. So big up to them. And of course, everybody involved with the Hawkstone International, the Salop Motor Club, and all their sponsors as well that have got on board to make the event happen. It is now really sort of cemented in the calendar as the season opener for us UK our fans. It's our first glimpse every year of seeing where everybody's at. Admittedly, we got the GP next week.
Yeah, but it's unusual for us to have the GP so early.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, whether we can get it all out of the way early part of this week.
Wouldn't that be good?
And have a decent Matterley.
Also, a shout out to, obviously, everybody following the sport would have seen that there's a new event, effectively, off the back of an old event. The Vets Motocross of Nations, or VMXDN, by my old colleague and working for Doc Wobb and Dave King, they pulled some big names in for the very first one off the bat of Evo Vets MXDN at the iconic Fox Hill circuit at the end of August, bank holiday weekend. You definitely need to be at that if you're a fan of certainly the 90s era.
So Dale Grayton from Middleton MX, sponsor of Lewis Hall, has asked me to give a big shout out to the DE56 homeboy, Lewis Hall. So Derby lad, I'm also from the Midlands, from Derby as well. So I obviously want Lewis to do well.
I
don't think he did what he wanted to do in that first one, did he?
I can tell you, he got run wide in the first corner, had an incident, went down, then got caught up midway through and got his legs stuck under the bike round here.
Yeah, because he's better than that.
Yeah,
he is a lot better than that.
Yeah,
so
well,
he's
speed,
running his own team, LHR Racing.
The speed was there, so we'll see.
Look at Gifford looking there.
Yeah. Look
All
at Jamie
serious.
Law looking at far too rock and
Flash.
roll in like a Star-Spangled Banner answer kit.
Is that a USA flag or is that a kit?
Well, I don't know, but either way, it's it looks like he should be riding for America across the nations.
No, it looks cool. So
there is Conrad Hughes on his new ride. Stebbins Car Store, Superstore, sorry, KTM, powered by Bike Shop.
Yeah, got all the tools he needs. They've Stebbins Car Superstore have stepped up and said, dude, whatever you need, we're here, we'll do it for you. There's Morris, his trainer, going, mate, you got to be over here. But yeah, Conrad's got everything now. And he is the main, main attention, main focus of everybody around him. So, fingers crossed, we'll see something.
There's somebody who knows a thing or two.
Stefan Everts.
The winningest rider in Grand Prix history, just telling his son, go there. I don't listen.
I'll listen.
Most kids, whatever, don't we? You always think your parents are wrong. Don't you? Let's be honest.
Yeah, I wonder if he actually goes through.
Is.
Yeah,
I wonder if he actually ever goes.
No,
Dad, shut up. All right.
I can imagine he probably does because we've all been there and done it.
I know what I'm doing. What do you know? I wonder if he's ever uttered those words. What do you know?
Yeah, well, I imagine. We've all been silly enough to do that to our parents at some time.
But, yeah, so he has got, obviously, a wealth of knowledge behind him. Now, I don't know, do I say it? Yeah, I'm going to say it. Commentator's curse, it'll probably be a dull race now, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say I've got a feeling in my bones that this one's going to be a bit more lively. They've got their first race out of the way. They know the track a bit more. Conrad will want to rectify that mistake. Vial, take it or leave it, would not want to be beaten like he was.
Wainwright.
Yeah.
What happened? Did you manage to get
No,
over? I wish
didn't.
I'd have gone and asked them.
No, I mean, obviously, nothing with his doing. It was clearly a mechanical fault. Elfie Jones on the Chambers Husqvarna. Took them quite an effort, actually, to get that start device put on. And again, if you're new to the sport, what they're doing there is there's a little button on the fork guard, lower button, that locks the forks down. Now, what that does is it lowers the front end, with the aim is that the front end won't lift so much off the start, therefore getting better traction. So it's a kind of very simple mechanical mechanism for launch control. That's what it is. There's no, like we get in Formula One where obviously it's all done with computer programming and all that kind of stuff. These guys, it's more primitive than that.
And also, they're getting lower because these start grids, what you can see here, provide so much traction. Back in the day, on a sand start, you wouldn't want to have gone too low on the front because it would prevent traction. It wouldn't allow the back end of the bike to dig in. So on a sand start, you'd probably have your start device quite high or not even bother with one. But obviously with the grids, you want to crank that SOB right down to the tyre, don't you? Because you've just got unlimited traction off those things. Most of these guys will be going off that on a 250 full throttle.
Yeah. Obviously, although they're grids and they're metal, when they get muddy, and they do get a bit more slippery, but far better than wet concrete.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go then. It's the MX2 Moto 2. Who's going to pull the whole shot? That is a description for the first rider round the first corner. And it looks like Conrad Mewse to me, this time right where he wants to be. So Conrad Mewse, but Vial sneaks through, does he? No, he doesn't, not quite. It's Conrad Mewse into the lead, right. Let's see what he's got then leading from the front. Clean track, clean kit, clean goggles, which obviously was an issue for him in the first moto. Not this time, but look, the Wolf's up there. Gifting is there. As I said, got a feeling this one's going to be a bit more of an interesting race.
Looks like the Salop Club has been in some of that, nice plant hire, the Ashbrook plant hire, and come out and scrub the track up during the break as well. So some of the parts of the track have been smoothed out, but it will still be pretty sketchy.
Oh, yeah, let's not kid ourselves. It'll still be hard going out there. Yeah, look at that. We've got a lot of the big hitters here in the top 5. So, let's be honest, other than one more race to go, the Super Final, this is it. This is like their final shakedown for all these Grand Prix racers at the front of the field. They want to go out of here feeling, right, that went good. I feel good.
I know where I'm
confidence,
at.
Know where I'm at. Matterly, I'm gunning for it.
Yeah, let's go. No, I think so.
Conrad, he does that so well up on the
so annoying, isn't it?
Just over those tiny little bumps where he just preloads and jumps over them or whatever.
I know, it's very annoying how easy he makes that look. That, believe me, if you're watching this, it's not easy. You just got to watch some of the guys sort of mid-pack to know how not easy it is. The difference is massive.
It is a brutal sport, but it's brilliant. Yeah. So many things, as we said, that you got to take into account. It is not, as some of my school friends used to say back in the day when I told them what I did, it is not a case of you just sit on it and the bike does all the work. How infuriating is it when people say that?
Oh, yeah, so you sit on something with a heart rate of 180 beats per minute and I'm not doing anything.
Here's one for you. I actually got sent out of class because a friend of mine said that to me, so I smacked him around the back of the head with a plastic ruler.
Well, he deserved it.
He did. And I got sent out. But, you know, I stand by that. He was talking utter nonsense, so he deserved a slap. Right, anyway, it is a brutal sport, yep. And this is why we love it so much. This is going to be good then. So we're going to get the times up on the screen. There's Karsmarkers, sorry. He is in 3rd, De Wolf in 4th, Gifting back in 5th. Everett's in the mix as well. Much better start from Jamie Carpenter this time on the GRT Impact machine.
Yeah, so Jamie's been out in Spain doing his winter prep, so probably not been used to too much of this wet weather stuff, so good to see Jamie up there. And yeah, like you said, switching from Yamaha to KTM. New team, new bike. And he's done a lot of testing with Carl Anderson from Cass. And he's originally from Bournemouth, so probably not too used to the sandy stuff from being a young rider.
No, not too much. Although obviously, no, because we don't live too far from Jamie. We don't have too many sand tracks down our. We used to. One of the best in the world, in fact, Matcham's. But that is no more.
Matcham's was amazing.
Yes, it was.
It was this, pretty much, wasn't it? It was very similar.
Yeah. But Jamie is of an age where he wouldn't have ridden that too often.
Maybe on 50 or 65.
Yeah. But, you know, they're well-travelled. They go and put the work in abroad, Northern Europe, to do what they got to do to be ready. And he'll be hoping for a good year. He had a bit of an ACL injury last year that he actually picked up at the Steelhawk Motorcycle Club Airborne Gunner Supercross. But he's had surgery and whatever on that, and he's come back looking good. And I said a new ride for Jamie as well, switching to the GRT Impact team. In fact, they predominantly have been a youth-only team, but they're now jumping into pro ranks with Jamie. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and like Jamie's a solid guy to do that with, I think. He's not too much of a big risk for the team. I think he's a rider that's going to help develop their youth program as well, because he's just sort of stepped out of that. And he's a kid that's really puts a lot of his own time and effort into it. So, he's a good kid to learn from, is what I'm saying. Lead by example, and I think if you look at Jamie as an example, he's very good, very good person, and he's got his priorities all set out in the right places.
He has indeed. Yeah, good idea. Good. I think, like I said, he'll be a good role model to the kids below him. Good to see Liam Everts hanging with this bunch. This will be good for him. We said it before, even in this broadcast, a lot of pressure on the kid Not from the family, but just because of who he is. But if he can stick with these guys, it will give him a confidence. Obviously, moving up to MX2 for this year. So if he's going to, be in and around the mix, because you'd like to think that Conrad and certainly Viel are going to be at the sharp end.
Yeah.
If he can sort of stay within 10 seconds or more by the end of the race, you would have thought that's pretty good.
Looks like, it might be Gifting. Is that Gifting there behind?
Gifting number 33, yeah. No, sorry, Gifting is in
it's
fifth.
Confusing me because Kada Wolf, has just gone around all these guys.
Yep. So the Wolf's moving up. So he's basically got into third. There he is, closing in, isn't he? No, that's not them. Sorry,
he's ahead. He's gone. He's ahead of.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're following the.
So looking at Isaac Gifting, I was just going to say he's lost his inside fork guard. So if you're looking at that right there, look, this, what would be our left side, his right, it is missing. And now that would have happened on the start. So what happens is these guys have the bikes cranked down so hard on them whole shot devices, you could just rip the fork guard off. And I imagine that's what would have happened there.
I think I actually saw it fly off on lap 1 somewhere, if I remember. But either way, he hasn't got it. I mean, it's not a part that's going to slow him down.
No.
It's not a critical part at this point.
Everett's going to wreck the seals in the suspension. It's not his problem.
No, but it won't. What I mean is, it won't cause him any issue in this race. So yeah, you can see that Everett's made a move there on Gifting, who didn't quite land that jump, lost all his speed. So Everett's up a spot. Liam Everett's now up into 5th, just gone past the opening moto winner. Remember, Gifting took the first race win earlier on today. God, airs it out.
Do you know what? Everyone's looking a little bit more frisky now, aren't they? I think the track's allowing him to just push a little bit harder, and they can take those little risks without, landing in the soft spot. They sort of, I guess the word I'm looking for is predictability.
Not only that, they've got their one race in, so they know the track a bit more. They would have made little changes in between.
Yeah, for sure.
To improve the bike or whatever. So this second race, as I said, should be a little bit more interesting. They're not, put it this way, they're not sort of then finding out where they're at. The shackles are off a bit more for the second moto. That's the thing.
Did you see what Liam did through there? He stayed on that hard line on the inside. Chrysler went wide, followed the berm. It just robbed his power. Liam just hugged that inside, stayed on that hard base, and just was able to just gain a little bit more time. So Liam Everett's, like his dad, riding smart, looking at, that's how, Stefan used to win races. He'd just use less energy and do smarter stuff.
Absolutely. There's Gifting now trying to get on the back of Everett's. Meanwhile, Conrad Muse is starting. It almost pains me to say it because I don't want to, because the last time, because you got called up in the first race saying how good he looked jumping into that sand pit, and then boom.
I know.
But he is looking tidy at the front. Yeah, VL's sticking with him, but Conrad looks pretty good at this point.
VL's also paid to stick with him. So, I expect VL to be there.
Yeah, indeed. Look at that. Look at that. Did you see Everett's round there? That was classic Stefan style.
That was 72
on the balls of his feet.
Shizzle, wasn't it?
Stood up, even round the tightest bit, body weight all over the front. That kind of
keeping traction. Just keeping traction and driving forward.
Yeah. So, he's got a good coach, it's fair to say.
So, Liam Everett's riding for Dega Procross KTM. New team, really, to MXGP and MX2. Predominantly they were European team. So, Dega Procross stepping it up now to the big boys, really.
Yeah.
With two fantastic riders.
Very much so. You can see there how it's got on the gas, how it looks deep sand, but it's kind of hard underneath. And as we said before, big shout out to the guys at 7 and Oakley for getting involved with the Behind the Beer and RFX brands or umbrella. Big shout to them for making it happen. And the Salop Club, I can't stress that enough, for just to run the International every year. It takes a lot of planning, a lot of organisation. No doubt, particularly being one of the early pre-season internationals. You're never sure where riders are at with entries and stuff like that. And big up to the Salop Club for, again, even...
It's a big task.
Yeah, it is.
I saw, parking attendants up the road, going all the way up to the main road, things like that. There's a lot there's a lot that goes on to putting this event on. You know, in an area where, you know, these roads aren't designed for this many cars. You know,
and at this time of the year as well, you're just taking a punt. There's no doubt about it. You're taking a punt on the weather, and it's great to see this many people come out. You know,
there's a lot of fans here today.
Yeah, in these conditions, because it hasn't been great the last 2 or 3 days in the UK.
K. DeWolf just popping his way up there. He's not too far away, so K. DeWolf is in this mix, isn't he?
This is going to be good. I think the tail end of this race is going to be good.
Yeah, because it's going to start closing up. K. DeWolf, Vial, and Muse are all going to start bunching up together.
Did you see Conrad just getting...
I'm jumping off that little...
That's like Supercross stuff, because they're landing on something that's higher than the takeoff.
Yeah. Smart riding. It's very good. He does things like that, which is hard to understand how he makes it look so easy. It almost blags my mind. I don't get it.
Well, sit back and watch and learn, and I expect you to be riding like that in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, well, no. Don't think that's ever going to happen, mate.
I can dream. This is going to tighten up, I'm sure, because it looks to me, we haven't got obviously the times, as in the lap times on the screen, but we don't need them. We've got a visual here that K. DeWolf is definitely starting to pinch up the top 3 now. Okay, the gap between Muse and Vial hasn't really changed, but here comes K. DeWolf.
I would say K. DeWolf is the fastest man on track.
Yeah, he's going to make this a 3-way battle. Carsmakers is back in 4th, but they've been dropped. Look at the difference there. But Gifton, who took the opening moto win, is basically 20 seconds off the race lead now. And in the opening moto, he ended up closing in on the last few laps and taking the race win. But he's going to have to find 20 seconds from somewhere if he wants to win this one. Everett's tucked in behind him. Then it's Jamie Carpenter, as we mentioned, having a really good ride. Raf Muissen is in 8th. 9th, Jamie Law on that Pico 252 stroke. And then Sam Nunn having a good one, actually, just moving up ahead of him. So Grimshaw in 11th. Jamie Wainwright is keeping that Kawasaki going this time around.
Yeah, he's going to want to edge himself up into the top 10, isn't he?
Oh, somebody just went down. Who was that? That was DeWolf. Did I just see somebody crash in the corner? Yes, I did. I just saw the front end go out of the corner of my eye there, and yet DeWolf just tucked the front end. So what was a 3-way battle, or shaping up to be a 3-way battle, now becomes a 2-way battle. Back to a 2-way battle.
Yeah, so
he would have lost a load of time. Let the time refresh on the screen here. That should bring up to speed in a minute of the time that he's lost. Unless it is just those 3 seconds, but I think he lost more than that.
Yeah, so Kai DeWolf on the factory Nestan Husqvarna team, backed in a big way by Jumbo as well. Jumbo Superstore. They're shop, aren't they? It's like Asda.
Yeah, it's like basically a Dutch equivalent.
Yeah. They're a big. So it's good to see brands like that as well stepping into the space. I mean, I know Jumbo have been around doing it for a while, haven't they? So. Yeah,
they've
Jumbo
been around a lot.
But they're now like a title sponsor for that team, which is cool to see.
Yeah, and Jackie Martin's team has always had support from them. Of course, they've been a private sponsor of Jeffrey Hurlin's for a number of years now as well. So there you go. You need to send your CV into Tesco's. By the way, if we got viewers around the world, Tesco's is one of the biggest supermarket chains in the UK.
Yeah.
Just if you're wondering what the hell we're talking about. Outside the top 10, you've got Grimshaw, Blanken is in 12th, Wainwright, then Mills, Chris Mills. Alfie Jones is basically his debut ride in MX2, looking pretty good ahead of Bailey Johnson, those guys stepping up. Lewis Hall switched back to a 254 stroke. He has been riding a 252 stroke most of the off-season.
Late on he did that, didn't he? I was a bit of a...
Because he was looking really good on the 252 stroke, so I don't know the reasoning for that. But anyway, he's on a 4-stroke now. There's Harvey Cashmore riding for the Chambers Husqvarna team, coming through number 10. He's going to be lapped here by
K. DeWolf. A lot of people cheering over the fence for him as well.
Yeah, and there's no embarrassment by being lapped by K. DeWolf.
No. I think Conrad's looking pretty good at the minute, isn't he? I mean, a couple of seconds, and when he came through that last time round, he just looked like he had that little bit of a zest.
So DeWolf lost approximately 6 seconds on that little front end washout on that corner. He's just come round the lap.
Let's see how much he's gained back, because look how, he's looking good. So once he comes through here, and if we give it a, well, he threw it into that berm there then, didn't he? But if we give it a few seconds, that should update, and we'll know the
well, that is the
right
gap.
now.
He was 3 seconds behind, and then it's gone out to 9. So that's pretty much right. Let's see if he's pulled any of it back. Take a little time for the timing to refresh. Gifting still sat there in 5th now, just starting to edge away. No, he's gone up to 4th, past his teammate. So the two Hitachi powered by Milwaukee KTM riders running 4th and 5th. Gifting putting a move on his teammate there to move it into 4th. But that gap, 27 seconds off the race lead, you've got to say. I think
they've probably been slowing each other down a little bit, though. They are in like their own little sort of battle, which doesn't always help, does it? You know, when you're sort of chopping and diving each other, you're going to put a halt on forward like progression.
Yeah, well, obviously the top 20 overall from the combined 2 races. This is the second MX2 race, by the way. The combined top 20 for MX2 and MX1 will go into the super final at the end of the day, which will be at 10 to 4 coming off the line, scheduled to come out for the line at 10 to 4. That's where we put all the best riders from the meeting effectively in one race, 250s against 450s. So obviously these top hitters are going to clearly score enough points to make the super final, no problem there.
Yeah, and then it's 250F against 450F. That's just a cool thing, isn't it? It's going to be tough, though, for a 250 guy today, I think, with how heavy the track is. However, there does seem to be some sort of like firm line cutting in now. I've noticed Caden Wolf, if you look at some parts of the track, he's just getting really crazy traction, you know, on the bumps, and he starts like leaning back on the bike. So it's coming around. We've had no rain.
Oh, I tell you what, he is on a charge because the red mist has come down. He's obviously made this mistake on this corner under the bridge, but now you could see just going out of this shot in front of him was Tom Viel. So he's clearly pulled back some of that basically 6 seconds. He's definitely pulled some of that back. He's probably halved it this lap. Well, obviously,
imagine having that feeling that you've just chucked away a win, though. It's got to be annoying.
I don't need to imagine it.
You've probably done it.
I've had a few of them.
Well, I have, but it's not been counting for money. You know, he could have chucked 10,000 euros down the train.
Yeah. So he's charging, absolutely on it, trying to. Oh, he's charging so much. He's like, just get out of the way. Who was that? I don't know who that was. Carl McNichol was a lap down. I don't even know Carl was there. He has just literally punted Carl.
He did. Yeah, he did.
I'm coming through.
Interestingly, he hasn't actually made time up on Conrad.
No.
He made time up on Vial. Conrad's actually gone faster.
Yeah. Well, Conrad has got a nice lead now. It's out to nearly 6 seconds, as you can see on your screen. This is what we want from a British perspective. Being biased, we want Conrad Muse to come out of this weekend feeling confident, feeling good.
I want him to go and win a world title on a privateer outfit. Imagine that. When is the last time that's happened?
God knows.
A long time.
Sure, somebody will post a comment up and tell us. So please,
I'd love to know. Yeah, let us know.
The comments coming in. Keep liking and subscribing to MXN TV, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. We will get a chance to read all those comments at some point. But right now, obviously, we're focusing on the race here ahead of us. But yeah, Conrad looking good on the Stebbings car Superstore.
Nickel there on the Verde. What is it? Verde Cilio KTM. Looking, you know what? He's had a good day. You know, he's not having the best time now. But I think McNichol, he's done well. He's rounding out the top 20 at the minute. Obviously had a few issues, but he started so well in that opening moto and definitely showed that he's got some speed. Wow. That is sketchy now. That is so sketchy now.
I have to say, that until you've ridden Hawkstone and you come round to that jump, it's a bit blind. You can't actually spot your landing. You just see the bit that you're landing is higher. Which is fine when it's like the first lap of practice or it's quite smooth and it's dry.
Yeah.
you get some proper holes in the bottom of that takeoff. Because people accelerate at the bottom, it holes out.
It does. You get massive accelerating bumps, don't you?
Yeah, and what happens is you wheelie into it, and your foot pegs ground. And it sometimes just drags you enough for you to hang it up and come up short. And I think that's what happened there to Kay DeWolf. And then you've got to get that whole panic rev thing on where you bounce off the top, but then you're bouncing off a 10-foot drop off.
Into holes. I remember a few years ago, I was racing an amateur class here, and I did that. That was all rutted out and stuff. And I found a good line, and I was doing it. And God, it made up so much time, though. You know, if people aren't doing it, you can make up so much time on that bit of the track.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of our sport. Again, you know, there's the margins. For example, road racing, you know, we're talking milliseconds between them and whatever. In motocross, you can make a mistake that will cost you, like, easily 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah. I was catching another guy every lap that I did it,
but the good thing about it is you've got more chance to get that time back. In road racing, for example,
if you lose it, it's gone.
It's so hard to get it back.
Yeah.
But in motocross, the time differentials are so, lap times are, you know, for a lot of the top riders, they're consistent. But there'd be differentials of like 2 or 3 seconds.
There could be, yeah. You could have a lap that's 2 seconds off, but then it's not. But if you have a lap that's 2 seconds off, it's not necessarily anything to worry about.
Yeah,
if you did that in road racing, you'd be in 20th.
Yeah.
Like, literally, it's.
This is a good ride for Conrad Mewse. I'm pleased to see this.
Very good.
He's stretching out the gap. I think he has actually, for a better word, broken Vial in this one. He's so much nicer. He's learned from his first race crash in there, decided, play the percentage game. I won't keep jumping that. I'll just get through there clean every lap.
Did you see him go up the bank down that straight then as well? Just turning the wheel into the bank.
Carrying a lot of momentum. I'll tell you where he is blindingly quick, is where they come up around the ridge that leads back onto the first corner. Hopefully, we'll stick with him for the rest of this lap so we can see a bit of a riding clinic on how to ride deep sand at Hawkstone, enough to be certainly leading the race. And you look at that, beautiful timing.
Yeah. It just
flowing now.
It almost looks slow, doesn't it? It's unreal.
He's definitely got the flow on now, carrying a lot of momentum. So somebody in a good vantage spot up there in the trees. We'll turn back to the racing. I think we've missed Conrad go through here, have we? Yeah, I think he's already gone in and out of shot. He's moving that quickly. Oh no, there he is. There he is. Somebody's burning coal. Well,
it's like smoke machines going off everywhere, isn't it? Like, and tonight.
I tell you, it reminds me of my nightclub scene. I wasn't much for that, I got to be honest. Top of the pop days, maybe.
Top of the pops.
But this is where we want to try and film him through, and I missed him. He was so quick through there. Like, look at that, wheeling over that hole.
Jumping over that hole. That hole, that part of the track, it does slow you down a lot, to be fair. It's quite technical through there.
So, a clean...
I think they use that part on the Enduro.
Yeah, they do.
In the Enduro.
Looking, without, excuse the pun here, but looking fly in his fly kit.
Oh, yeah. And he launched that first single then. He had so much speed. First I've seen anybody jump that all day. And obviously when you're doing that, you can clear all the holes. You know, you can land down the back side of one of the accelerating bumps. Again, gaining momentum, not falling in anything. And that's what really is the art to sand riding.
See there what I was talking about, where we can't see the takeoff of the jump into the sand pit, but we could see the takeoff of that. And could you see how they're having to wheelie into the face of the jump? So they can't just let the front end go in. There's a nasty hole at the bottom that they have to wheelie over. And I'll tell you, that takes a lot of confidence, and that's something that these riders have, of course. Club-level riders would really struggle with that.
Yeah. Yeah, typically you wouldn't get that on a club day, though.
Yes, true.
The track would form different. It's just that comes with how hard these guys are on the gas, up the jumps.
Got to say, though, Conrad is absolutely hitting all his marks at the minute. We followed him around pretty much for a whole lap, and he was on the same lines, executing them well like he was in the opening part of the race. So he's feeling good in this one, Conrad Mewse. He has now gapped Tom Vial by nearly 10 seconds, and Kay DeWolf is coming back at Tom Vial. Here we go, race on, between number 28 and number 74. They got a back marker between them. I'm sure DeWolf will make light work of them. And then this is the race to follow, I think, now, to the flag, because Conrad is away on it on his Stebbins car Superstore.
The only person that's going to beat Conrad is Conrad right now, so
yes,
I think he's got it.
Yeah, look, nice big gap. We're going to try and focus in, get the guys out there on with the TV cameras to follow this battle between Tom Viel and Kay DeWolf. That's where it matters. Way back behind them in fourth is Kay Kazmarkas. And then Liam Edowitz 3 seconds off the back of him. Isaac Gifton, the opening moto race winner, is nearly 1 minute now behind Conrad Muse.
Yeah, so both these guys as well, Tom Viel and Kay DeWolf, both on the new platform for KTM. So completely new bike for 2023. But obviously these guys are factory guys, so they get to ride it a little bit earlier. And they're obviously, I would say, in a developmental stage at the moment. So they'll be trying to figure some things out, making sure these bikes are completely dialed in for when they go GP racing. Look, this is KTM. They're no joke. They are definitely going to have this bike figured out by the time they go racing GPs. But both of them in the top 3 at the minute in this one. Obviously fighting for that second position. It's probably quite valuable as a overall perspective.
I really are. Obviously, the guys are working hard to follow this battle. I hope we stick with it to the end. Conrad has maybe just backed it down a little bit, or these guys have picked up the pace, but nothing to worry about. He's got a healthy lead.
Wow, look at that. So,
yeah,
Kay DeWolf up the inside. Has he got it?
No, well, he's Harvey Cashmore is the meat in the sandwich. He's going to force him wide. Oh. Cashmore had the best view in the house of that one. Conrad looks like he just got held up.
Hang on, did Conrad come off the bike?
Yes, I think he has. So either Conrad stalled it or got hung up with a back marker there. He has lost time. He's still got a 5-second lead over
they
VL.
are on the last lap, though.
But he definitely got held up. Grimshaw doesn't know either side. He's going to go left, go right. Oh, my God, where do you go?
Tom Grimshaw having it from every angle then.
Yes, indeed. Okay, we're going to try and follow these guys. Luckily, this time of year, the leaves here on the trees at Hawkstone have all fallen off, so we can see around the circuit better. But yes, Muse definitely hit the dirt, or something happened, because there he is. And then now only a few seconds back is Tom Viel. And then you got Kay DeWolf right there.
I said it. I said the only person that can beat Conrad is Conrad. And what did he do? Well, he made a mistake.
Possible task, commentating.
It is. It is. You can never
always put your foot in it. No matter what you say, somebody will go and make you look stupid. Okay. Oh, he's getting held up Viel again. And, of course, you know, not so many blue flags around us at GPs. The guys are on it.
Oh, they're on it, yeah.
You know,
so there we are. Kay DeWolf up the inside of Tom Viel.
Now, I can bet your bottom dollar Tom Viel will be...
screwing, I'd imagine.
Well, he'll be definitely saying back markers or
nasty words.
Yeah, cost him in this one.
Yeah.
Because they did slow him down a little bit, but you've got to be, well, you've got to have your A game about you. And
so both guys on factory outfits for the KTM group. Obviously, Husqvarna is Kay DeWolf there, so he is on the Nissan factory Husqvarna team. And they're both figuring out this new bike as well. Like I said earlier on, in a developmental stage, they need to get these race laps clicked off and make sure that thing's ready to go when the gate drops at Matterley. Not long to go.
He is absolutely flying DeWolf. He's throwing everything.
I think it's too late, mate.
It is.
It is too late.
I know that. You and I know that. Listen, he's a racer. He's going to the flag.
He wants to finish as close as he possibly can do to the back of Conrad, just to go, hey up, mate.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Absolutely. He has thrown
you ain't having that.
Everything into this last lap, but it's going to be a race victory for Conrad Muse. He worked for it. He kind of throws his hand in the air as if to say, that was cool. Look, I think there was an incident with a back marker there, which is why he was kind of doing that. But yes, a race win for Conrad Muse. That will give him loads of confidence and a great shot in the arm going into Matterley next week.
Congratulations to Conrad, and congratulations to Stebbins Car Superstore as well. KTM UK, and they're powered by Bike Shore, so big shout out to all their sponsors, and I'm sure everybody at that team is going to have a little bit of an uplift there, and I think that's Law saying he's sorry for getting in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. But Jamie's been around the block long enough to know that, and, you know, and he wouldn't have intentionally done it.
No. You're just saying there, you know, it's cool, mate. It's cool. Don't worry.
There's Big John Dennis, Conrad's new mechanic.
Hey, when the track's like this, though,
it looks like it.
When you're in a line, you ain't moving out of it.
No.
Because there's ruts and everything. Like you
look what it means. Look what it means.
It means so much
to Justin and yeah.
Yeah, they've got it.
You know,
feel the swag, Conrad. You walk with it, mate.
There you go. I mean, Justin's happy. You know, they put the old team back together. You know, listen, these coaches, Justin, Morris there, and all the guys, you know, it means a lot to them as well. They put hours in with, you know, every MX coach does. So, you know, you go through the ringer with a rider. You go through all the emotions. So, you know, it means so much to the team. Listen, when you get out on track, it's an individual sport. As soon as that crash helmet goes on and you go to the line, you know, you can't program a bike. You can't do these pit stop strategies like they do in F1 and all that stuff to help you win a race. But everything other side of that, it's a team game.
Oh, of course it is.
You can't do it without a good team behind you.
And if it's the right thing for Conrad to go back to basics, go back to that, you know, initial team where there was success, then that's what he needs to do. Right, we're going to throw some adverts now, guys, and we will be back shortly with MX1.
And you definitely didn't get the type of start you wanted.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work.
Came to play tonight.
The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, never want to give up.
Okay, back in the room, as it were, to the Hawkstone International.
Remember to like and subscribe, please. If you're watching us on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel and you can see more of these events popping up throughout the year. Of course, free of charge. And if you're watching on Facebook, make sure you give the stream a little like. Comment away, you know. We will try and get back to you all, or at least somebody will. And also, make sure you like the Facebook page as well. Again, if you want to see some more of this, just watching Luke Burton getting his whole shot device put on there. Look how low that front end is.
Well, you can see there, yeah, some of the bikes are being pushed right down. This is the MX1 class ready to come out. You can see at the dead center of the screen at the top, Thomas Kier Olsen on his new KTM ride. He had, what did he have, an 8th in the opening moto, something like that. Of course, he must have crashed in the whoops or something happened because we saw him, the last shot we saw him in the race was actually facing the wrong way.
Yeah.
So we can only assume he went end over end and had to, you know, ended up picking the bike up the wrong way round. So this is what we call the kind of parc fermé waiting zone. All the guys come down, they roll up into the position they qualified in time practice this morning, and then they go to the line. Again, if you're new to the sport, there's not designated numbers on the start gate. What it means is if you're the fastest in qualifier, you get the first pick of anywhere on the start gate, and then it goes on. Obviously, the gate gets filled. If you're the 40th guy, you've got not much choice.
No. Get what you're given.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Thomas Kier Olsen there at the front in shot there. He's, that new team in MXGP, Dega Procross KTM. The 32 is up there as well. Brent Van Donnick riding for Riley Jumbo Yamaha. Again, another team supported by Jumbo. And where would you shop if you lived in Belgium? I'd shop at Jumbo. Why would you not?
To be fair, mate, you've put me on the spot with that one. I've never really stopped to think about...
I'd be straight there buying my penguins from Jumbo.
Oh, you're a penguin fan, are you?
I do like a penguin.
Okay.
If anybody's listening from around the world doesn't know what a penguin is, buy one.
It's not.
You need.
Well, no, hold on.
They're good though, aren't they?
You need to explain that it's not an Antarctic or
no, I don't like
bird.
Eat.
A lot of people won't know that a penguin is a chocolate bar in the UK.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's just put that out there first.
It's like a chocolate bar with a biscuit in it.
All right.
By
the way, are you trying to hedge to get a load of free penguins arrive at your door?
I just want someone to bring me a penguin. Would be great.
Right, enough of our eating habits and shopping habits.
I'm always going down those routes.
Yeah,
aren't I?
well, I do too. Who cares? There is your opening moto winner, Brian Borgers.
Yeah, on the stand-in construct.
I mean, most of these top teams, obviously, just the setup always look cool. Graphics look good. Kit looks good.
Yeah,
I have to say,
they're selling themselves.
They look good though. I do like the white kit and
do you know what? You know the factory team as well, the MX2 team, Thomas Kier Olsen.
Yeah.
I like it without the Rockstar. I'm a fan.
Right. Yeah.
I think it looks more factory made. It's a bit like proper Husqvarna. You know what I mean? Get rid of that drink. You know, I don't know. Look, I've got nothing against Rockstar. I just think it looks super professional and clean. Oh. Just having Husqvarna on the side of the bike, because at the end of the day, they're the brand. They should be. That's how Kawasaki have done it now. No Monster, you know.
So the outcome of the last 3 minutes of conversation is that Callum's going to have a load of penguins arrive at his door, but no Rockstar.
No, do you know what I mean? I think a brand, if you're a factory manufacturer, that on the side panel of your bike should say that manufacturer. End of story.
Right, here we go. The guys are lining up for Moto 2 of the MX1 race here. There's Gav Stevenson, who basically had a bike issue in the first Moto. We saw his bike steam and he came to a stop. Putnam we saw on the deck. There's Luke Burton on the first Mark MX Husqvarna. There's the AJP gas rider coming right down the end, actually staying out of trouble. As you can see, MX1 Moto 2, yeah, is what we're on. So we're going to have a 125 race after this. Obviously, we've got to get through this first, 25 minutes plus 2 laps. Then it will be the third EMX 125 race. That should be coming off the line at 10 past 3. We might be running a little bit behind schedule here, not too much though. And then we will be finishing off the Hawkstone International, brought to you by Ashbrook and Toughsheet, with the MX1, MX2 Super Final. But right now, it's gate drop for MX1 Moto 2.
There's Rob Clitheroe there.
I'm going whole shot.
He's a blast from the past, mate. He is.
I'm going whole shot Coldenhoff.
Let's go. Soon see. Oh, Millward
sorry,
with the blinder
sorry.
again. Watson.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say Watson.
Oh, you meant to say Watson, okay.
And Simpson in second as well, so this is good for the two Brits. They're coming out swinging in this second moto.
Millward got it pretty wrong there on that first ski jump. So it's 3 Brits at the front. We've got Watson, followed by Sean Simpson.
I think that's Sean, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Sean Simpson and
Millward.
Carrot Top, Sean Millward.
Sean Millward.
Jake Millward in third. I'm losing my mind.
Look at that healthy crowd. There's a good picture right there.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see, especially with the weather as it is. I thought it was going to put people off. It definitely has not.
Keir Olsen looks like he's... Thomas Keir Olsen looks like he's made a move on Jake Millward for third there. Through, we call them, like I said, those whoops used to be longer, bigger.
No rollers, really.
Yeah, they were these huge rollers. They've kind of just been mellowed out down the years, but we still call that the whoop section of the circuit.
I think it's more to cater for the amateur racing, isn't it, as well? Like.
Under the Ashbrook Bridge. And it's going to be Ben Watson, though, who's going to lead across the stripe on the opening 3/4 of a lap. Of course, the finish line is sort of halfway round as where the start is, so it's not a complete full lap, but
no. So Boger's up there as well. Just saw him go round Millward, just pushing him back a
nice
little
move
spot,
by Koulas actually there on Martin
Yeah,
Barr.
very clever.
In fact, he's got 2 for 1 as he gone past Jay.
Knock, has he done it? He might get him up the hill.
Has he gone past AJ? No, not quite. So
what did James Stewart you say? 2 for 1 special. That's what he said on it.
All right.
Back in the day.
Simpson lovely up that section. You see he jumped up into that corner.
Yeah.
The only one so far that's done that.
Doing Belgium stuff.
Sean, obviously, great sand rider. Won GPs in sand, won a GP in Lommel, if my memory serves me right.
4
GPs. So Sean knows his way around the soft stuff. His practice track up in Scotland, very much sand-based. As Verlanderen also goes past Jake Millward on this opening lap. But right now it's Kawasaki factory racing.
So Sean Simpson has 4 MXGP wins to his name, 7 race wins and 6 podiums. There we are.
Good work.
He's obviously on a new team this year. Same bike, new team. Is it Gabriel?
Well, he's still kind of doing his thing, yeah, and the guys at Gabriel have got involved to help him out. So they're involved with it as well. They're sort of the title sponsor, really, of what Sean's doing. You know, still very much running his own program with his dad, Willie, you know, and driving around and doing all that. But they've got some support from Simon Gabriel and the guys down there on the south coast, so big up them. Brian Boger's looking good. He'll have some confidence from that first race. Definitely. You know, there was a mistake made, but he was there to pick up the pieces and win it, and he looks good on that Husqvarna. So there we go, Watson in the lead.
Just to make sure I cover that as well.
Oh, look, see?
Just every time.
It's just so difficult.
Just put your mouth closed.
The minute you pick up a rider, they do that.
So Sean Simpson's team is Gabriel KTM, fueled by Dice Carriers 24. So there we are.
Well, Sean, obviously, to make it work, has got a lot of sponsors, you know, as privateer effort, and he's got to give them all some love and feedback, because he knows, he's been around long enough to know without their support he wouldn't be riding. What I'm excited about Sean Simpson this year is the fact that, I think that Luke Burton gone down there. What I'm excited about Sean this year from a British perspective is obviously he's not doing Grand Prix this year. He's got a young family and all that. And we had this conversation yesterday, which we showed in the lunch interval, the interview. He can now sort of focus. He even admitted it. He can focus on like peaking at the right time for all the UK events.
Yeah.
And I know he desperately wants to win another couple of British domestic titles.
He could do it. I think he could do it as long as he wasn't doing GPs.
Yes.
I think if you were doing GPs, no chance. You're too tired. Too much going on, too much travelling. And I know how Sean does it. He's in that Sprinter van, driving all around Europe, not through choice, through the fact that he doesn't have £1 million in the bank. You know, it's one of them things. It's a very tiring prospect to be going GPs, domestic. So I think he's doing the right thing. stay domestic, get a few more years out of the job.
Yeah.
Why would you not?
And that's where, obviously, you know, British rider, he's got more chance of picking up British sponsorship and doing that if he's riding at home. Particularly, of course, if we're going to be doing more of these live streaming events, more exposure. For example, if he comes and races the Michelin MX Nationals, he's going to get plenty of exposure on the live stream here on MXN TV. You know,
that's
just
why
stuff
I
like
was
that.
mentioning Dice Carriers, you know. Dice Carriers, they're going to love that. The guy's going to be like, whoa, Sean, here's another 20 grand. Let's go. I hope. I'm not pressuring you, Dice Carriers.
Just throwing a random figure out there.
Yeah, just throwing it around. No, if without those guys, then these guys couldn't go racing. So in all seriousness, we really we want to get as many mentions of all these companies as we possibly can do.
Talking of mentions, seamless link there. Big shout again, once again, to Beer and RFX. And look at that right on cue, the title sponsors of this event, Ashbrook and Toughsheet Building Products. Thank you guys for making this event happen. There's a lot of people, cold as they are, will go home from this weekend glad that the Salop Club have laid on this event. It's you know, we've all been stuck indoors for too long, let's be fair, over the last couple of years for whatnot. And it's just great to be back at the races, and it's always great to kick off the UK motocross calendar here at the Hawkstone International, run by the Salop Motor Club. So big up everybody involved. Thank you. I hope everybody at home or wherever you are in the world watching this on your smartphone, your tablet, sat on your sofa, wherever you are, you're enjoying the race action here from Hawkstone. I know we are. It's great to be back doing this, and it's great to be back at the races.
So Coldenhoff moving up the order, up into 10th now. Terrible second moto for Glenn. So struggling to pick that through. So Bogus just behind him. Marty Barr, though, in 12th. I'm saying it's terrible for Coldenhoff to be there. Marty Barr probably be a bit happier with that, being a bit closer to the top 10, the Irishman.
Yeah. I cannot see, of course, we're only going down to the top 20 on our timing. Haven't got the speed hive timing like some of you guys might have at home, just because really struggling with his phone signal here. But I can't see Jake Nichols anywhere in that top 20.
No, he was there earlier on. I think he was around 15th, so even back to 27th there. No, so maybe out the race, who knows?
Yeah, so not gone so to plan, I guess, for the Crendon
fast track.
Yeah. Now, obviously, with Hitachi as well, support for Dave Thorpe's team.
Yeah, Hitachi spreading it all over the place.
Yeah, so just Jake from that team opting to come and ride here at Hawkstone. Tommy Searle deciding to sit this one out. He's only concentrating on the domestic stuff. I think Jake just feels like he needs some ride time.
Yeah, he's probably not going to be too bummed about that. He just wanted to get behind the gate, probably. He had a lot of time off, hasn't he? But hey, Ben's looking pretty good right now, isn't he? I think Sean's going to be feeling quite comfortable here for a bit of a charge, though, don't you?
Yeah, look, he's right there. It's not like these guys haven't raced together before, but obviously you could argue that Ben Watson is not at the complete other spectrum end of his career, because he's not a youth rider, but you know, he's got the MX1 class all ahead of him to try and obviously stamp a name for himself with this factory racing team, Kawasaki team ride, whereas Sean has just announced, obviously, last year that he is no longer racing Grand Prix, so his GP career is over, whereas we'd like to think in MX1, Ben's is just starting. Well, it is really, because he only had 1 year last year in the class.
Yeah, so Ben's 23?
I think so.
23, yeah, so he's young, you know, realistically, with how athletes are at the minute, we've probably got another 10 years of Ben Watson, really, if he can play his cards right and, you know, make some good choices. He could be a Grand Prix, you know, GP winner.
Yeah, why not? You've got, you know, like I said, Ben's got to start believing that. He's got the skill set, you know, to go on and be a world champion. That is
Without
always
doubt.
a massive ask, particularly in MX1. But it's one of those ones, isn't it? It's just confidence. There's so much to it. Ben Watson is definitely a confidence rider. Things are going well and he's feeling good. Like you said, Callum, if he goes out and wins a race this year, then the kind of floodgates open a little bit, because you're then like, okay, I can win a race.
You know you can do it.
I can win a race.
It happened with Romain Febvre, didn't it? 2017, did he? Something like that. He started winning.
Oh yeah,
and then boom, he was there. And you know, when you're lining up on that gate and you look left and right, you've got to want to know that you are lining up to win in order for that to happen. So Ben just needs to build on this, you know, confidence.
Simpson is not going away though.
No,
Sean
he's
Simpson
not.
is
He really
right
isn't.
there. I love that kit. He's easy to spot from a commentator's point of view.
It's easy to spot with his riding style, mate. Like, he's just Sean.
Yeah, so this is good. The two Brits pushing each other along. They've gapped Thomas Gehr-Olsen a little bit. It's out to about, well, Simpson has got about a 3-second gap over Olsen behind him. Van Donnick.
Did you see how he kept that bike on the gas on that real tight corner then? Sean came through there, and it's like a 90 right, isn't it? And he just kept it lit. I have not seen anybody do that so quick all day.
Yeah, these guys. So Olsen doing his best to hang with them, but he's kind of a little bit in no man's land, really, at this stage. He's 3 seconds off the rider in front. The nearest rider behind him is Van Donnick, another 3 seconds back. Not huge margins, but still kind of just enough on track out of sight where you're not getting that toe off the rider in front.
Colden there, just picking another one, just going past Millward, on just looking at the timing at the side of the screen. So Glenn Colden up to 8th now.
There's the Scotland flag, St Andrews. Well, basically, the Scots always come out and oh, there we go. A mistake. So Watson falls out of the lead, tucks the front end again, we're assuming, coming out of that, because the rear end was still in the berm, as it were. So I don't think the rear end stepped out. I think he just dug it in too deep, lost the front. So Ben Watson falls out of the lead. Sean Simpson is your new race leader.
Yeah, Watson now falling back to, he'll be back in 3rd, won't he? I imagine Thomas Gehr-Olsen would have got through there. So Glenn Coldenhoff, the Yamaha team name is Monster Energy Yamaha Factory MXGP. Trying to get these names right. Don't want people telling us off.
Nice over there, Sean. Lovely, sticking right to the left, then sweeping in nicely into that corner. Again, loads of experience riding in sand, particularly wet sand. Sean has put endless hours in riding in these kind of conditions. Opting to run the handguards, which is sometimes pretty good. It's, you know, obviously it stops all the roost going into the bars, but sometimes even when it's cold, it does make a difference, actually. You don't have the wind chill on your hand, believe it or not, so much. So Sean rocking the handguards, and there are actually buried in the Hawkstone dirt quite a few big sort of sandstone stones that occasionally fly out. We saw one fly out of a rut earlier on. He's looking good here, though. He's saying that, though. Thomas Gehr-Olsen is not too far behind. There he is. So Thomas will fancy a bit of this now. And then Brent Van Donnick is a rider on the charge. He is closed in on both of those riders ahead. But he, as you saw coming into that corner there, that Yamaha is starting to smoke or steam a little bit. Looks like it could be steam and not oil.
Yeah, but when they get hot, they do start losing power. You know, you could start burning. It could be that they're using the clutch too much. A few factors go into that. It's not necessarily always one thing, is it? Like, because you can start, like you said, either have oil or steam. You know, a bit of both. It's all going wrong.
Yeah, this is going to be. It'll be interesting to see how Ben Watson reacts to his crash here, because towards the end of the opening moto, again he was good the latter part of the race, but he might have just lost a little bit of momentum with that crash, you know. And as you know, sometimes, Swanee, there's two ways a crash would go. Sometimes you crash, and you know you just don't think about anything thereafter.
Yeah,
we call it like red mist, but it's not. And you suddenly you just ride amazing and charge through the pack.
I think it's the adrenaline, isn't it? You know, you got that adrenaline spike again, or you know, you can be like, oh,
it goes the other way, exactly.
I can't do it now. Like, Depends how much energy is used at the start of the race. Well, how a Belgian man would say it, too much of the physical.
Nice. But it can go either way sometimes, and
no, definitely.
I don't know where, you know, where Ben's head is at after that crash.
Big gap though back to Ben from these guys now.
Yeah. So as you can see on your screen, Villander is there in 5th. AJ Arminus Jasikonis is there in 6th, ahead of Coldenhoff, who was not so good in this race.
No, I think he may be riding amazing, but it was the start. You know, something went wrong on the opening laps of this moto for sure for Glenn Coldenhoff.
But also, like we said, pre-season international, these guys want to dial in everything before we get. I know this is a very different track to Matterley. I appreciate that. You know, Matterley is more sort of clay chalk circuit. I mean, they churn it up and do a great job of it, but it's certainly not sand-based like this. So maybe between motos, they've tried a few things to make the bike better, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It goes either way, doesn't it? I mean, and like this part of the year, everybody's trying to search for something. No matter if you think you've got the perfect setup, it's never perfect, is it? They're always trying to find speed somewhere. If you don't keep with that attitude, then you'll never get better, will you? So that's what they're all trying to do. They're all out there trying to do a job at the end of the day, and their job is to win races. Sean Simpson, though. Looking behind you. You stay looking where you're going, Sean. Actually, don't worry about these boys behind you. You focus on you.
What I like about that is coaches and parents and everybody will tell so many kids, don't look behind you, directly behind you.
Yeah.
So Sean's just done everything that we try to teach young riders to do.
But
the difference being, obviously he is a top level pro.
He'll be doing it from a management perspective more than anything.
But also good enough to ride probably 10, 15 feet or more with not even looking where you're going.
Yeah, exactly. He'll probably be looking and going, okay.
Oh, absolutely.
I've got 4 seconds. I'm good.
As we said earlier, if you're new to this sport, these guys are not in communication with their pit crew. It just doesn't happen in the sport of motocross. You'll see they're coming around to what we call the mechanics area, the pit signaling area.
I think all the pit crew would hear is.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of that.
Why.
Yeah. So these guys just have to, they literally get messages lap on lap every time they come round. And as we said, the pit board is not that big. They normally just, you should see it now. They normally just give them like their lap times or the differences between riders, maybe a short word of encouragement. You can just see the board to the left behind the timing screen, just getting pulled in there by Ben's mechanic.
Yeah, that will normally have like, I don't know, lap times on, a few words of encouragement maybe. A lot of the riders will, forget to breathe, things like that, relax, so you'll have a little bit, just reminders really. Just gentle reminders. There's not a lot else that you can do, is there?
No, it's knowing what to do as well. Like I can honestly and genuinely say, my brother was my mechanic for most of my career. Obviously, did an amazing job with us as a family. But every so often, I'd get the board put out to say like breathe, and I found it the most infuriating thing in the world.
Yeah.
For me, I'm like, what do you think I'm doing? Holding my breath the entire race.
I get it.
But I knew what he was coming from, but I just found it so like...
He's trying to say chill.
Yeah. So Simpson, good lap, that last lap around. He managed just, he had that little look behind him, and I think he thought, right, I'm going to up the pace now, and it looks like he has somewhat. Oh no, take that all back, because whatever he gained when he crossed the line, Thomas Kier Olsen has now gained it all back in just half a lap. He's right on him now, Olsen. So there we go. We got 5 minutes.
6 minutes.
Plus 1 lap to go in this 25-lap moto. Plus one lap, sorry. And Simpson's going to have to work hard here then to keep a hard charge in. Thomas Kier Olsen behind him. He is virtually alongside of him as they go round the far as bottom left-hand end of the circuit for those that have ever been to Hawkstone.
Yeah, I think Olsen looks
a bit but look at Van Donnick.
Oh, God.
He's just come from nowhere, and he's going to go into the lead, isn't he?
I thought Van Donnick had lost it then. That was so close. Yeah, he's done it. He's up the inside of Sean.
You're just talking about the 2-for-1 deal. He has literally just done that. He has launched into that sand pit and picked them both off in one sitting.
Well, that's what we were talking about, isn't it? The difference with doing that and not doing it, it's got to be like, I mean, the speed that you can carry after it, it could be over a second.
Oh, it's
just
definitely,
doing that.
definitely over a second gained, as proven there, because he entered,
he's gone.
he entered that section in third.
Yeah.
And just by jumping into that hole where the other two ahead of him wasn't, and now he's in front.
It's a big advantage. He did nearly come off, though.
Admittedly, but fortune
come off.
Fortune favours the brave.
So Brent Van Donnick on that Riley Jumbo Yamaha support MXGP team.
Yeah, Van Donnick looking good. Of course, Brent did a season. Well, he picked up a couple of injuries and didn't complete the whole season racing in the UK. But he was with us, what was that, a couple of years ago, wasn't it, before COVID?
Did he ride for the factory MX2 team?
Yes, I think, sometime back. So, yeah, looking good, Van Donnick there, as he's just blasted into the lead.
Yeah, he's looking really good. Where was this man in the first one?
Oh, results. Where have we got them here? I can't remember.
Is this, I think this is qualifying we've got. Yeah, well, we have to pick that one up. But, yeah, he might be on for a good one, eh?
Yeah, for the overall, we're going to find out, obviously, at the end of these races. Then the top 20, as we said, in each class, move into the super final. What we'll do when this race is over, we will go and get confirmation of the overall results across the two motos, because that's the other thing. You've also got to wait a little while because there's sometimes penalties, etc. So obviously it's always initially when the race is finished. That's the provisional.
Still trying to find his way past Sean Simpson. That Gabriel.
There you go. That's the difference. That's the difference. Sean hung it up, and TKO following the line then of Van Donnick. Both of them realised that they got turned over their last lap around, so both of them changed their line. Sean was a little bit tentative, I guess.
Yeah, I think TKO's just riding with a little bit more, I don't know, confidence. Sean just looks a bit stiff, but that's just sometimes how Sean is anyway. He's very strong on the bike, isn't he? You know, like he sort of looks really sort of compact. TKO looks really flowy at the minute, so I think the way the track is, it just seems to be working a little bit better for him. But Sean still, hey, third. I don't think Ben's going to be able to do anything in the next 5 minutes to catch up.
No, I can't see it either, but you never know. We said that in the other moto, and then it came through at the end. It all tightened up at the end when Conrad got hung up with that back marker.
Yeah, so TKO on screen right now. Just got his way past the... past Sean Simpson on the Gabriel KTM. So TKO on the Dega Procross KTM there. Big EMX program back in the days. That team, so they're stepping up with MX1. And good riders to do it with as well. Thomas Kier Olsen absolutely performing brilliantly over the weekend. He's been pretty good. But man of the moment, Brent Van Donnick on that Jumbo Yamaha. The Riley Jumbo Yamaha MXGP team. Brent Van Donnick really proving his worth at the moment. Not much longer of this race left. I would say 2 minutes plus a lap. You might be looking at maybe the last lap of this moto. We shall see the next time they come through the flag. Now, when the riders take their hands off in the air, they're not doing that for fun, trust me. They're doing it to just pull the tear off. There we are. There's a minute left to go. So what it is like a roll film that goes over the goggles, and they pull the little cord, and that just clears the lens. So it just pulls all the dirt off, and the roll sort of comes across their goggle, and then they've got clear vision again. 24MX. Big shout out to those guys, and Hasport, some sponsors.
Yeah, as we said,
of the event this weekend.
There's a fair few that have got behind the event, sponsorship event. Ashbrook being, as I said, the title sponsor along with the guys at Toughsheet.
The supreme leader.
But yeah, 24MX, Hasport, yep, we've got a lot of the guys out here getting involved with it. And as we said so many times before, without them, it does not happen.
It can't work, can it?
Yeah. So big up to them. But also the Salop Club. So Van Donnick 4.8 seconds ahead. Nice work. Chucking paperwork around in here like a petulant school kid. Like it.
Well, you were looking at paperwork from 2020.
Oh, yeah, somehow that landed on our desk. So, yeah, obviously I'm going to name check these guys because we said it's a big thing to run a motocross event in the UK or anywhere in the world, and you can't do it without brand sponsors. So, big shout out to Ashbrook and Toughsheet. Of course, 24MX, Hasport, the guys at GP Graphics, Stefan and the guys down there in the West Country doing a great job with that. Muckoff, obviously they're down in the south as well. Alex and the crew at Muckoff getting involved. Service, SM Pro Platinum Wheels. We got Tizers and then Braun Workwear. The guys at RFX, Metrics Engineering, NV Motocross Hubs. Goggle Tech, we've seen them. The guys at Leat, JKPT, that's J Kelly, MX Strength and Conditioning. MPS, that's Motorcycle Parts Store UK, and Valley Burner. Gumpo and the guys at Townsend. Just honestly, guys, on the behalf of Salop Motor Club, thank you so much for making it happen. Time has elapsed.
There we are.
One to go.
One to go, and we're going to have a second winner of the MX1 class here at the famous Hawkstone Park. Brent Van Donnick looks like he's going to be the man for at the moment. Look at that through there. Absolutely so gnarly. You know, if you watch that, you can't even think that's easy, can you? No way.
I hope not.
I'd hope not. I'm sure there's some people out there that
do you know what?
Come and try it.
Exactly. I was just going to say, if you think it is, swing your leg over a motocross bike in just a flat field, put some cones out, rip around for 20 minutes, and then let us know what you think.
Yeah.
Of course, some of these guys, certainly for maybe the EMX 125 riders, some of them, I know the British riders, this will be their first race of the year. They would have probably suffered a little bit with what was, the dreaded arm pump. Again, if you've never ridden a motocross bike, it's basically kryptonite.
It's horrible. Yeah, I mean, maybe if you've ridden mountain bikes, you've felt it when you go down a trail, when it's cold, and you're hitting the tree roots and you're grabbing the brakes, that feeling in your arms where you just got no control over the grips. But the difference with a mountain bike is over in 30 seconds. This, you've got to ride through it for 20 minutes. It's disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, it can...
well, you never dealt with it.
No, I didn't.
I think you would have felt it. Everyone, at some point, you would have had tight arms.
Hold on a minute. Now, let me reiterate it. Now I've jumped back on a bike after all these years.
You get it?
Yes.
Yeah,
I had it the other day. To be fair, I was out on a twin-cylinder Triumph.
Nice. Was that 700 thing?
Yeah. No. This is the thing. Basically, the guys at Martin Perrett and Brad Perrett, the B&H Triumph team that I'm going to be doing a few races for this year. So amazing bit of kit.
Very
but
silly.
yeah, I first time riding in a long time, so I have now experienced arm pump.
Yeah.
But
it's down to technique though a lot of the time, isn't it? You're doing something wrong to get it. Normally, like with not holding on with your legs and stuff.
I think this time around for me,
it's just fat and old.
It's excessive drinking and eating might be have something to do with it. But Brent Van Donnick is going to wrap this one up here. Again, maybe he shouldn't be saying that because he's nowhere near. But I'm confident the way he's been launching this sensibly on the last lap. Thinking, no, thank you. I don't need to jump that this time around. I've got it. But that is what won him the race. Obviously, not just that, but that was his ace up his sleeve.
It was. Just lapping Rob Clitheroe there as well. He's probably not had a bad ride, Clitheroe, just being lapped there. 20th there, 195, Rob. So good ride for him. And then Bentley just in front of him.
There it is then, a race win for Brent Van Donnick. Very tidily done. Definitely that move that he made in the sandpit. That's what done it for him on that Riley Jumbo Yamaha. He'll be pleased with that. We are going to go and rush off now and get the combined results, basically. What we'll do, we should have, and it might be a little while. Callum might have to be a little while the guys print the results off, but we're going to get the overall winners here, effectively, because that's how it works. Each class gets 2 motos each. You put the combined scores together, and whoever has accumulated the most points is the overall winner. And then the top 20 in each class will be coming out in the super final. Up next, we have the final EMX 125 race coming at you, and then after that, it is the super final. So, guys, quick break. If you want to go and put the kettle on, do whatever you got to do. Go and do it now, because we will be back with some racing shortly with the EMX 125s. Welcome back to the Hawkstone International 2022 here at Hawkstone Park MX, the legendary motocross circuit. And again, some of our sponsors there, the guys at GP Graphics down there in the West Country, and Muck-Off, obviously pushing forward in the sport. Big sponsors, of course, of AMA teams now, spreading out across America. So the guys doing a great job there. These guys are the future of upcoming future anyway of European motocross, or some of them, not all of them here. A lot of the British EMX 125 riders are here. There's Ben Mustoe riding for the Matt Gardner racing team with his little start blocks coming to the line. Okay, going back to the overall, let's give it to you. In the MX2 overall, we've now got confirmed results off the back of the 2 races. We do just the top 3 in reverse order. Third at the Hawkstone International 2022 in MX2 is Tom Viel, Red Bull Factory Racing KTM team rider, coming in 3rd overall. Kay de Wolf came in 2nd on the Factory Husqvarna, and your overall winner at Hawkstone, it pleases me to say, being a tad biased, Conrad Muse took the overall victory by 1 point on his Stebbings Car Superstore KTM UK, powered by Bikeshaw. So what a great way for him to start on his new team. You know, you want to call it his privateer as such. It's not a factory effort or team effort. It's just very much Conrad doing his thing with some help of some really good support from some private sponsors. So Conrad Muse taking the overall victory, Callum.
Very happy about that, and I'm sure, yeah, Stebbings Car Superstore are going to be even happier than us. Well, I don't know. They're having to pay the bonus, aren't they?
Yeah.
No, but fair play. You know, great ride for Conrad. It's good. Do you know what? It's just good for him to just show what he can do. You know, really, more than anything. I know he had a little mistake. Don't think it was his fault. I think he got caught with a back marker. Yeah, it's just good to see him out there and you know, getting that confidence before we enter into the GP season.
Very quickly before these 125s come off the gate, top 3 in the MX1 overall, it was Thomas Gear Olsen who finished 3rd overall on the box, ahead of Glenn Koldenoff and Brian Bogers, even though he crashed in that second moto, putting together enough points, 39 point score to win the overall. Right, those guys are all going to be come out after this anyway in the super final. Let's get back to the EMX 125, their final race of the day. Who's going to get the overall in this, I wonder? This is very much up for grabs because we've had different race winners. It's been up and down.
Who's that? Was it
that
clear
was
hole shot? 5. Oh, there was a big crash as well. Who's that down? Was that one of the Yamaha boys? Is that a Motor Exchange rider?
Might be, yeah. It could well be. Is it Casimir Henderson? Has he gone down there? That's Rhys Jones there. That was definitely Rhys Jones, 104. Okay. Oh, is that Rhys going down? That's him. You can't really tell.
490. That was Casimir Henderson.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was 490.
No, that was Jack
Piercy.
Yeah, no, that was Jack Piercy. Looking very similar.
Doppelganger.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, we'll get them over the line here, the green, because that will obviously, I'd like to think we're going to be able to identify them before. That's Colmer going through there.
Yeah, believe it or not, guys, me and Jeff have to work off a very small screen.
That is, I think that was Ashton Bowden that got the whole shot. Pretty sure it was. Let's see. It's Colmer. No, it's not. Sorry, it's not Colmer. That's Joe Brooks who finds us out. Yeah, that was.
Good start again from Joe Brooks. So Joe Brooks getting that GRT Impact KTM up the front yet again.
That was Ashton Bowden that pulled the whole shot, for sure. He's now been picked off by Joe Brooks. So Joe in a good spot. Yeah, there's that. Is that Ashton or is it 622? No, 522. So it's definitely Bowden that got the whole shot. Making a good breakaway, Joe Brooks. And to be fair, I can't see Casimir Henderson or August Frisk anywhere near him. So this might be a good chance. Mustoe back there in 4th. It looks like Walbini in 3rd. It is. There's Wall. So all the young Brits leading the way in this one.
God, it's a sea of orange, isn't it?
Yeah, as it obviously has been for some time in this class, to be fair. The Blue Crew are making a real stab at it, though, and Husky as well. So, as we said, great.
Yamaha have a brand new engine and everything.
Yeah, they're making a real effort. Yamaha making a extensive range of bikes, right from a PW50
all the way through.
Yeah, which is great.
And now with a good 65 as well. Yeah. They haven't quite done the 50 yet. but they've got a good 65 base as well. So they're trying to, they're running in the same footsteps as KTM. And look, what's happening in America and stuff. They're winning.
Yeah. So Ashton looking behind him there, early doors. I wouldn't say it's a place to be looking behind you just yet, Ashton. Just get the first lap in the books and stay upright, mate. Don't make a mistake on the own. Let the race come to you a bit more would be my advice on this one.
Is back in 9th.
Yeah, a long way back. So this is going to affect the overall quite a lot. And to be fair, where is Henderson? I can't even see him. He's right down in 20th.
Yeah, it must have been him on the start.
Oh, who was that just went end over end? Was it Beanie? It's Wall Beanie because he's got that
big
hoodie.
Crash.
Yeah, he went straight over the handlebars and just basically put his head in the sand like an ostrich. No, he can't get to the bike. Maybe the bike's just been jumped on, you know. Looks like Wall's taking a bit of a hit there.
I think it's quite a blind spot as well.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
If you're sat there, you've got to be careful. You're just a sitting duck.
Just to prove it's an international, we had the Scottish flag up there and the German flag. So getting fans from all over the world coming out. So Brooks leading by 1.8 seconds over Bowden. Beanie has dropped out of third. That's going to push Musto on the Matt Gardner KTM team up to third. Coleman, well, everybody will move up because Wall Beanie is clearly going to drop outside the top 10 or 20 at least now. There's Ben Musto. First year this will be for him, racing 125s. Very much a learning year. He's obviously got to grow into the bike as well, but he finished last year by in great style. You know, particularly at the Michelin MX Nationals, taking the title. But he had a solid year last year on the 85. But now, this is it. We go another level up. Is that Brooks gone down? No, is it? Was that 419 or 410? Barker. 410. So, yeah, James Barker is putting on those aggressive moves in the first moto. Maybe got a little bit too aggressive there.
Little bit. News. I've got some news, bit of info. Conrad Mewes will not be lining up for the super final.
Ah, okay.
Because he's had a great day. Everything's gone right for him, and he doesn't, because he's a privateer, he doesn't have the budget to go and blow an engine or anything silly like that. So they want to just take this momentum into Matterley next week, all the positive vibes of a podium, and I don't blame him.
No,
you know, and apparently it's more down to a budget thing. It's like, look, we've got to look after the engine, we've got to look after the you know, like I get it, I completely get it. So Conrad choosing to sit out of the super final, and he's happy with his MX2 overall, and so would I be. And hopefully he can take a little bit of that spice into Matterley next weekend.
Great insight. Yeah, there you go. That is, well, there you go, privateer life. That's the
literally,
difference.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Well, I can imagine these engines are thousands and thousands of pounds to keep on top of, so.
You know they are.
They are. Yeah,
you imagine, you know.
Yeah.
You know, because if you want to get to that level, then this is where we get into the sharp end of motorsport.
Really, they do 5 hours max. A GP spec engine, you're at like 2 hours. I think the KTMs can do a little bit more than the Japs, but not. They still need looking after.
They do indeed. These little 125s equally as much, but of course, you know, 125s, more regular piston changes, certainly back in the day.
I think even now, like, they don't do a lot. They'll ring them after a race sometimes.
Oh, you know, the bikes are, you know.
In EMX, seriously, they're putting new pistons in between motos.
Yeah, they have to do it to be at that level on a 125. It looks like to me that the long legs of Ollie Colmer are going to go through past on Bowden. Indeed, he's made that happen. So Colmer now on the GRT Impact machine. It's a GRT Impact KTM 1-2 now, basically because Joe Brooks is leading. The new member of the team getting on board not too long ago. But Colmer has been with the team for, I think, 3-4 years now, something like that.
Yeah.
So, yep.
I do it, mate. I believe in their program. They've got a good team there. And like now with, you know, Carpenter heading these boys, a great role model. If I had a young kid, I'd like my kid to follow in his footsteps. Jamie's a lovely lad, and he gets the job done. So I think they've built something there that's going to work and help bring some of these youth riders up through the ranks.
Yes, indeed. It seems to be working at the minute for the guys in this final moto. Frisk, he's closing in a bit on Bougen. Big gap all the way up to Joe Brooks, though. So Joe's looking,
22
good.
seconds last time through.
So, yeah, and Frisk must go. Then it's Jude Turnton, Tyler Hooley, and then Saku Mansakit.
Tyler Hooley's having a better ride. 7th, 101.
Yes, he is, yeah.
I think that's a bit more like where he wanted to be all day. Tyler Hooley riding for the AC United Gas team.
Yes, yeah, he's moved up. Again, another rider coming out of 85cc racing and picking up a ride with Lee Tolan's AC United Gas team.
It's going to take a little bit, be a few races. I think he's got it though. Tyler Hooley, he's a nice rider to watch on the bike, isn't he?
Yeah.
And you know when someone's got that easy, relaxed, like cool, swaggy style, they're not using as much energy, and they can actually develop into really good riders. Henderson, I know.
Casimir Henderson,
10th. God, he's had to work.
Yeah,
damn hard.
Yeah, he's absolutely blasted through the pack on that last lap, moving up from 20th to 10th in one lap. There he is, Tyler Hooley, actually, I think, isn't it? 101. Yep, there's Tyler. As we said, wasn't on this team last year and was racing in 85, but he was on Gas Machinery last year.
Yep.
So no change in the brand.
With that team and the setup, it's got to be one of the coolest setups in the pits, hasn't it? It really does look cool.
Lee puts a lot of effort into the presentation of the team. Everything's immaculate.
Lee likes everything right. I mean, everything from the team setup to the bikes and riders and everything else. It's all got to, the job's got to be done right or not done at all.
Yeah, much better ride from Hooley in this one. Interesting to see where Casimir Henderson can get in this race after being so far down on the opening lap.
I mean, even up to like
looking at
Mansaki Maki, that's over 10 seconds.
I think he'd do it though. I could actually see him by the end of this race. I know it's short or shorter, but the momentum that he's carrying, I could see him breaking potentially into the top 5. Here he is on screen. Definitely traveling faster than a lot of his competition ahead of him. There you go, another 2 spots. So he's picked off Fisher and Mansiki Maki and moved up to 8th. So, yep, I can see him, the time that he's eating into these guys.
And did you see him looking across the track then? He was looking across the other side of the track going, right, I've got to get there, I've got to get there.
Great workout for him, you know, leading into the Mex. In some cases, you know, for these guys to get that race craft and that thing up, it's actually sometimes as a pre-season event, you almost want to have a bad start. Yeah, I'm not saying you do with your confidence, but to see where you're at regards of actual coming through the pack.
Actually blowing the cobwebs out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fully blowing them out.
Clearly he's been on the deck. Well, we knew that there with his handguard.
So, you know, some of these guys, do you think they're going to stay in the UK this week? You'd think so, wouldn't you?
I would have thought so. I would have thought some of them will hang around.
Ashtown, maybe, get down there.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, I'm not sure the Mx1 Qualifying riders, they're not rolling out at Matterley, I don't believe, but I might have that wrong. But certainly some of the, you know, maybe some of the GP boys will stick around. Obviously, I know Ben Watson is British, but he's going to be staying in the he's not going back to Belgium in the week. Of course, you know, they'll have to be on site really by Friday. So by the time you've travelled back...
I mean, I think some people get there Thursday, don't they? A lot of the time, like the travelling circus, all the bloody campers and everything.
Particularly for round 1 as well, I guess, you know, settle the nerves, get there a bit earlier, check it all out, getting back into the groove of it. So, yeah, looking forward.
It's a big operation, the MXGP.
Yeah. And again, it's the earliest that it's ever been a GP run in the UK. So we're hoping that the weather holds out for Steve Dixon and his crew. Of course, if you do want to get there, tickets you can buy on the gate, of course, but you can go on the website, British MXGP, I think it is, .co.uk. But either way, punch it in, you'll find it.
Stream website, I think they're selling them on there as well. They're easy to get hold of. I think when I looked last, there was only 4 gold VIP ones left. Because we were going to do some, we were going to give some away. So, but there's only 4 left. So If you want those, you've got to get in there quick.
You do, if there's only 4 left. But it's good, though. They do a good VIP service. Oh, there's Tyler Hooley. As you said, looking good in this one. Then
Commentator's
it goes pear shape. That's he must have got cross-rutted there to end up there. I can't think of any other way, or maybe his foot peg clipped the bank or something.
Bike's stuck as well.
Yeah. You can see he's clearly running a paddle tire. Most of them would do. Do you know what? In the summer, you can get. There is parts of Hawkstone that will definitely take. You wouldn't. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's quite hard in some places. In summer, you've got a tough decision to make with your tire choice. Not so much today. It's clearly a paddle tire all the way. So Joe Brooks, look at him. He is checked out in front on the GRT impact machine. 16-second lead over his teammate Ollie Colmer. August Frisk is in third. Ahead of Ashton Bowden. Then it's Musto, Turnton. There's Henderson. Oh, who's that on the deck? Can't quite see the number. Number 18. That is, oh, it's just a typical, the lights go out in our, our lights on a timer in here. Sorry. It's Max Smith, yeah. So, lights back in the room.
So, right. So, Joe Brooks has got this in the bag.
Oh, you've gone and said it.
I've said it, but 16 seconds. You're going to have to do something pretty gnarly to throw that away.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm going to give it, well, for now, he's looking in a good spot. Ollie Colmer, what a ride as well. Great ride. They're going to be really happy with Ollie, I imagine.
Well, yeah. I mean, for them, it's a 1-2 at the minute. I noticed Colmer has got his goggles off. He's riding around in third, but he's got, you know, he's got a 7-second gap over Frisk. There's Bowden going through, Ashton looking good.
Next up, really clean as well.
Yeah, should be Musto. There was Musto, somebody right alongside him, so maybe Musto. Yeah, Musto had Jude Turnton right alongside him as they came into the whoop, so it looks like a tight battle for 5th and 6th at the minute. There's your race leader looking very good, young Joe Brooks.
He almost looks like he's cruising round, doesn't it? It's making it look easy.
Yeah, but like I said, he puts the work in. He's a quiet, reserved kid. I think he's just one of those. His character. He's just one of life's sort of thinkers. I think. You know. I think he really is like he. You know, he thinks about technique and what he's doing, and he has a strategy. You know, and
doesn't just go running in blind with no like.
But
he wants a game plan.
He's got a good team behind him as well. Gary Finch, his mechanic, has got a lot of experience. Gazza will be in his ear
Works
as well.
with Jordan Booker, I think.
Yeah.
Gary.
Yeah, Adam Chatfield.
Yeah.
You know,
so
all those guys from down
riders.
the southwest area. See Joe through there, you know, not overriding. He was just backing it off a little bit, getting the wheel down, sort of almost timing.
It keeps the wheel turning, dude.
Yeah.
It keeps the wheel turning, no spinning, no mental dramatics. You know what I mean? If you look at him, it's like watching Conrad. It's like watching that efficiency. You know, there's no wasted energy. You know what I mean? Like that's where I'd like to go with that.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking very good. So we got Henderson up to 6th. Looking at the times here, I think he's going to break the top 4 because he is now very, very close to the 2 riders in front of him. In fact, has he already gone by them?
I think he's already gone by them. I'd say he's already.
I think that's him there. Yeah, he's blown straight by those guys. Look, they were having their own battle, and
Can he catch Frisk?
So ignore that.
I think this is close for like, you know,
overall.
I would say so.
So Casimir Henderson has blown past. Forget the timing on your screen to the left. He is not in 6th. He has blown past Turnton and Bowden and is now up to 4th. Who is that off the side of the track? And bear with us as well, because it's pre-season for us as well. New riders, new team, new kit.
Quite difficult.
I'd love to say that we know every rider in the paddock from youth all the way up, but sometimes, you know, it takes a little while to get used to in the start of a new season.
89
to get used to all the riders.
So 88. Who we got there?
Just trying to find here. You can have a look on the list. Not sure.
No.
Either way,
maybe a different number on his transponder.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. That could be something as well, because we've had a few people pull out on the entry, and a few people enter at the last minute to get a ride here at Hawkstone, so that's cool. So some of our starting list is not quite where it should be. Yellow flags in the sand pit. Who's that? Yeah, these EMX riders starting to feel, 125 riders starting to feel the brutality of Hawkstone Park. I think that was number 490, wasn't it? Just pulling away. I think that was Jack Piercy again. He crashed at the start. He was the guy that we confused with Casimir Henderson.
That part of the circuit now looks absolutely disgusting. You could not pay me money to do that.
Oh, I bet I could.
Not enough.
Okay, we've got the time as a lap, so we're on our last lap here. I cannot see any Henderson moving up much more than that. Maybe with an amazing last lap charge here, might be able to stick a move on Ashton Belgium, but it's going to take mistakes from the other guys. Here's your race leader, Joe Brooks, looking very calm, relaxed, no stress at all. He's I'm going to stop talking.
There can't be much longer of this race to go now. He's got a nice lead over Colmer. He doesn't need to do anything. Callum, stop. No, but he doesn't need to do anything daft, does he?
No,
he knows he just got to bring it home.
But even then, you see, that's that balance. You can switch off too much mentally. You think you got it in the bag.
Yeah.
You relax a little bit mentally too much, and you suddenly, what you've been doing all race at a pace, and your timing goes a little bit out of sync, and then you go and throw it away because you've actually taken your foot off the gas, so to speak, too much.
And especially when the track's like this, because you have to attack. You can't like not attack this track, especially on a 125, where you haven't got that extra power that you can just find out of anywhere. Because on a 450, let's say you're not full throttle, are you? Majority of the time.
So as soon as we say that, I thought he was off.
It is that you have to keep pushing forward, and because this track will just bite you.
Oh, definitely. It's one of the toughest in the world, and any top racer that has raced here will tell you so. That's not just us telling you that.
Especially season opener.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Yeah, it's a
very physical.
It's
track.
a proper motocross track, but it's a very impressive race win for Joe Brooks on the GRT Impact KTM. Again, we will run off to the timing and scoring, and once all the riders are over the line, we will then grab the results and let you know who won the overall here at Hawkstone International for the EMX 125. Right now, we'll tee up some adverts. Again, if you need to go and make yourself a nice brew, grab something to eat, and then join us in a short while for the final race of the day here at Hawkstone, which will be the MX1 and MX2 Super Final.
The SB02 shoulder brace provides compression and support and is ideal for a wide range of shoulder injuries. It is easy to take on and off, comfortable, and does not restrict movement during physical activities. The brace is symmetrical and can be worn on either the left or right shoulders. To get the maximum benefits, proper fit is important. First, slide your arm through the armhole and attach the easy grab front closure to your desired tightness. Then, tighten the arm strap to a comfortable level to prevent underarm chafing and mitigate brace movement. Check out our entire line of shoulder braces at evssports.com.
eyes are on you, and you definitely didn't get the type of start you wanted.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work.
Tomac came to play tonight.
The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, never want to give up.
Great ride so far. I don't know if you know his latest championship rivals not having the best of races, but might well be an added surprise for when he goes back to the pits of Bush. He has got half a lap to go, just needs to keep his composure. I believe it's looking very, very close indeed as we go up towards the central stadium section of the course here with those two. Quite a fast course against very tough, bumpy and gnarly. So now closing stages, and at the moment closing on victory. Continues to pull away from Washington, wins the race.
had a lot of big crashes. I've had a lot of bad injuries, but every time my passion to ride has always superseded any kind of thoughts of, ow, this hurts. I want to show them that you can wake up in the morning and have passion for what you do. I want to show them that you can get out and chase your dreams, and that anything that you really want to do, you can find a way to do it.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. As I said, just nipped out of the our booth. We call it a booth. It's actually a back of a van at the minute, but needs must here as this Hawkstone International. Yeah, we just went down there. What you can see there is the Parc Fermé, the waiting zone. Just went in there. Me and Callum have just quickly been in there to try and get some lowdown, some of the riders. So basically, we mentioned before, Conrad Muse is decided to sit this one out. He's not injured, nothing wrong with that. If you missed that, what Callum mentioned earlier, privateer team, you know, obviously with good support from Stebbins Car Superstore. KTM UK powered by Bikeshaw. But Conrad feels great. He's got the opening round of the World Championship next week. Basically said, save the motor, save myself. I'm feeling good. I've just gone out there and beat a world champion or an ex-world champion.
Yeah.
Park it up there for the day, and I don't blame him really.
No, I don't. Got some info from the Revo 17 as well.
Yeah.
So all the development really has been developed around Supercross. So they're actually going out there today on a Supercross engine. And obviously with how heavy the track is, Supercross bikes, they're a little bit, you can get away with being a bit more powerful. Stuff like that. So they've gone out there on that setup and they've realised, hang on, we need to probably back this off a little bit or get some bigger radiators on there, work on the cooling. So this was a valuable exercise for them as a team to go, right, okay, Jamie's good. Jamie's going well.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with Jamie. Nothing wrong with the engine. It's fast. But we need to work out to get this thing a bit cooler. So, yeah, good.
Trial and error. That's what pre-season is.
That's what they were here for. They wouldn't have known.
Final shakedown. It's not just all about where the rider's at. It's everything, And we know these days a MX World GP Championship. It's a long old affair these days. I mean, I was fortunate enough to race GPs back in my day, without sounding like I'm swinging in a rocking chair. We had like 12 GPs a year, maybe, I caught the tail end of where they started to ramp them up. But like, was it like 22
yeah,
or
it's
something
a lot.
now?
21,
That's
maybe.
a lot of racing. And, there's a lot of development. And as we said, a lot of these teams are behind the ball a little bit just purely because the race season rolled in deep into 2020. And we're trying to get everything back on schedule. What we'd call a traditional motocross calendar.
Yeah.
So
and Revo last year were on MX1, so this whole 250 thing is a brand new thing for them. I mean, I know they did it with Husqvarna. There was Husqvarna. So this is all development straight from the bottom, new bike, everything. And it's all been developed in America for the Supercross series. So these teams need to be out doing it in every element to work out, right, okay, that's not good for there, that's good for there. And whatever, it's all testing. It's all
absolutely.
Testing.
Yeah, so these guys, we'll be pulling them onto the start line anytime soon. You can see some of the mechanics getting the start device already on. Now, I mentioned that earlier, how it lowers the front end. Didn't mention, for those new to the sport, how that actually works regards of disengaging. So what it is, they set it to varying heights. Obviously, the lower down, the harder it is. That's why you see the mechanics pulling really hard to pull it down. And it just clips and holds the forks down. It automatically, or should automatically, disengage when they hit a big enough bump where it obviously goes, the forks even go lower, and then it just pings off and drops back off. That's not always the case. Jeffrey Hurlings is a notable, last season, his start device did not come unclip, and then before he knew it, he had a Monticelli literally as a neck brace.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk with running it real low down.
Yeah,
I think you do get benefit especially on the grids, dry grids, with cranking it right down. But there are risks involved. If you can't get on the brakes hard enough into the first turn or something like that, then you're running the risk of then going and hitting a jump with the forks already compressed. It's all going to be a bit weird.
Yeah.
So there is a sweet spot.
Definitely is. And some riders prefer, it's rider preference as well. So that's more about the start device. You'll see these guys, particularly the 450s. And as we said, the sport's moved on with the grids, the metal grids. They've kind of come into motocross now, off the back of Supercross. And
I imagine when you were riding, was whole shot device a thing? Maybe it
certainly
was just
not.
No, it would have just been starting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no blocks.
No.
And God, I needed them.
No, but
wishing back now, I can't believe I didn't think about it.
But in like the Supercross and stuff, it was probably just starting. Like AMA side, maybe.
Yeah, around that time. But certainly when I was fortunate enough to race GPs, it was basically your start technique was off the back of just having good throttle control, clutch control, and away you go type thing.
It was early 2000s probably, wasn't it?
Yeah, and of course then, but then it evolved. Then it started becoming like some tracks obviously started having concrete launch pads, and of course now we've evolved, like everything does, into these mesh pads. So they do genuinely offer grip. And you know, there was a lot of...
Well, it's the same. It's consistent.
Well, this is
grip.
the thing. There was some people said, oh, it's going to ruin it. You know, you got to be able to learn how to pull away out of a rut and all that kind of stuff. But you know, if you're then making the start platform same every time for everybody, then I think it's improved the sport personally. Having the grids.
It's fair for everybody.
Yeah. And you'll be amazed how much grip they offer as well, by the way.
So much. Yeah, like literally, you can even stall the bike easy off one of them because it just goes, bleh.
Yeah.
You know, if you've not got enough gas.
Well, you can see these guys coming out. So the 250s all coming to the line first. So they are going to get the first pick. And let's just see how they line up, because if they put them all to one side, then potentially we're going to have like a staggered gate drop here. I actually didn't get that information out there. So
I imagine they're going to line the 250s up on the inside of the gate.
But then all the starts have been coming from the outside.
I know.
So maybe these guys are going to...
they're
going to line up to the left, yeah. And all the 450s will then be down the inside, which actually the way over the last 2 or 3 years now, Hawkstone, they've moved the start forward a little bit from where it used to be, but it definitely favours, or it seems to favour, the left-hand side of the start as you're looking down the start straight to be, that's where most of the starts come from, that side these days.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't used to be that way at all.
Absolutely, no. It used to be the other way. Inside was more favourable. Look at the size of Jasakonis. I mean, he literally, it looks like he's on a pit bike. Doesn't it look?
He's a big guy. Yeah, he really is.
So the 450s now coming to the line. There's Dan Thornhill, I think that is. Yeah. Yep. Dan is one of those ones, a UK rider that just every year just gets that little bit better. He's a consistent performer.
Only little notches, though. He gets more solid, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he's a guy that you can rely on for being in the top 10. You know, if you're a team and you're like, yeah, we want someone who's just there, consistent, we know we can rely on him, Dan.
Yeah.
He's just that guy. And he's also, I think he works
yeah,
as well.
And he's just a great team player, and just genuinely an all-round thoroughly nice chap.
Hang on. No, they're just...
no, they're not doing it, so they're just putting them wherever you want to go. Okay, so it's not any advantage to the 250s then. They obviously get the first pick. The 250s have had the first pick. But yeah, we're not kind of doing one side of the gate and the other, so it's going to be a straight-up gate drop then.
I think Glenn didn't get the memo.
There'll be a few riders light in this. We know, as we've already mentioned, Conrad Muse deciding to sit it out. Some of the others will as well. The Mx1 Qualifying riders won't be in it. Maybe that's something they should look for the future.
Yeah, get them all.
Mind you,
fill the gate.
But they've had 3 races already.
Yeah,
so
they'll be done.
Yeah, maybe not such a good idea. There's Thornhill pulling in on the cab screens, Crescent, Yamaha. Ben Edwards there on the Kanagi Fuel bike. MX Nationals last year's expert MX1 champion. He will be moving up to the fastest 40 pro ranks in the Michelin MX Nationals this year. That thing that they got going on at the Michelin MX Nationals with all the classes, so you can work your way up. It's proper progression. You've got the clubman class,
it's good that
then the amateur class, then the expert class, and then if you're good enough, you win in the expert class, and you get moved into the fastest 40, the pro riders.
Like the AMCA system, isn't it? Scoring your points. I think it's the best way to do it. It gets rid of sandbagging at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Right, this is the final 15-second board of this, the 2020 Hawkstone International, brought to you by Toughsheet and Ashbrook. Here we go then. Final gate drop of the day here at Hawkstone in Shropshire. Who's going to get the start? I'm guessing it will be a 450, just simply outstripping those 250s. And it was Ben Watson, who will definitely want to make up for that disappointment of going down.
Is that bogus?
Oh, you've got Gifting in there. You've got Van Donnick is in there. It's a bit of a Simpson. It's and that even looked like Tom VL.
Yeah.
Because I definitely saw the new new shape plastics on the Red Bull KTM.
It's be so frustrating, but great for Ben.
Great for Ben.
Great for Ben.
Right. So what we've got here then, we have got basically a bunch of top riders that have gone down in the first corner. So this is going to be good to see where they if and how they can come through the pack. But a great opportunity for Ben Watson then, if he can keep it on the island this time, no mistakes. He had a second, I think, in the super final at La Capelle. So, yeah, let's see if he can go one better here at Hawkstone.
Ooh.
There's TKO, Thomas Gier, Olsen.
Bouncing off the top of the step up.
Yeah, so some of the bigger names are up there, but we're going to see a lot of the top riders have to charge through the pack here. Well, we hope we do. I hope they stay out there. There's Vial coming round the corner right at the back.
I know. You know when you see some of the guys at the back, I mean, I don't like Rob Clitheroe. He's so fast when I see him at a practice track, and I'm like, God damn, that you know what I mean? These guys at the front are just in a different league. But then if you go to, like, you know, Fat Cats or something, you look at Rob Clitheroe and you're like, oh, geez, it's going so fast. You know, it is a different level.
Yes, it is. It is. We're looking at some of the best riders
in the world.
In the world, basically. You know, and obviously not all of them. You know, a lot of them won't be doing the Hawkstone International and saving themselves for Matterley and whatever reason. And of course, you've got the whole American contingent focusing on Supercross right now, and there's that constant debate. You know, who's best, which series is better, all that, which will never go away.
No.
You know, and like most things, you can argue fact, you can talk all day about opinion, and how do you prove it? Until we get all the top Americans coming over, or all the GP riders go over there and they ride a full series, you can't judge Motocross of Nations. That's a very different thing.
And they're way more focused on Supercross, because that's where the cash is.
Of course.
Who wouldn't? You know, that's where the money is. And I mean, they are starting to develop a world Supercross series as well, which I think's been a long time coming, really.
Yeah.
It should be there.
It'd be good, you know, and again, listen, if like me, you've been around this sport a very long time, I love it for what it is, and I love AMA Pro Motocross as much as I love GP Motocross and Supercross and whatever. I just like seeing top athletes at the top of their game going at it, and that's it.
It's just as enjoyable.
It's as simple as that, you know. I'm going to get into the debate of who's the best ever.
Look at Kulas and Koldenoff, absolutely going at it, inside, outside, chopping and changing. Koldenoff using that outside berm, though, just carrying a little bit more speed, manages to get the better of the 151.
Oh, that was tidily done by Bogus. He
was.
Jumped straight into that rut. Leading MX2 rider, there he is, number 74. Cader Wolf. And I tell you, he's sticking it to them. Whether he's got the minerals and the power and the bike and everything to go the distance. But right now, he is right there in the mix, putting pressure on who was that in front of him? That was Kulas. So, yeah, so Cader Wolf will definitely want to be the leading MX2 rider in this race. In some ways, for the MX2 guys, listen, they're not going to race them in a championship or anything like that. They can argue if they were racing for points, they're at a disadvantage. But at this stage of the year, as your final run-in,
it's good for that build, isn't
absolutely.
It?
I mean, he's genuinely got some faster riders to chase here and hunt down and try and stick with. So,
I mean, like, they probably do it at the practice tracks as well, don't they? But it's never the same as in a race situation. Everyone's a little bit more hyped up. Everyone's a little bit more focused. Everybody's a little bit more, you know, they've got their eyes on the prize. They're ready to go. So no matter how good you think you're going at the practice tracks, it's a bit of different, like, you know, when there's a gate drop, there's money involved.
Yeah.
You know, so all of these guys are going to be going hell for leather. So if you are a 250 guy and you're running with them, you're like, okay, I know where I'm at. I'm good.
Yeah, and he is looking very good as well. I have to say, straight up, I'm impressed with Brian Bogus, actually. You know, I mean, he's there. He's been there, isn't he? He's been like a factory Honda rider. He's had good rides, but, you know, over a season, I know this is just a one-off event at the minute, and we have to judge it over the season. But right now, I have to say that this is probably the tidiest I've seen him regards of an off-season and where he's at.
And I think I was just looking at the bikes, you know, as they go into the line. I got a good look at that standing construct Husqvarna, and one thing I noticed is they've got a lot of the factory stuff now. So a lot of the factory stuff that is, you know, like would have been on the MXGP team last year on the factory KTM team, they've now got a lot of it. I noticed he's running the black factory shock, stuff like that. So he's probably got access to some better parts as well. now they've retired that model of bike.
Yeah.
But that's what I would say, you know, like looking on the outside, because I don't think they were running the actual factory stuff before. So, yeah, maybe it helps.
Looked like Thomas Kjær Olsen made a move there on Harry Kulas jumping into that sandpit. Indeed, he did. So, yeah, Kulas deciding not to jump into that sandpit again.
Don't blame him if I'm honest.
Yes, we've seen Conrad had a crash there. Van Donnick made the move there, but just about held on to it. Harry playing the percentage game, deciding to not jump into that, but it's cost him as TK Olsen goes by him up a spot into 5th. Kader Wolf, your leading MX2 rider, looking good. Just 7 seconds off the lead. Haven't seen much of Ben Watson in this one. He was leading the second MX1 moto. Threw it away. There he is, right on cue. Good work, cameraman.
Coldenhoff is coming, though. He's coming really quickly at the minute. He's definitely eating time away out of Ben Watson. So hopefully, Ben can stay focused, though, on this one. Get a win today. I think it'd be great. I think it'd be great for him.
This is going to be, listen, all I want from this one, which of course commentators curse, we've mentioned it time and time again, I would just want these guys, these 3 guys to just all stay upright and let's give us a really good super final, you know, a good way to sign off the Hawkstone International 2022. It's been, I have to say, you know, yesterday, I'm not pessimistic. I'm not a pessimistic kind of guy. But honestly, with the weather like it was in the forecast, I was like, okay, it's going to be a real war of attrition, battle of attrition, particularly after what we saw in 2020.
Well, when I drove in, Jeff, the water that was down on the road, I was like, wow, okay, we're in for a wet one. Can't believe how good the track is.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So the Salop Club and all their staff and everybody, you know, with the help of obviously Ashbrook and all the machinery and everything, they've sealed this circuit up. They've been here enough times to keep an eye on the weather and know what to do. And I have to say, with the weather that we've had, the track is riding exceptionally well.
None of the top 3 choosing to do that jump. I have to say, though, man of the match for me at the minute is Bogus. I think Bogus is looking a little bit better than the 2 guys in front of him. He's using different lines. If you look at him, he's working the very outsides, very inside of the track, where Glenn and Ben seem to be, you know, in the same part of the track. Again, look, see how we just moved out a little bit wider? I don't know, just observation. It's easy to sit here and observe if you're actually looking for it.
That's what we mentioned earlier on, mate. You know, for me, he's there. You know, he's looking the best I've ever seen. Look at that.
That was nice, yeah.
It's the best I've seen him in, you know, coming into a season. I'd definitely say that. Yeah, he's looking tidy. And obviously, you know, and sometimes you go and jump on a certain bike or a team, and for whatever reason that you can't even describe, it just works. It just clicks. And it seems to be working for him at the minute. He's in a strong position here. He's definitely closed in on the 2 ahead of him. There's Coldenhoff, currently running in 2nd. So again, like Glenn on his day, we saw it. Red Bud, Motocross of Nations.
Yeah, it seems to be good in this side.
Was just amazing. I was there that day. You know, he honestly, like, that wasn't a fluke win. No way. He not. You don't fluke a Motocross of Nations one, you know, double victory.
Did you?
He was clearly the best rider on the day.
Yeah, I mean, even better than Hurlins. It just made him all look silly. Did you see Pastrana backflip the tabletop?
I did. Yeah.
Oh my God! I was that. I was just in the right place at the right time to be mind blown by that. I mean, what a guy.
Of course, you hung out, didn't you, with Travis earlier on? Come on now, you know. I'm not going to make you get.
I didn't actually hang out with Travis.
But you did. You spent some time with Travis. What was it? Tail end of last year.
He wasn't there though. I went to his house.
Oh really?
I was with Olivia and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, his wife was there and stuff, and a few of the other guys like Greg Duffy and people like that. But Travis was, I think he was rally driving at the time.
Once again, huge shout out to the guys at Beer and RFX, because said it many times before, hopefully all you guys, wherever you are, who've been watching this live stream, you can thank those guys there mentioned below, Beer and RFX, for that, because without their support, this live stream wouldn't have happened. And of course, the Salop Club for, you know, giving the green light and agreeing to it and doing it. But they are the main factors of why we've managed to put out this live stream. So big up to Beer, RFX, and all their brands. Thank you so much.
got to say, I've seen a absolute ton of the Jude Morris 101 beanies flying around today. So many. And if anyone wants to get involved with the Jude Morris Foundation and help, you know, raise some money or anything like that, then get in touch with Mark Morris, and you can find out what those guys are up to. But it's all good stuff. Unfortunately, Jude passed away last year. That's why you'll see the 101 on a lot of people's hats and jumpers and things like that. So, yeah, big shout out to the JMR Foundation. And I urge you to check it out and see what good they're doing in the sport. I think they've got a little amateur team going, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Well, yeah, literally amateur in the fact that it's like a foundation academy where, you know, they've chosen 10 riders. I think it's 10, maybe even more. And not just necessarily based on like your performances, you know, and if you're a top rider, it's like putting back into the sport, being professional.
I like it.
Doing your social media, all that. So yeah, go and find them on Facebook, wherever, you know, you'll find them. Just Jude Morris, JMR Foundation, and Mark Morris and Lucy, Jude's mum and dad, obviously putting back into the sport that gave Jude so much. So big up to them.
It's getting pretty racy up the front here, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Of course, these two teammates last year, so they.
Well, and they're going to be at it all year, I imagine. Ben needs to know at least he can head up Coldenhoff, like, because that's where he wants to be. I imagine goal-wise for Ben will be
love that
top fives. You know,
you see some British fans getting into it. We're getting into it. I can hear Roger Warren out of our back of the van here screaming and hollering.
Everyone's got their cameras going. Look.
Yeah, ramping
smartphones
it up.
Are filming everything.
Ben obviously looks immaculate because he got the whole shot, and let's be honest, he's in pretty bright just one kit there as well. Pretty leery, but
see, that outside line there is working so well, doesn't it? That's what Bogus is doing. He's using that outside, and I think you're just able to carry so much more speed. You just saw it then.
Yeah.
There's a whole second.
Yeah. You get a better run into that corner there. So, okay, let's see what Ben's got. He's got to now fight back. Again, 25 minutes plus 1 lap. They've clearly dropped Kay DeWolf now. No real surprise. No. Kay is riding around on a bike that's effectively half the power.
So you got to think here.
Oh, Bogus!
Oh, that was nasty. That's what I mean about the hard base.
Well, we've said
underneath, it's so hard.
That jump is one of the most trickiest on the circuit. It really is. It's hard underneath. You're kind of hitting on an angle. There's sandstone under there. Well, you could see he slid on the sandstone.
Yeah.
Tell you what, he
was very lucky there.
Factory suspension and a bit of luck.
Yeah.
Because if he'd caught the top of that rut just a couple more
game over
inches to the right, that would have definitely high-sided him, and it would have been good night Vienna from that point of view.
I've got to say, like, from Ben's perspective, okay, you've got Glenn Coldenhoff in front of you, who's a podium guy in MXGP. You know, Ben's aware of that. Bogus is also, he's had some top GP rides. He's been factory Honda. You know, even if Bogus gets around him, he's not done bad. You know what I mean? Ben's in a good spot here. He's in a very good spot. Let's go into Matterley knowing that you can be with these guys. You belong at the front of the MXGP class because these guys are going to be at the front.
Yeah, as I said, the MX1 class in GPs, MX2 as well. You know, we are talking the you know, World Motocross Championship here. So, you know, it's always fun to make predictions going into any championship. We've all done it with AMA Supercross, and we're seeing that now starting to take shape.
Yeah.
And it will be like this at round one. We all know the saying, classic saying goes, look, you can go to round one, you can't win a championship round one. You've heard this phrase many times over. You can't win a championship round one, but you can definitely put yourself on the back foot and pretty much not throw it away, but you know,
you can make it difficult for yourself, can't you?
Yeah, 22 rounds or whatever it is. You know, you've got good means to catch up. So we've seen it.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Ben's learned and gone, okay, that inside line's working. Let's use it, which is good. That's, you know, like, you've got to see that stuff. Bogus. Looking super clean at the minute. He carries a lot of speed.
Yeah, he does look good. To be fair, I do. Cool. Again, maybe it's an old school thing, but I just kind of like his setup at the minute. Just, you know, the classic black and white look.
That's what I'm saying. I like it.
Yeah. Less is more.
Less is more. The And if anyone wants to get behind Ben, obviously he's leading the way for the Brits. Anyone wants to get fully behind Ben, he has launched his merch. I'm going to give him another plug again. So he has launched his merch, 919 Clothing. Head over to his Instagram account, have a look at it. It looks really cool. He's put, you know, a good bit of effort in with it. So Ben, if you're selling out with this gear, I want some commish.
All right.
You know, I'm on 15% mint.
Look at you getting all street talk. Merch, commish. Is commish even a word?
Commission.
Thank you. You're like my nephews. I have to make.
Shortening things.
I make them text me back in full English because I can't be handling it. Yeah, that's an old school thing.
I'm just saying, I want some commish from this. If he's selling out, I want an XXL shirt and all. Let's go.
I can only assume his brother Ryan would have done all the design work.
Yeah,
I can't believe.
Looks great.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, he's looking good in this as well. Currently in second. So Kader Wolf is your leading MX2 rider in fourth, as you can see on the screen. 3 seconds, just under 3 seconds ahead of Thomas Kier Olsen. Harry Kudas on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha's in sixth. Then it's Adam Sterry. Best rider of the day for Adam?
Yeah.
So far. Yeah, absolutely getting more with it. Sean Simpson is in eighth. Tom Vial after crashing. Of course, all these guys went down on the first corner, so that's some comeback. So actually, it's Simpson that's probably charged through the pack the most. He was down on the first corner. He's got himself up to eighth. Some ride from Tom Vial, because he was definitely on the deck with him. And a strong ride from Dan Thornhill in the super final, currently holding down a top 10 position.
Yeah, actually, Dan's going to be pretty pumped with that, I imagine. MX2 and MX1 together and managing to pull a 10th. That's solid. You know, battling with people like Tom Vial. Tom Vial's won MX2 GP races.
I'm not sure if the timing is up to speed regards to the lower end. You know, it looks like Gifting and Brent Van Donnick have not really gained any time. So I've got a sneaking suspicion that they might actually have been out of the race. But then it would show, wouldn't it? Maybe they are still circulating, but I can't believe that they're still way down there circulating.
No, you think not.
I think they... Who's that? Top of the hill, can't quite see. But definitely Koldenoff looking good in this one. Watson, well... He's got to find some way of fighting back in this MX1, MX2 super final at the Hawkstone International.
At the top of the hill?
No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was. There's Kader Wolf, leading MX2 rider by some margin, actually. He's way ahead of... It was. Good spot, mate.
No, was that Dan?
Very good. Or is that Dan? One of them.
That's Dan,
That's Dan with the plain white lid. Yeah, so Thornhill, it's a bike issue, is it? He's riding it in anyway. He's got it rolling. No, he hasn't. He's just rolling downhill. So Dan Thornhill, see again. No matter, you know, people say, "Oh, you got a great job. You got a great job.
Oh, yeah,
I love what you're doing."
Ruining people's
races. Yeah,
races.
just ruin it by mentioning them. Well, you know, we're bigging up Dan Thornhill, and then that goes and happens.
It looked like a bike, didn't it? Should we be on the track?
Possibly not. But I'm not going to call them out. Yeah. Meant to be, obviously, any kind of signalling or coaching is meant to be from behind the pit signalling area.
Well,
but anyway,
I don't know what the rules are on
we didn't see it.
No, we didn't see it. Never happened. Nothing to do with Kader Wolf.
So, Koldenoff looking good. It's definitely, we're starting to lose a bit of light here at Hawkstone Park, but then, you know, we are, let's be honest, it is February in the UK. So, it's not California. I think we've worked that out.
I wish it was.
Well, I don't know. Part of me wishes not.
My bones are aching, mate.
Oh, okay. In that sense, yeah. Yeah. Koldenoff, though, looking good for this one. Bogus has just dropped off the pace a little bit. So Watson has got away a little bit there. Ben Watson. Of course, we'll have the overall winners, which we've gone through anyway. That's combined on the 2 races that they had earlier, and then it's just an individual award for the super final. So as we said, Conrad Muse took the overall victory in MX2, which is great for him. And it was Brian Bogus who took the overall in MX1. Right now, though, Koldenoff looking good to come out of here with his final race before we get the MXGP underway at Matterley Basin in Winchester next week. Yeah.
Are you going down?
Absolutely, yeah, I'm ready for that.
When are we going, Saturday or?
Oh, I'll be there Friday when I get
do the weekend?
Yeah, getting right into it.
A few beers and that?
Maybe.
I've got a kid, mate. I'll be going down on Sunday. It's all over for me now.
No, it's not. Oh, you're destined to be a schoolboy dad.
Oh, yeah, it'll come.
I say, yeah, you know.
I don't know, you know. I don't know what I'm going to do in that situation. I'll probably just leave him to Spinksy and that, to deal with.
Yeah.
I'd rather just be dad, not
bankroll it.
I'd rather be dad, not coach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not my job. I don't know enough about that. So I'd rather be a shoulder to cry on if I'm needed.
Oh, bless.
It's a better way to do it.
Absolutely, yeah, totally. And of course, that goes back to what we're saying, really, as a sport. There's Harry just adjusting the clutch there, you saw.
Yeah, the Yamaha is one of the only ones with a cable clutch, really, left.
But going back to that, about the family side of it, yep, this sport, you need a great deal of support to get anywhere in it. But of course, what I've always loved about this sport is it's so family orientated. Different to the fact where your kids, if they go out, they play, you know, like football, tennis for a better word, whatever, even if it's BMXing or skateboarding or whatever, you know, they go out on their own, they go and do it. But with motocross, you can't do this without the support of a decent team around you, family team.
You need a network of people, don't you?
Particularly if you're starting young.
Ben is catching.
He's got pushed a bit over there, though, look, and so is he just to get a pinch Bogus off just enough?
Bogus is there as well, so Bogus is putting the pressure on
Here we go.
which is driving Ben forward into Koldenoff. We're not going to get the last lap yet, so we've got probably 2 or 3 more laps to go.
People are getting excited. I know we are.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a new pair of underpants.
So soon in the season, blimey.
Kex.
Careful, you've only got a few pairs. This is going to, hopefully, we will finish on a real good note here, Hawkstone. Not to say that the day's been bad. It hasn't. It's been great. We've seen some great racing. But hopefully, the last few laps of this super final, these top 3 will pinch up.
I mean, I have to be biased. We have to cheer Ben on. Or do we? Or we're not allowed to do that?
I think we can do that. I mean, I know we're going all out around the world and all that kind of stuff. But on this occasion, yes.
I think so. Come on, Ben.
Yeah.
Let's have it.
It's a kind of private production, you know. We can be a bit impartial.
I think Bogus has gone missing.
No, he was right there, wasn't
he? Yeah, but he's not now. I'm pretty sure.
So Koldenoff having to deal.
Ben.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think he's gone.
Okay, well, that could be back to a 2-horse race then, as we try to find. The cameramen are doing a great job, considering, as I said, we haven't got split timing. And there's Bogus there, look, he's just dropped off a bit.
Right, let's be fair, it's not that hard to spot Ben.
No, it's that just one kit. Obviously, a new deal signed with the whole team. Roman Fevre, after 3-4 years being an Alpine Star, he's the whole team gig. So they really are making the Kawasaki racing team really trying to give it a real
fresh
identity.
Yeah. It was very difficult to differentiate between Roman Fevre and Eli Tomac. They were both on car. They both looked exactly the same. It was like, what is this Eli Tomac doing GPs now? It was very similar, but they've come up with this new fresh look this year. I like it. I think it looks cool. It's just something a bit different, isn't it? So
you know, and as I said, the Kawasaki factory racing team, long time been supported by Monster Energy, obviously. With the whole pro circuit thing,
it's a budget thing.
Oh, he's getting closer. No, that's a back marker there. So Koldenoff stretched it out again.
Monster Energy have put, pretty much all their eggs in the Yamaha basket, and it left a massive hole. I think that's what's happened. I know for a fact they've just reduced budget for motocross in general. So, and Rockstar have gone now. Of course, it's Coca-Cola that own all those brands, so I imagine it's an internal decision somewhere.
Yeah, well, hopefully, they won't be out of it for too long. But, that maybe open up the door for other...
It makes ways for new things. CBD oils, that seems to be the new thing. There's all sorts of stuff, isn't there? That's it comes through in fads, doesn't it? Before it was cigarettes before energy drinks and beer.
Cigarettes, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. In the late, certainly in the 80s and 90s, yeah.
So it's normally something addictive that ends up as a sponsor.
Well, motocross is the most addictive out of all things. So That's Watson. Yeah, he sort of he closed in, dropped back, closed in. So Koldenoff seems to be managing the situation at the minute. You got the running order obviously on your screen there, top to bottom. Liam Evans just outside the top 10. Better ride from Tom Grimshaw. Gavin Stevenson out there. He had a bike issue we saw in one of the motos. Jamie Law on the Apico 2-stroke machine.
Adam Sterry having a better ride actually. Look, he's 7th. He's been sort of outside the top 10 all most of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, so no doubt, ignore the times there, but Van Donnick and Gifting went out quite early on in the event on that first turn crash. Shame, really, because for me, you know, I'd have liked to see Van Donnick, see what he could have done, because obviously second MX1 moto, he was awesome.
Yeah.
Jumping into that sandpit, took the race win. Yeah, looks like Koldenoff has just upped it a bit now.
I think this has got to be the last lap, so Ben's probably just like, you know what, we'll stay healthy.
Well, that's key, yeah. I mean, God, the last thing you want to do 1 week before you start your World Championship campaign
throw it all away.
On the last lap is go and do that. So, yeah, you know, see, that's
why
how...
do we talk?
That's,
oh, God.
But that's the nature of the sport, though, isn't it? It can go wrong so alarmingly quick. And that's what makes it so great.
No, it is, and should be.
One lap to go, yeah.
Board now.
So Koldenoff then, he's rode a pretty solid race in this one, I have to say. He'll be happy coming out of here. Listen, Matterley, we said, very different conditions next week. It's not a sand-based circuit. It's
chalk.
Down there, yeah, it's chalk. But Johnny Hamilton and the team down the years have kind of worked the soil. They don't override the venue. Of course, it only gets used a couple of times a year. They'll have that soil in good nick.
Do you know what? They do such a good job at that track, because it's not, you know, the easiest place to take care of. And people always go, oh, why did they not do more riding there? Why did they not do more race? Well, because it's such a massive job to keep that place in tip-top condition. They let the grass all settle over it, don't they? It is groomed literally to perfection. I'm surprised Steve Dixon doesn't walk around with a pair of scissors trimming stuff.
Oh, did you not know he does that?
No. It wouldn't surprise me, because the place just looks immaculate. So, yeah, massive shout out to those guys. And please, head out there, go and watch it. Get yourself to a GP.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's the opening GP of the year. You know,
it's
obviously
awesome.
There's others in mainland Europe that you guys can get to, but support the British GP.
Yeah.
You know, Steve, you know, and obviously, you know, the ACU and everybody involved with running the British GP. Steve has to work, working with in front, you know, I get it, but anybody running a GP, there's still a lot of work the promoter has to do.
Oh, God,
you know?
yeah.
So,
and the promoter also relies on you guys walking through those gates. That's how, you know, that's how the money's earned. Like, you know, if that doesn't happen, then we will lose the GP.
Yeah.
So get behind it.
Yeah, and then everybody will be moaning about
that. And then everyone
that.
will be moaning because we don't have one. So please get behind it.
Do you know what? That's not even...
Yeah.
Definitely the GP next week. But beyond that, just go and support UK motocross.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, we have got a load of people that ride bikes in the UK. The industry's relatively healthy with all the parts, the aftermarket and all that.
A lot of people are riding bikes now.
Yeah, let's
You know,
keep
there's
it rolling.
people riding.
Okay, this is it. The last corner, pretty much, apart from that sort of 45 dogleg. It's going to be the super final win for Glenn Koldenoff on the Monster Energy Factory Yamaha. Was that 2 laps to go? Of course, you know, maybe they got a 2-lap board, and yeah, not one.
God,
they just held a board up, though. Didn't the guy hold a board up?
I saw a board. It must be 2 laps.
Either way, he's not stopping.
No.
So
it's either the race is finished and
yeah,
Glenn Koldenoff is on some sort of madman charge. Just to,
he's like, let's make it half an hour.
Yeah. Might as well keep practicing, haven't we?
Yeah.
Because Ben, where's Ben?
There he is.
Oh,
so, yeah. So,
ooh. I was... Ooh.
Okay, so we're not quite on the last lap yet.
It
Apologies.
looks like Bogus has caught back up to the back of Ben now.
Yeah, our bad. Apologies. We haven't actually got the running time on the race here in our booth. So
our information comes from the exact same screen that you're watching.
Yeah, there's Ben's bike starting to smoke up a little bit, but I think he's good at this point. Sterry now worked his way up to 8th. Caden Wolf is still your leading MX2 rider, comfortably there, holding down 5th. Good workout for him. Very good workout for him. I expect that kid to definitely be putting it on the box with the occasional race win throughout the year.
Yeah.
I do think he is, you know, the youngster is more than capable of that.
Alfie Jones there, just outside the top 20. Dan Thornton all the way back there as well. 2 laps down now, so I must have had a bike.
Now, I wonder, look, with a lot of these riders, you know, they break down the event. It's clearly, you know, conversations will be had, breaking it down on Monday, what was good, what was bad, where they felt they could have improved, you know, what needs to be worked on. I'd like to be a passenger in the Everts car on the way home, just to, you know, just to see where they're at with it and what, you know, what Stefan would have thought of that, where Liam thinks it's at, as I said. You know, all that experience, wealth of experience. It'd be interesting to hear fly-on-the-wall conversations in the Everts household.
Liam did really well at the Italian MX Nations. He was good. He did Team Belgium very proud. I really do think he's on the right path.
So, just as we're talking about that, Bogas has closed right back in, but I think it is too little, too late. I think this is it this time. Please say it is. There it is, the checkered flag.
Oh.
So just right on the flag, Watson has to lay it down to hold off Brian Bogas, but it's a second for him. It's a race win for Glenn Koldenoff. Bogas comes in third. TK, Thomas Kier Olsen, will get fourth. And if it all goes to plan on the last lap, Kay DeWolf will bring it home as the leading MX2 rider.
Yeah.
These guys are going to get cleaned up and go to the podium presentation. The podium presentation is something we won't be showing you guys just because of basically cabling and other issues.
Logistics.
Yeah. So we will basically going to be signing off round about now. Before we do, a massive shout out to the guys at Beer and RFX and all their brands for getting behind the live stream, making it happen here as a first thing on a first live stream on MXN TV. As we said, brand new channel. Please go and like and subscribe. We'll be putting up more content as we build this thing. I can't begin to tell you how a last-minute decision it was to do this. It was always on the cards to do MXN TV, but it all got rushed forward.
I was confirmed this week.
Yeah,
So yeah, get involved with all the brands as well. Everybody that
Absolutely.
sponsors the series, like all their Facebook pages, you know, Beer, RFX, you know, the Hawkstone page. Where everybody needs your support.
So we'll work on that. You know, we'll obviously work on, you know, logos and more video production, what goes on behind the scenes or whatever. So we really hope from an MXN TV standpoint, you've enjoyed the broadcast. Again, thanks to Beer and RFX, Oakley 7, Motul, Michelin, all these guys, all these adverts, commercials you've seen rocking up on the screen today. And also, thank you big time to Salop Motor Club for agreeing for us to come in and do the live stream. And obviously another successful running of the Hawkstone International. They've got a bunch of sponsors that we're now going to name check as well that made it happen.
Do you want to just 1, 2, 1, 2?
Yeah, we can do that. So a big shout out to Ashbrook.
And Toughsheet Building Supplies.
Yeah, also 24MX.
Hassport.com.
The guys at GP Graphics, thank you for your involvement.
Yeah, and Muck Off as well, the probably the leading bike cleaner in the UK.
Well, globally now they're doing
globally,
stuff in
yeah, America as well.
Supercross with obviously the new Yamaha team over there. Thank you to a Service, Win, and all the guys there.
Yep, SM Pro Platinum wheels.
Yeah, we got the guys from Tizer, a regional firm, getting involved.
Yep, Braun Workwear as well. So check out those guys, and you can head over to their website at braunwear.co.uk.
The guys at RFX as well, of course, that not only supported the stream, but also supported the event. So big up to you.
Yeah, we've got NVMX hubs as well. So metricsengineering.co.uk.
The guys at GoggleTech.com, GoggleTech lenses. I think I saw some of those guys walking around today supporting the event as well.
Yeah, Liat Gear as well. Obviously, they do the neck braces, knee braces, helmets, and everything else.
Yeah, the guys at J. Kelly, MX Strength and Conditioning. Thank you, personal trainers, getting involved with some riders as well, helping them out.
Great. And also MPS, Motorcycle Parts Store.co.uk.
Yeah, and we got the guys at Valley Burner as well. Go and check them out. They've got involved. That's I think a local mountain bike centre from pretty much what I can make out.
I wouldn't mind going down that hill on a mountain bike. You could,
Oh, like, do you remember that? Remember the hillbilly thing? Do you know what? We should have signed off with that.
Yeah, we should have done. You should go and watch that. So Gumpo as well, gumpo.co.uk, and last but not least,
the guys at Townsend as well for getting involved. It's getting very dingy light in here. Our light's gone again. Got a job to see what we're reading. But anyway, folks, we really hope you've enjoyed this live stream production. Shout out to the guys at Alpha Live, the production team. Darren here has been directing us through as well, and all the cameramen for sticking with it as they learn the sport as well. So just thanks to all the track marshals, medical crew, and just basically everybody that made the Hawkstone International 2022 a good one. And it will be back next year, hopefully, with even a stronger lineup, potentially if it's not so close to the opening GP, etc. But another great effort. And
we'll see you soon.
We will see you soon. Just keep subscribing and liking and tuning into MXN TV. We're going to be hopefully announcing some more events and what we're doing. What I can definitely say before we sign off is we will be obviously live streaming the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. So keep an eye on that. We're not very far away from that series getting up and running. But that's it, folks. We can now go and warm our feet up.
I cannot wait to get the heating on in the van. Mate.
You actually do look like comfortably numb.
I'm really cold.
Yeah.
Really cold. So I'm off, guys. Thanks very much. Thanks for putting up with my voice. This is Callum Swan, and I am signing off.
Actually, yeah, you can follow Callum on Instagram. He's Lord Callum Swan.
Yeah,
the one and only.
It is a joke. It's not like I've got a ridiculous ego that needs massaging. Trust me.
You can follow me at the Jeff Perrott on Instagram, but obviously, please, we'll be doing a lot more stuff with MXN TV. That's us done, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your weekend. Have a good week at work. I know it sucks, but it's work. Get through it, and hopefully we'll see loads of you at Matterley next week for the GP. Thanks, folks. We'll see you again soon. All the best.